Chapter 2646 On-Site Guidance. Chapter 2646 On-Site Guidance, a City, Lord spoke up. Zhuofang and Guling are both top-tier grade, 3 heavenly alchemists of the 9 cities. This information can be inquired as long as one has the intention of doing so. The moment everyone heard this, they came back to their senses, and their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were even more contemptuous. It was just that Su Peiyun and Huang Haoyan both knew that Yi Yuan was not someone from Heavenly South at all. How could he possibly inquire about the information deliberately? Hence, there was only one possibility. It was that he perceived it himself. Disregarding other things, just this visual prowess alone was scary enough. Su-yi, you got to watch over this beloved daughter of yours carefully. Sun Yunjing looked at Yi Yuan and said meaningfully. The subtext was that this boy was very scheming and expended considerable effort in order to fish your daughter. How could Su-yi not discern it? His face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. His impression of Yi Yuan was not very good to begin with. Now he was even more displeased. If not looking on the account of his daughter's face, he would have long had people break his legs and tossed him out. A greater sublime, heavenly stratum posturing in front of a bunch of city lords. Were you aware of the occasion or not? Su Peiyun's pretty face turned red, immediately bless. Plussing heavily. But the Huang Haoyan by the side was furious. He gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, City Lord's son, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. Peiyun is my Huang Haoyan's woman. I'm afraid that it's inappropriate for you to carelessly matchmake people like this, right? With that said, Su Peiyun's pretty face turned even redder, almost stuffing her head into her neckline. Yi Yuan was rather surprised by Huang Haoyan's bluntness. This boy had always been obsequious in front of him, but did not expect that he was actually so staunch at this time. It could be seen that he really liked Su Peiyun. Sun Yunjing was taken aback and suddenly laughed loudly and said, Interesting. You're Huang Nanshan's son, right? Hoo-hoo, this city lord apologizes to you. You young people's matters. I'm really not too clear about it. His laughter was unbridled and had an even deeper meaning. The other city lords also started laughing out loud one after another. Su-yi almost wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. How could he not understand what these guys were laughing about? They were laughing with him. Your daughter was really promiscuous. Girl, what on earth is going on here? Su-yi said with a black face. He rarely lost his temper at his daughter, but this time he reached the limit of his patience. Dad, Su Peiyun also panicked for a moment, at a loss on what to do. Nothing's going on. It's just that your daughter is very filial and wanted to win me over for you. That's why she brought me here. But it seems like you don't really welcome it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Win you over? Hoo-hoo, you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum. What's worth winning over? You boy, really know how to gild gold onto your own face. Think that having done a bit of homework, you really feel that you're amazing? Sun Yunjing said with a snicker. Yi Yuan gave Sun Yunjing a glance and said profoundly, You're very C-O-C-K-Y. Sun Yunjing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Brat, do you know who you're talking to or not? Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Su Peiyun and said, Originally, I wasn't interested in joining Com South City, but now I've changed my mind. Su Peiyun was overjoyed when she heard that and said, Senior Yi, is what you said true? Right now, Su Peiyun suddenly felt a little grateful toward Sun Yunjing. If not for him provoking Yi Yuan repeatedly, Yi Yuan probably would not join Com South City. At least, she could be sure that the faction behind Yi Yuan was definitely much stronger than Com South City. In fact, it was not inferior to Heavenly South City. The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he only felt amused and said, Boy, you can really pretend. You mean that when you join Com South City, we'll all have to be more careful. When the group of city lords heard that, they all laughed loudly without ceasing. In their view, Yi Yuan was simply a moron. How could he be worth winning over? They really did not know what kind of bewitching soup Su Peiyun was forced to drink to actually acknowledge him. Yi Yuan gave Sun Yunjing a glance, rather surprisedly, and said, "Looks like you're not too stupid either." Finished saying, Yi Yuan flicked his finger, only to see a ray of sword light fly straight for Guling Bang. Guling's pale refinement was directly interrupted crudely. He was currently fully concentrated on refining the pill. Suddenly being interrupted, he also went into a rampage. "Brat, are you courting death?" Guling arrived in front of Yi Yuan like the wind and roared. Yi Yuan's sudden move directly stunned everyone. Did he join Calm South City to deal damage? Ha ha ha, really a pig teammate. Thought that he would say some harsh words. In the end, he directly made a move to interrupt his own people's pill refinement. Facing Guling's wrath, Yi Yuan appeared calm and collected. Waving his hand, he said, "You don't need to refine anymore. According to your refining method, it's impossible to win Zwafong all your life. Remember I'm about to say, next carefully. Just nice. Make use of this auction time to repeat it in your head. Finish him off in the next round." Yi Yuan ignored Guling's wrath as well, and started talking on in a flow of eloquence. He had observed for a long time and was fully aware of some of the minor problems in Guling's pill refinement. Giving guidance at this time, it struck the vitals directly. In the beginning, Guling was almost rampaging under his rage. Luckily, Su Peiyun kept holding him back. That was why he did not blow up. But very soon, the expression on Guling's face changed. But Sun Yunjing said disdainfully, "A greater sublime heavenly stratum, teaching a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, alchemy. This is simply a joke. If randomly saying a few words can make people become stronger, then anyone can become a heavenly alchemist." However, the expression on Guling's face became more and more serious. There were also many grade 3 heavenly alchemists present. Their faces actually revealed thoughtful looks too. At this time, even Sun Yunjing discovered that something was wrong too. He did not know alchemy, but it did not mean that he was a fool. Guling's current expression was just like a student, just short of kneeling down to Yi Yuan. Sun Yunjing's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked someone next to him, "Master Jiangli, could it be that what this brat says is really something?" Jiang Li's strength was even a bit stronger than Zwafong. It was just that currently no one could force him out yet. But at this time, the expression on Jiang Li's face was noticeably showing he was surprised. Seeing Sun Yunjing asking, he nodded and said, "The few points that he talked about are all Guling's shortcomings. Actually, I've long discovered it too. Guling's strength isn't weak. It's just because of his uncultivated origins, many details couldn't be controlled, resulting in the poor quality. I didn't expect that this boy just take a few glances and perceive it. This boy isn't simple." Sun Yunjing felt his scalp tingle when he heard and said with a frown, "But can just saying these few sentences make Guling become strong?" Jiang Li shook his head and said with a smile, "How is it possible? Knowing is one thing. Doing it is another matter altogether. Moreover, Guling's pill refinement has long already formed a fixed style. Its writing habits are very hard to change. Even if he knows, it's also impossible to have any improvements within a short time." The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he immediately felt relieved and said with a cold smile, "I want to see how this brat cleans up the mess." At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to Su Yi, "Arrange for a secret room. I want to give him a small sermon." Su Yi was taken aback. Then he immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly made people go arrange it. Chapter 2647, Turning Stone into Gold. Chapter 2647, Turning Stone into Gold. When he walked out of the secret room, there was an additional glimmer of brilliance in Guling's eyes. He did not expect that pills could still be refined this way. To him, who had an uncultivated background, Yi Yuan's casual guidance made him feel like he suddenly saw the light. At this very moment, he was full of awe for Yi Yuan. Old Ge still going up? I want to say that your strength is pretty good too. But continue losing like this old face of yours will be completely lost. When Zhuo Fang saw Ge Ling get on the stage again, he could not refrain from mocking. Ge Ling's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who wins and who loses is still unknown." Zhuo Fang did not care and said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo," being guided by a junior, "you're really able to give up on this old face. You wouldn't really think that in less than an hour you'll be able to Serpa. SS me right?" Ge Ling snorted coldly and said, "That will only be known after competing." Zhuo Fang laughed loudly and said, "Looks like you really take it seriously. Being taught by a junior, if you were to still lose, you probably won't be able to go out and calm South City in the future anymore, right?" Ge Ling knew that he could not win him with words, so he could only give a cold snort and stop talking. This round of alchemy compet 1. Tie-in was starting again, very quickly. The 9 cities' heavenly alchemists made a move once again. Everyone's eyes were naturally focused on Ge Ling. The heavenly alchemists present were all not weaklings. It was just that they also could not see that there were overly obvious changes to Ge Ling. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Continuing to refine step by step, it was simply impossible to win. Hoo-hoo, this is a big joke. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist was actually guided by a junior. The key is that there aren't any changes still. Looks like this time Calm South City is really going to become the laughingstock of the 9 cities. After everyone goes back, today's matter can probably serve as a joke for a year. What's going on with City Lord Su Yi to actually accompany a junior to mess around? Many people were all discussing animatedly. Clearly, they were not optimistic about Ge Ling. When these words landed in Su Yi's ears, it made him even more upset. Earlier, he was quelled by Yi Yuan in a few words, thinking that Yi Yuan was really formidable. Looking at it now, he was simply fooling people. Yet this guy was still sitting by the side like body's business. Master Jiangli, is there anything different? Compared to others, Sun Yunjing still believed in Jiangli more. It was also Jiang Li's assessment that cowed Sun Yunjing. Jiang Li stared at Ge Ling for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "There's not much difference. I said it earlier, habits are the scariest. How can it be changed so easily? This battle, Ge Ling will still lose for sure." The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he immediately settled his heart back in place. Jiang Li was his trump card. Sun Yunjing trusted his vision very much. Even he said that it would not work, then it definitely would not work. Su Yi, looks like this little brother can really transform the rotten into something magical. Ge Ling changed until I almost couldn't recognize him anymore. Ha ha ha. Sun Yunjing started his great mockery art again. Actually, the 9 cities were of the same breath and branch. They resisted the true spirit sea race jointly and at the same time were also in a compet. 1. Tie relations. HI plus P. The 9 great city lords also secretly competed with each other. This was also the situation that Heavenly South City was willing to see. The 9 cities' Heavenly Pill Summit was the best opportunity to show off to begin with. It was naturally impossible for Sun Yunjing to let it slip by. Su Yi had a dark look and did not play along, but gave a cold snort and said to Yi Yuan, "Brat, do you want to explain it? Because of you, Calm South City and this old man have already incurred the ridicule of experts today." Yi Yuan's gaze was on Ge Ling the entire time. Without even looking at him, he just said coolly, "You just watch. Isn't the result not out yet?" Su Yi was taken back, immediately nos. Plussing his teeth in hatred. This boy was really KY to the extreme. By the side, Su Peiyin was extremely awkward. She discovered that bringing Yi Yuan was simply a mistake. Now, she had already ridden the tiger and found it hard to dismount. But the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed in the sea still made her unwilling to give up. Huang Haoyan sensed Su Peiyun's awkwardness. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Yuan, "Senior Yi, Peiyun and I both respect you very much. I'm afraid that it's not appropriate for you to do so, right?" Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart, but he just said indifferently, "What's not appropriate about it?" Huang Haoyan said, "Peiyun only had the intention of getting on friendly terms with Senior, but you made the entire calm South City become a laughingstock for your own face. This isn't appropriate." Clearly, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun had already talked about it. The two people's relations, Hi plus P, was reestablished. But with Yi Yuan doing so, it made them still unable to accept it. Yi Yuan still said coolly, "Whether it's a laughingstock or laughing proudly, you just watch." Amidst the mocking voices, the pale refinement of the 9 great grade 3 heavenly alchemists gradually reached an end. The 9 heavenly pills were presented to the judge's bench. 3 grade 4 heavenly alchemists started undergoing a comprehensive judgment of the 9 heavenly pills. Sky-blessed City's Yuan E, Thunderfire Heavenly Dipper Pill, middle 5th grade. Yonghe City's Xiao Lei, Sulfur Flame Kuan Earth Pill, upper 5th grade. Chui Tong reported the results one by one, without much surprise. He was a grade 4 heavenly alchemist from heavenly South City, his status extremely revered. The strength of these grade 3 heavenly alchemists was actually very close. This round, whoever performed a little better might clinch victory. As for the commotion on Sun Yunjing and Yi Yuan this side, he naturally noticed it too, but he did not pay too much attention. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely talking big to impress people. A greater sublime heavenly stratum, he would be a grade 2 heavenly alchemist at the very most. How could he possibly guide a grade 3 heavenly alchemist? But with this farce, he still harbored some curiosity about Geling's heavenly pill. This time, Geling was the last to complete the refinement, so he was queued last. Water Billow City's Zuofang, Emerald Dawn Meteorite Pill, lower 6th grade. Chui Tong said coolly. Finished speaking, he picked up Geling's heavenly pill and placed it onto the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, looking at the scale in amazement. Middle 6th grade. It actually reached middle 6th grade. How is this possible? Chui Tong sucked in a cold breath. Before this, Geling had never reached 6th grade before. The best was also merely upper 5th grade. This time he actually directly broke through a grade and reached middle 6th grade. The two people beside him were also surprised. This should be a coincidence, right? Another grade 4 heavenly alchemist said. Chui Tong sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "It should be a coincidence. If casually giving some pointers can attain this kind of effect, that would also be too monstrous. Even the likes of US can't achieve it. So how can a grade 2 heavenly alchemist possibly do it?" Following that, he said loudly, "Calm South City's Geling, 6 Rin Carefree Pill, middle 6th grade." The moment these words came out of his mouth, the entire audience exploded. What? Really won? How is this possible? Gave pointers on the spot and it promoted a grade? This is freaking cheating, right? Just what kind of person is that boy to actually have the ability to turn stone into gold? The despots from all around felt that this was simply like talking about a book from heaven. Too ridiculous. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist spent less than an hour's time and gave pointers to a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. In the end, he won. You are freaking joking, right? Chapter 2648. Acting like a SNOB. Chapter 2648. Acting like a SNOB 6 Rin Carefree Pill. Regardless in terms of quality, refinement, difficulty, or practicality, it wins against the Emerald Dawn Meteorite Pill. The three of us unanimously rule that in this round, Geling wins. Chui Tong's voice had neither joy nor sorrow, but it struck everyone's hearts. No matter whether it was Sun Yunjing, Jiang Li, or Sui, father and daughter, they were all stupefied at this time. He actually really won. This is impossible. Jiang Li's first reaction was that it was impossible. Sui also came back to his senses at this time and immediately burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha ha! Just now, who said to shave our calm South City bald? Do your faces hurt? Sun Yunjing, didn't you say that my calm South City doesn't have anyone? Now, do you still dare to say it?" Actually, Sui was really prepared to be shaved bald already. But who would have expected that there would actually be a turnaround? Guling won. These few days he was mocked by Sun Yunjing and the few great city lords immensely. Venting this frustration now, it really felt invigorating to the max. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan had his head lowered, looking straight down. It was as if this had nothing to do with him at all. If it was earlier, he would definitely feel that this guy was pretending to be mysterious. But now, it was completely not the case at all. This guy that his daughter brought back really had the skills. Sun Yunjing's expression was very ugly. He was still mocking Sui and Yi Yuan just now. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye he had his face slapped? "Sui, what are you being smug for? Your calm South City only won one match," Sun Yunjing said with a cold snort. But Sui did not care at all and laughed loudly as he said, "So what if one match? One match, and you can't shave bald anymore. At least, you can't make it 0 anymore." Sun Yunjing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're really shameless. One match got you smug until like this." Sui did not show weakness in the slightest and snorted coldly as he said, "I'm proud of it. I feel great slapping your face." Sun Yunjing lost his temper. Sui winning under this kind of circumstances was indeed worthy of being proud of. He was different from him. He did not have hope for Heavenly South City's resources to begin with. Now at least he got lucky. That young friendy, just now it was this Sue who had eyes but couldn't see. Now, this Sue officially apologizes to you. I hope that young friend, ye doesn't take offense. Sui bowed towards Yi Yuan as he said, slightly embarrassed. Sedley. He kept calling Brett earlier, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. Now he was embarrassed. Said, logically speaking, he was revered as a city lord, a grand completion, limitless, sublime, heavenly straight and powerhouse. He should not apologize to a junior. But Sui did not feel that there was anything wrong. He was not stupid. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist, casually giving pointers, could make a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, heavenly pill, directly advance a grade. This was not what anyone could do. At least, those 3 grade 4 heavenly alchemists above could not do it. Even Heavenly South City's Tans could not do it. Then how strong was the faction behind this young man? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll accept the apology, but this ye give City Lord Su a word of advice. It's best if you don't act like a SN. Oh, be in the future. Since he entered, Sui had been looking at him through colored GLA. SSES. How could he not feel it? If not looking on the account of Su Peiyun's face, Yi Yuan would have long fallen out. A limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum city lord. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. He had even killed a jade sovereign heaven before. So why would he pay attention to a limitless, sublime heaven? Insolence. Impudent. To actually dare speak to City Lord His Excellency like this. When Su Yi's guards heard this, they immediately exploded, but were stopped by Su Yi. He believed his daughter's words now. She really wanted to rope an impressive character in for him, but he kept plussing him out continuously. It was just as Yi Yuan said. He had acted like a SN. OB. All withdraw for me. What young friend Yi said is right. This Su did indeed act like a SN. Oh, be before. Su Yi's ATTI. Tude surprised Yi Yuan a little. A dignified city lord could actually stomach this grievance. At this time, Galing came down too. He directly came before Yi Yuan, gave a deep bow, and said, This go thanks Master Yi for your guidance. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said coolly, do you have any gains? The moment Galing heard, he said excitedly, plenty of gains. By the side, Zuofang said with a cold snort, humph, pretending to be mysterious. Just now it was merely getting lucky. Getting C, O, C. KY for what? The next round, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yi Yuan gave Zuofang a glance and said coolly, refining pills never has any luck. There's only the inevitability of endless training. Placing your hopes on luck, your accomplishments are bound to be limited. Zuofang's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, brat who's still wet behind her ears, this old man isn't Galing that sort of trash. It's not your turn to come and teach yet. Whether or not it's luck, you'll know in the next round. He completely did not believe that a few words of guidance could make Galing undergo such an upheaval change. Being able to refine middle 6th grade could only be attributed to luck. Very soon, Guling's 6 Rin carefree pill was auctioned for a sky-high price of 400,000 heavenly crystals. It was directly 100,000 heavenly crystals higher compared to Zuofang's 1 Heart Life Crossing pill previously. It could be seen how high the value of the 6 Rin carefree pill was. After resting, the 9 cities' heavenly alchemists went onto the stage again. Each city had more than 1 heavenly alchemist. Hence, there was also a particular method to marshal soldiers for battle. The strengths of these heavenly alchemists were mostly very close. It depended on how their condition was. However, to calm South City, the other heavenly alchemists were seriously somewhat lacking in skill. So this round it was still Galing. Zhangli, why don't you take this round? Sun Yunjing looked toward Zhangli and asked. Zuofang's face turned black, feeling immensely being insulted. City Lord, this round, I absolutely won't lose to him. Earlier, Galing just got lucky, that's all. Zuofang said in a solemn voice. Zhangli fell silent for a moment and said, whether or not it's luck is still hard to say. City Lord, I want to observe again. Sun Yunjing nodded and said, fine. Master Zuofang, you must take him down this time. Zuofang snorted coldly and said, rest assured he won't have the chance. Carrying a strong desire for revenge, Zuofang took the stage again. This time he brought out his trump card, the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. It's the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. Master Zuofang is releasing a big move. The 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill is Master Zuofang's signboard. This heavenly pill already infinitely approaches the level of heavenly imperial pill. Furthermore, Master Zuofang's highest record is upper 6th grade. Master Galing unleashed his ultimate move too. What he's refining this time is the Fu 11 Pure Yang pill. The difficulties of the 2 heavenly pills are evenly matched in strength. However, he's still a little worse compared to Master Zuofang. It's said that Master Galing's best record is merely middle 5th grade. The moment the refinement started, the crowd became excited. This match could be said to be a pinnacle showdown already. In the alchemy compet, 1 tie-in previously, everyone was holding back. Firstly, when refining highly complex heavenly pills, stability was insufficient. Any carelessness and the quality would drop. Secondly, trump cards had to be saved until the end. Zuofang was forced into a corner. That was why he would bring out the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. Chapter 2649. Heavenly South's Number 1 Genius. Chapter 2649. Heavenly South's Number 1 Genius. Galing Fu 11 Pure Yang Pill, peak 6th grade. Calm, South City wins. When Chui Tong said this, his expression distinctly became somewhat unnatural. Clearly, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. If one time, it could be said to be coincidental. But the second time, Galing overpowered Zuofang with his overwhelming talent, taking the top spot. It was not a coincidence anymore. Just now, Chui Tong personally announced that Zhuo Fang's 9 Cauldron Grand Void pill reached the level of upper 6th grade. This was also to say that Zhuo Fang performed to his highest standard this time, but he still lost. Peak 6th grade already reached the boundary of 7th grade, which was even higher than Zhuo Fang's result. When Gu Ling himself heard this result, he felt rather incredulous too. After the first match, he became a little more familiar with Yi Yuan's guidance. So the pill refinement this time, he became even more accomplished with high proficiency. The result did not disappoint him. Won again. Really not a coincidence. My G. Oh D, this is also too miraculous. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually has the ability to turn stone into gold, making Master Go have such a huge leap within such a short time. Just what kind of person is that young man? Why have I never heard of him before? Suddenly, Yi Yuan, who was condescending and behaved like an idiot in their eyes, became mysterious. No one treated him as an ordinary greater sublime, heavenly stratum anymore. Chui Tong 3 people's gazes also looked over one after another. Su Yi laughed loudly and said, Sun Yunjing, you said that it was luck earlier? Gu Ling's luck is really good. Ha ha ha. He was extremely proud of himself right now. Each 9 cities' heavenly pill summit, he would be the target of ridicule for the many city lords. Among them, Sun Yunjing was the worst. Now, slapping faces over and over again made him feel like a freed slave singing songs. That feeling of liberation really could not be described using words. Seeing Su Yi's smugful face, Sun Yunjing had an impulse to hit him. But he was aggrieved currently. How did Gu Ling become so formidable all of a sudden? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. City Lord, please give me another chance. This time, I'll definitely make Gu Ling that fellow knows my prowess. Zhuo Fang came before Sun Yunjing as he gnashed his teeth and said. Clearly, he still did not give up. He came from Heavenly South City and normally looked down on Gu Ling, this kind of barbarian most of all. Now he was actually Serpa S, said by someone that he looked down upon. How could he stomach this frustration? But Sun Yunjing was clearly not prepared to give him a chance anymore. Zhuo Fang, you've worked hard too. Rest for a bit. Leave the rest to Jiang Li, Sun Yunjin said lightly. City Lord, Zhuo Fang said with unwillingness. At this time, Jiang Li opened his mouth and said, Zhuo Fang, haven't you discovered it yet? Gu Ling's improvement this time is even greater than before. Although I don't know how that boy did it, he indeed has the ability to transform the rotten into something magical. If my conjecture is right, Gu Ling's pill refinement is very likely to break through to 7th grade the next time. At that time, you'll lose even more miserably. Zhuo Fang's entire body trembled, and he fell silent. Jiang Li patted his shoulder and said, Coolly, go rest. Leave the rest to me. Zhuo Fang carried strong unwillingness and went to rest. In the auction, Gu Ling's Fu 11 pure yang pill was sold for a sky-high price of 600,000 heavenly crystals, the highest of all present. At this time, Jiang Li, who was beside Sun Yunjing, slowly stood up. The moment he moved, it immediately caused a commotion. It's Master Jiang Li. He's finally taking the stage. Master Jiang Li is known as Heavenly South City's #1 alchemy genius. Heard that even many grade 4 heavenly alchemists are not as impressive as him. I didn't expect that he was actually invited by Waterbillow City. City Lord Sun definitely paid a huge price. Seeing Jiang Li get up, Su Yi's expression became ugly too. Even Gu Ling also became fidgety. Yi Yuan everyone's nervousness and could not help being a little surprised. He's very strong. Yi Yuan asked curiously. Gu Ling nodded his head heavily and said, Very strong. I stand no chance in front of him at all. Jiang Li is known as the Heavenly South's #1 genius. Although he's still only a grade 3 heavenly alchemist now, in terms of strength, he's already stronger than many grade 4 heavenly alchemists. I thought that he was just invited by City, Lord Sun, to hold the line. I didn't expect that he actually personally took the stage. To put it bluntly, even if he sits on the judge bench, there also won't be anyone complaining. Jiang Li's fame was extremely high. When he joined Water Billow City, it had once caused a great sensation. No one would have thought that Heavenly South City's #1 genius actually joined the border Water Billow City. Although each and every one of the grade 3 Heavenly Alchemists present all had high regards for themselves, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Jiang Li. Yuan just nodded slightly, thinking to himself that no wonder even Zuofang, this kind of arrogant person, went to rest obediently. However, he did not really take it to heart either. No matter how strong Jiang Li, this #1 genius, was, it was also impossible to be stronger than Tsang Yongning. Furthermore, even if he was really stronger than Tsang Yongning, Yi Yuan did not mind either. Calm South City's win or loss had nothing to do with him. Just now was just Sun Yunjing continuously squeezing him. That was why he took action. Now that the other party had shut up, Yi Yuan was naturally not interested in taking action anymore too. Who would have expected that Jiang Li turned around and actually came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you interested in taking the stage to play?" Buzz. The whole audience was in a stir. Master Jiang Li actually challenged a grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist. Isn't this bullying people? When Master Jiang Li refines grade 2 Heavenly Pills, it's definitely all upper 9th grade. How to compete? Although Yi Yuan was very mysterious, he was still utterly not worth mentioning in the face of Jiang Li's prestige. Jiang Li's might was deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan could casually give pointers, but Jiang Li was an existence who could win grade for Heavenly Alchemists. Not interested. Yi Yuan directly refused. Hoo-hoo, looks like little brother only knows how to engage in empty talk. It was this Jiang who thought too highly of you. Jiang Li was indifferent and said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "You don't need to goad me. I'm not accepting the challenge because you're not worthy of making me take action." Murmur. The whole audience was in an uproar. This guy was simply too arrogant. He probably did not know who Jiang Li was, right? Jiang Li was considered level-headed too. But hearing these words, his expression turned dark. Hoo-hoo, brat, you're also regarding yourself too highly, right? Even if a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist is in front of me, they also wouldn't dare say so. Jiang Li said in a solemn voice. Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist? Hoo-hoo, if you want me to take action, can as well. But you have to be mentally prepared. If I make a move, your Water Billow City won't have a chance anymore, Yi Yuan said with a meaningful smile. The words were full of disdain. In Yi Yuan's view, grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists were indeed nothing. In the Pill Pavilion, when grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists saw him, they had to respectfully call him as Master Yi. Jiang Li's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Is that so? I'm already mentally prepared. This Jiang wants to see how Water Billow City won't have a chance." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he shook his head. Slowly standing up, he said coolly, "If you want to see, I'll let you take a look then." Chapter 2650. Exploded. Chapter 2650. Exploded. Yi Yuan taking the field immediately aroused great expectations. Casually giving a few words of guidance, and it greatly improved a grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist strength. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Then, how was his own strength? 3 elders, for fairness' sake, I suggest this round to collectively refine grade 2 Heavenly Pills. Jiang Li gave a bow to Cui Tong 3 people as he said. Cui Tong 3 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, as it ought to be. Right at this time, Yi Yuan spoke up, saying no need. Cui Tong's brows furrowed, and he said, Grade 2 Heavenly Pill and Grade 3 Heavenly Pill can't be mentioned in the same breath at all. Even if you can refine a Heavenly Imperial Pill, it's also much inferior compared to the medicinal pills that they refine. How will you compete with them, like this. Although the medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills rivaled grade 3 heavenly pills, it was not comparable to all grade 3 heavenly pills. If not, grade 3 heavenly pills also would not be called grade 3 heavenly pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll refine my grade 2 heavenly pill. They'll refine their grade 3 heavenly pill. If you all feel that my heavenly pill isn't as good as theirs, just judge it as a loss." Hoo-hoo, what an arrogant kid. What do you think you're refining? To actually dare look down on us so much. A mere grade 2 heavenly alchemist is unbelievably arrogant. I want to see how much capability you have. The moment the other few cities' heavenly alchemists heard, they immediately exploded. Yi Yuan was clearly not taking them seriously. Chui Tong's brows furrowed even tighter. He was seriously unable to imagine what basis Yi Yuan had to be so conceited. Could it be that the grade 2 heavenly pills he would refine are different from the rest? Forget it. Since you insist, do as you say then. I wonder, what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill do you want to refine? Chui Tong said, "Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill." Yi Yuan still had a calm and collected appearance as he said. Once again, everyone exploded. What the hell? Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill competing with Grade 3 Heavenly Pills whose difficulty approaching Heavenly Imperial Pill? Is this kid's head spoiled? Ha ha. One really can see anything after living a long time. It's still your father's first time seeing such a mind-boggling grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Not just that, right? If my guess is correct, Master Zhang Li is probably going to refine a grade 3 heavenly imperial pill. Even if Master Zhang Li only refines 3rd or 4th grade, it's also not what the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill can compare to, right? The faces of the other 8 people, including Zhang Li, all became black as the bottom of a pot. Did this boy come to mess with them? Even Chui Tong had a stunned look too. Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. What kind of joke are you making, young friendy? Could it be that you're making fun of the few of us? Chui Tong said with slight anger. Whether or not it's making fun of the few of you, it will naturally be clear to you after the refinement is completed. Isn't it jumping too fast to a conclusion by talking about these now? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chui Tong's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Okay, then this old man will wait and see. But I'll say the unpleasant things first. If you're really making fun of the few of us old fellows, we won't let you off when the time comes. Up to you." Yi Yuan said coolly. Amidst the questioning voices, this round of alchemy, compet. 1. Tian began. Sui, Galing, and the rest were long already thunderstruck until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. They even thought that Yi Yuan had some trump card. Who would have expected that he actually brought out a grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Could this thing win? They racked their brains and could not figure it out either. But once the alchemy compet 1 tie-in started, everyone's gazes were drawn over by Yi Yuan. Chui Tong 3 people's gazes even turned intent, revealing solemn expressions. What impressive techniques! This old man actually can't see through it. Chui Tong said in surprise. Another judge said with surprise, "It turns out that grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can still be refined like this? This old man really broadened my horizons." Yi Yuan's refining technique was extremely complicated and elaborate, but every move and action carried the lingering charm of Tao, making people recollect the aftertaste endlessly. Even if the heavenly alchemists present were fools, they would know that Yi Yuan's strength was extraordinary too. But very soon, something that surprised them even more happened. A surge of great Tao ACCU. Mulation descended from the sky. Boom! The powerful pressure made everyone's faces change. The refinements of Jiang Li and the rest immediately suffered disruption. Under this surge of great Tao ACCU, mulation, bystanders were not able to contend with it at all. Boom! A burnt smell spread out. A heavenly alchemist's heavenly pill was ruined. Boom! Without holding out for long, another person's pill was ruined too. For safety's sake, Jiang Li did not refine a heavenly imperial pill against a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Just using an ordinary heavenly pill would suffice. He had the intention of showing off his strength too, to let Yi Yuan take a good look at what was called an alchemy path genius. But now, under the great Tao ACCU mulation, even his soul force was somewhat flickering. He could not concentrate at all. In a short while, he already made several mistakes, severely affecting the quality of the heavenly pill. The pressure of the great Tao ACCU mulation became stronger and stronger. Boom! Finally, it landed in Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron. Pill formed. Very soon, Jiang Li finished refining too. His mood was irritated to the extreme. He knew that the quality of the heavenly pill was definitely bad. Brett, you cheated. Jiang Li pointed at Yi Yuan and said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "The judge hasn't even said anything. Is it up to you to tell them what to do? If this is considered cheating, then you cheat for me to take a look." All right, Jiang Li, Yi Yuan didn't cheat. However, this old man is very curious now. Is what you refined really the grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill? Cui Tong said. Jiang Li gnashed his teeth in hatred, his face full of indignation. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether it is or not, wouldn't you all know if you take a look?" As he said, Yi Yuan urged with his palm. A crystal clear, heavenly pill flew in front of Cui Tong. An aura of great Tao instantly spread out. Is this really a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill? I've never heard before that a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill can be transparent. What a magical refining technique. It's unheard of. Everyone looked at that heavenly pill, all with looks of wonder on their faces. Cui Tong studied it in detail for a long time, his 2 eyes almost burrowing into the heavenly pill. "Have you seen enough? Let me look." Another judge could not resist urging. With their eyesight, they could naturally perceive this pill's extraordinary nature and naturally wanted to study it. True grade had never appeared before in the land of heavenly south. Now that it emerged, it would surely shock the world. The 3 people looked it over and over, all not understanding. Finally, Cui Tong could not resist and placed it on the Cloud Mount Motherstone. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not stop it, only to see the scale on the Cloud Mount Motherstone soar to full scale almost instantly. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Everyone present turned pale with shock. The Cloud Mount Motherstone actually exploded. Cui Tong stood up suddenly. Looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished expression, he asked, "Young friendy, just what grade is this pill?" This old man has never seen before a heavenly pill that could blow up the Cloud Mount Motherstone. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "This pill is a true grade heavenly pill. Above 9th grade is true grade. I wonder if this true grade heavenly pill can match their grade 3 heavenly pills or not." Chapter 2651, Sky High Price. Chapter 2651, Sky High Price. True grade. Above 9th grade. The shock of Cui Tong 3 people was not only expressed in words, but also on their faces. At this time, how could they still care about whatever win or lose? True grade heavenly pill. They had never heard of it before. This heavenly pill opened another window for them. Not that the land of heavenly south's heavenly medicine technique was not refined, but that the realm of true grade was seriously too hard to achieve. In the entire Pill Alliance, there were probably barely a handful of people who could refine true grade heavenly pills too. Heavenly South was merely a tiny place. How could they have seen before this grade of heavenly pill? Yi Yuan's words caused a whirlwind in the arena. Everyone burst into an uproar. No one had seen before a true grade, heavenly pill. No one knew what Yi Yuan said was true or fake at all. But everything in front of them left them no choice but to believe that this was real. Young friend Yi, can this true grade, heavenly pill be sold to this old man or not? Chui Tong calmed himself down and asked. As a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, he could no longer be described as burning with eagerness anymore. He could not wait to bring this heavenly pill back and study it carefully. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said indifferently, "This is the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Better do it in accordance with the rules. The highest bidder wins. What this grade 2 foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill of mine, represents is Calm South City." Su Yi's face turned from shock to ecstasy. There was really a silver lining in every cloud. This true grade heavenly pill was worth 1,000 grade 3 heavenly pills. What did a mere water billow city count as? Chui Tong nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's start the auction now then." He was already too impatient to wait. That auctioneer had a bitter smile on his face and asked, "Master Chui Tong, what's the base price of this heavenly pill?" He had never seen before a true grade heavenly pill. There was no precedent. No need for a base price. There's no restriction on price increment as well. Directly get to the bidding. Whoever wins with a bid of 1 heavenly crystal, just take it as they got lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone's faces turned black, all looking at Yi Yuan with contemptuous faces. 1 piece of heavenly crystal. To think that you could say it out loud. Everyone knew that no base price, no restriction on price increment. This sort of situation was the most terrifying. The final auction price had no bottom line at all. D knows how much the final transaction price would be. Under the urging of Chui Tong, 3 people, the auction started very soon. The auctioneer said loudly, "Now, auctioning a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. This pill is a true grade that has never appeared in the land of Heavenly South before. No base price, no restrictions on price increase. Now the bidding begins. 1 million. Almost as soon as it was announced, Chui Tong made a bid. The number of 1 million made everyone present suck in a cold breath. One had to know, Guling's Fu, 11 pure yang pill, previously was only auctioned for a price of 600,000 heavenly crystals. Now, Chui Tong directly raised it to 1 million. His gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said coolly, "This pill, this old man is determined to get it." Originally, with a true grade pill coming into being, which of the type? An S present did not want to claim it for themselves? But Chui Tong's words already faintly implied a warning. Everyone could not refrain from criticizing inwardly, but was also helpless about it. Chui Tong was not what anyone could afford to provoke. Seeing no one speak up, Chui Tong was very satisfied. 2 million. However, right at this time, someone spoke up. The source of the voice was precisely from another grade 4 heavenly alchemist beside Chui Tong. Chui Tong's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Wu Dao, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Dao said coolly, "Old Chui, if it were other things, then forget it. But the significance of this true grade heavenly pill, you and I both understand. Such a good thing. How can this old man not be moved?" Chui Tong's face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, 5 million. 8 million. Chui Tong just spoke up when another judge also joined in the melee. Ji Chun. Good, very good. Is this old man scared of you? 10 million. As if it was free, Chui Tong directly offered a sky-high price of 10 million. This kind of bidding directly made many tyke. ONS shrink back at the sight of it. They were rich, but compared to these veteran grade 4 heavenly alchemists, they were weak to the max. The wealth that a grade 4 heavenly alchemist possessed might rival a large family clan. 20 million. Right at this time, another voice sounded out. Everyone was taken aback, but looking in Jiang Li's direction. No one expected that he would open his mouth too. Furthermore, he increased it by 10 million heavenly crystals in one go. In the face of Cui Tong's murderous gaze, Jiang Li said coolly, I really want to know just how I'm worse than him. 3 elders I'll be offending. This pill, this Jiang is also determined to get it. Cui Tong snorted coldly and said, very good. Each relies on one's abilities then. 30 million. 33 million. 35 million. 68 million. When Jiang Li yelled out this price, the 3 judges finally hesitated. Clearly, this price already approached the limit that they could bear. It was just that no one expected that Jiang Li's financial power was actually so great. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist could actually be on par with a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. This true grade heavenly pill held great significance to them. Even if they bankrupted themselves, they had to obtain it too. If money was gone, it could be earned again. But if this heavenly pill was missed, it would be very difficult to encounter again. Sure, they could find Yi Yuan and have him refine again, but it was very hard. Such a valuable heavenly pill. Yi Yuan definitely would not refine it frequently. The 4 people's bidding made the expressions of each and every one of the tyke. Oh, and S present turned pale. Such a crazy scene. It was still their first time seeing it. A price of 68 million. What kind of concept was that? 1 year of Thistle South 9 cities, tax revenue added up, could not reach this figure too. Too freaking exciting. It's still your father's first time seeing that a grade 2 heavenly pill can actually sell for a sky-high price of 70 million heavenly crystals. What the hell do you know? As long as the 3 masters can work out the refining method of the true grade heavenly pill, what does 70 million count for? This is simply S-N-A-T-C Hing money. Crazy. Really insane. I even feel like I can't breathe anymore. Although it was not them bidding, each of them had blood-red eyes. This scene was really too exciting. The auctioneer asked, 68 million, is there any higher 3 masters? Seeing that the 3 did not respond, the auctioneer continued, 68 million going once. 68 million going twice. 68 million going thrice. This true grade heavenly pill belongs to Master Jiang Li. Murmur. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Li actually really suppressed the 3 heavyweights in the end. The T.I. of Heavenly South's number 1 genius was not for show. The wealth that he had ACCU. Mulet these few years was very terrifying. Getting this true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. Jiang Li's gaze could no longer look away. TSK, too perfect. How can a heavenly pill be so perfect? I can feel the surging great Tao ACCU mulations inside. I can definitely draw down great Tao ACCU mulations and reach the realm of true grade. Jiang Li was intoxicated, completely forgetting about his previous grudge with Yi Yuan. At the same time, Cui Tong 3 people looked at Jiang Li with unfriendly expressions. The envious looks in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Chapter 2652, Vying. Chapter 2652, Vying. Once true grade emerged, the subsequent compet. 1. Tie-ins were already completely meaningless. Even if they refined until the sky collapsed, it would also be impossible to reach the realm of true grade. It would just be beating a dead horse. Therefore, Cui Tong simply announced that the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time. Calm South City took the top spot. Seeing Sun Yinjing's aggrieved face, Su Yi was simply grinning from ear to ear. Putting aside feeling exaltation upon fulfillment, their calm South City would even obtain a huge amount of resources. This was a tangible benefit. Not only that, Guling's strength rose after receiving pointers from Yi Yuan. Serpa S. Sing Zuofang was already a foregone conclusion. It could be said that Calm South City became the biggest winner of the 9 cities' Heavenly Pill Summit this time. Haha, Master Yi, Su, really had my nose up in the air. This Su apologizes to you once more here. Su Yi gave a bow towards Yi Yuan with incomparable sincerity this time. He was really convinced. His daughter really did a great thing this time. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "Since this matter is over with, forget it." Su Yi saw that Yi Yuan was free from pride and prejudices and immediately climbed up the rope hand over hand and said, "Master Yi, this Su sincerely invites you to join our Calm South City. I wonder what Master Yi thinks." Before waiting for Yi Yuan to reply, Sun Yanjin suddenly gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Master Yi, previously it was all this sun who had eyes but couldn't see. Now, this sun wants to invite you to join Water Billow City. You rest assured. The terms that our Water Billow City offers will definitely be better than Calm South City." Sun Yunjing you, Su Yi said in a great rage. He did not expect that Sun Yunjing would actually kill Steel. Furthermore, comparing resources, Calm South City really could not compare to Water Billow City. Otherwise, they also would not have failed to hire a top master like Zuofang. Sun Yunjing said indifferently, "Sui, Master Yi, and you have only met for the first time as well. Furthermore, he and little girl, Su, also merely just became acquainted. Since that's the case, why can't this city lord invite him? Who in the 9 cities doesn't know that this city lord has always craved talents, like a thirsty person for water?" Su Yi was angered until he clenched his jaws tightly. He knew that what Sun Yunjing said was the truth. Previously, everyone all misunderstood that Yi Yuan intentionally got close to Su Yi in order to court Su Peiyin. Now, everyone knew that it was not the case anymore. Master Yi had no interest in Su Peiyin at all. Furthermore, Su Peiyin and Master Yi merely met along the way. They were also not some life-and-death friends. Then everyone had a chance, no? "Master Yi, our sky-blessed city invites you to join with the utmost sincerity." Master Yi, with Sun Yunjing taking the lead, the other few city lords joined in one after another. Each of the terms offered was better than the last. Su Yi wished to tear this bunch of fellows to shreds by the side. He hurriedly winked at his daughter. Su Peiyin was panicking long ago. But what could she say? Could she say that their encounter previously was not a happy one? Originally, she thought that Yi Yuan was just powerful in martial Dao. She did not expect that his alchemy Dao was even more terrifying than martial Dao. True grade coming into being. It was bound to cause a great sensation in the land of Heavenly South. At this time, she felt that saying anything was feeble. Su Peiyin looked at Su Yi with a bitter smile on her face. Right at this time, Chui Tong's cold snort sounded out. He said, "Humph, are the few of you trying to N-A-T-C-H people from Heavenly South City?" He came in front of Yi Yuan, beaming widely as he said, "Master Yi, Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South, ruling all of the cities. The resources of Heavenly South City are also not comparable to other cities. As long as Master Yi joins Heavenly South City, you can have anything you want." These words made everyone's faces change abruptly. Even Master Chui Tong actually already started to call him as Master Yi. Heavenly South City S-N-A-T-C Hing people, what business did the others still have? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression on his face, unable to tell what he was thinking. Boom! Suddenly, spiritual energy surged in the arena. The heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions gathered over here, crazily. Ha ha ha. I understand. I finally understand. Incredible. Truly impressive. It's well deserving of being true grade, a mere grade 2 heavenly pill actually let me break through. Within the venue, Jiang Li's loud laughter sounded out. It turned out that Jiang Li actually broke through. After obtaining the true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Jiang Li's mind was fully absorbed in it. He did not know the slightest about outside matters. After observing for a long time, Jiang Li could not understand the profound aspect of the true grade heavenly pill too. Hence, he simply swallowed it in one gulp. The best way to feel a medicinal pill was to take it. In his view, no matter how powerful this true grade heavenly pill was, it was also a merely grade 2 heavenly pill. There would not be any effect. He had to comprehend it carefully and grasp the mystery of the true grade heavenly pill. As a result, once the foundation establishment heavenly pill entered his abdomen, a wild power of rule surged within his body. The small world in his body seemed to have been inspired by something. At that moment, the realm of jade, sovereign heaven that he failed to break through for a long time, actually broke through. Sublime realm to sovereign realm was a huge threshold. Recalling back then, Luo Yunqing's sword intent was a stonies, H.I. plussing, and he was likewise at a standstill in front of this gate for a long time. If not for him forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all, he probably would not have broken through so easily either. It could be seen how difficult it was for limitless sublime heavenly stratum to break through to jade, sovereign heavenly stratum. Even though Jiang Li was extremely talented, he had stagnated in front of this step for a long time too. It was precisely because he failed to break through for a long time that he chose to join Waterbillow City and change the environment to comprehend the world. It was just that the effect was not good. He never dreamed that a measly little grade 2 heavenly pill actually let him break through. Everyone was shocked to the core. A grade 2 heavenly pill let a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through? At this moment, Cui Tong, Wu Dao, Ji Chun, Su Yi, Sun Yunjing. Their gazes stopped on Yi Yuan's face. They looked at this young face and felt that it was mysterious to the extreme. This true grade heavenly pill is actually so fearsome. A tiny little grade 2 heavenly pill actually helped a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to jade, sovereign heavenly stratum. The shock in Cui Tong's heart was written all over his face. Everything that happened today simply subverted his understanding. Is this true grade? Above 9th grade, truly incredible. Wu Dao also exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, the foundation establishment heavenly pill that you all look down on most is the strongest heavenly pill. It's not that a true grade heavenly pill is very strong. Jiang Li's cultivation realm has originally reached the peak of limitless sublime heavenly stratum, being only a hair's breadth away from jade, sovereign heavenly stratum. Foundation establishment heavenly pill is about cleansing the marrow and rebuilding the foundation. It can let a mortal body be reborn anew and enter heavenly stratum. And true grade heavenly pills integrate great Tao ACCU. Mulations, not only did it strengthen the medicinal effect, it can even spur comprehension ability. Jiang Li breaking through under this kind of circumstances isn't coincidental." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Cui Tong and the rest felt like it was another language. The most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill was actually the strongest heavenly pill. To them, the strongest meant pursuing more difficult heavenly pills and higher quality heavenly pills. No one would waste their energy on the measly little foundation establishment heavenly pill. But at this time, they discovered that they were really wrong. Yi Yuan's statement had subverted their understanding. Chapter 2653, See War. Chapter 2653, See War. Breaking through to jade, sovereign heavenly stratum. Every pore on Jiang Li's body felt relaxed. That feeling of invigoration was truly indescribable. He walked towards Yi Yuan slowly and gave a bow respectfully as he said, "Many thanks, Master Yi." Competing with Master Yi previously was Jiang Li overestimating my own ability. Jiang Li knows my mistake. This scene made everyone present incredibly shocked. They all knew how proud Heavenly South's #1 genius was. Now, Jiang Li actually put aside his pride and showed Yi Yuan the etiquette of a disciple. Spent a sky-high price of 68 million to buy a grade 2 heavenly pill, and even gave a disciple's bow to the other person. This was simply unimaginable to a peerless genius. But Jiang Li did it. Cui Tong, 3 people exchanged a glance, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Li was the same as them, coming from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Jiang Li's pride, they were very clear about it in their hearts. To be able to make the proud Jiang Li do so, it was absolutely not because he broke through, but that after he consumed the true grade heavenly pill, he became deeply aware of the gap between him and Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity was sufficient to make him give a disciple's bow. Of the people present, only Jiang Li took the true grade heavenly pill. Only he understood the prowess of the true grade heavenly pill best as well. The others could only indirectly understand it from the breakthrough image. Very clearly, the true grade heavenly pill was even more remarkable than they imagined. Amen. Yi Yuan just grunted indifferently, considered to have answered. Jiang Li gave another bow and said, Jiang Li is willing to serve by Master Ye's side. Master Yi, please kindly allow it. Yi Yuan fell silent. Clearly he was hesitating. Everyone's gazes were glued on Yi Yuan. Only after a long time did he nod his head and say, Can. Yi Yuan was bearing the enmity of the sex destruction. He must return to the 5 great heavenly regions. He must destroy the Pill Alliance. But he could not destroy the Pill Alliance alone. The Pill Alliance's strength was too powerful. Putting aside that terrifying alliance chief, Huang Fu Cloudthink could likely break through to Saint Sovereign Realm before long too. Also that Xiao Fei Bai, his strength was also sect master level. Even Tsang Yongning could refine true grade heavenly pills. Yi Yuan did not feel that the Pill Alliance's alliance chief could not refine true grade heavenly pills. Now that the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds even more. Yi Yuan needed powerful strength as well as a powerful faction. Since that was the case, why not set up a force that belonged to him in this land of Heavenly South? The Pill Pavilion was gone. He should rebuild the Pill Pavilion in Heavenly South then. Jiang Li was overjoyed when he heard that and came behind Yi Yuan, standing to one side respectfully. This scene dumbfounded everyone with astonishment. Breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, Jiang Li was equivalent to becoming a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. But he actually put aside his pride to follow Yi Yuan. At this time, Galing suddenly said, Master Yi, this disciple also wants to follow by your side. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, aloud. Galing was overjoyed and also came behind Yi Yuan, standing obediently. Cui Tong, 3 people exchanged glances, all shocked beyond words. And at this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, cupped his fists to everyone, and said, Apologies, everyone. Miss Su and Huang Haoyan gave me a lift on the sea. It's also considered to have rendered me considerable help. This, ye had better stay in calm South City. Hearing this, regardless of whether it was Cui Tong or Sun Yunjing, they all had disappointed expressions on their faces. But Su Yi was wild with ecstasy. He even despaired just now. He did not expect that there was a glimpse of hope in the dark. Yi Yuan actually stayed. Such a master staying in calm South City, the benefits were unimaginable. Even if calm South City propped him up, there was no problem at all too. Su Yi already expected that after tomorrow, calm South City would definitely become the center of the entire land of Heavenly South. Countless powerhouses would gather here. This situation was absolutely greatly beneficial to him, the city lord. Boom! Crack! Crack! Before Su Yi had time to be happy, he He was taken aback by a thunderbolt in clear weather. This bright blue sky. How can there be such a thunderclapping noise? Quick, go out and take a look, Sui said with a frown. His subordinate received the order and hurriedly went out to inquire. Momentarily, the subordinate returned and reported, City Lord, Your Excellency, the wind and clouds suddenly changed outside. There are dark clouds gathering overhead, lightning flash, plussing, and thunder rumbling with rain falling in torrents. Chui Tong also frowned and said, Why did the weather suddenly change? Could it be that something happened? Come, let's go out and take a look. Everyone went out, and their expressions immediately changed drastically. In broad daylight, the weather turned completely dark. Dark clouds covered the sky. The torrential rain became a continuous line, pouring into the city frantically. When Sui saw the situation, his expression changed wildly, and he said, At this rate of pouring, the seawater will inevitably rise. Once the true spirit sea race invades, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. Quickly the order. Gather the subjects of the surrounding counties and have them retreat to calm South City. Chui Tong's expression was solemn as he said, This situation, could it be? Wu Dao, who was by the side, nodded and said it should be. It's the Thistle South royal clan's creation, Heavenly Rain secret technique. But this scale of secret technique, the Thistle South royal clan, probably mobilized no less than 10 grade 4 high priests. Unleash, plussing this level of secret technique will wear the high priests down immensely. They probably won't be able to move within 30 years. What manner of lunacy is the Thistle South royal clan going through? Su Yu's expression changed wildly when he heard that and said, It's actually the creation, Heavenly Rain secret technique. Is the Thistle South royal clan launching a sea war? How is this possible? A sea war was an all-out war. This scale would virtually affect the entire land of Heavenly South. No one would be spared. In this kind of war, there would be countless casualties, regardless of whether it was Heavenly South's various races or the sea race. But the most deadly casualties would naturally still be Heavenly South's various races. For so many years, although the land of Heavenly South had had a lot of friction with the Thistle South Sea region, they mostly neither hurt nor itched. This degree of sea war had happened before too, but those were all special circumstances. However, this time, the Thistle South royal clan suddenly launched a sea war without the slightest warning in advance. Creation Heavenly Rain secret technique was the sea race's high priest summoning heavenly rain through the rule of water, through large-scale rainfall, forcibly creating a sea and attacking the city from there. When Sui and the rest saw this scene, how could they not be shocked? Chui Tong had a solemn expression as he said, This matter is by no means insignificant. We must inform Heavenly South City right away and let City Lord His Excellency send an army over. But it's probably too late already. This sea war this time is too sudden. Sui was anxious until he stomped his foot. Nas. Plussing his teeth, he said, Why? Why is it like this? Our land of Heavenly South has long already established a treaty with the Thistle South royal clan to absolutely not launch a sea war within 1,000 years. Why are they going against the agreement? The Thistle South royal clan taking action was no longer what a puny little calm South City could resist. They could eradicate calm South City by casually sending a group of Jade Sovereign Heavens over. But in the crowd, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This sudden change made him think of Su Peiyun and the others being hunted down at sea. According to what Su Peiyun they all said, the Merfolk clan should not have pursued frenziedly to that extent. Yet they did it. This bunch of people robbed their treasure vault. Very clearly, there was something that they attached great importance to inside. Now, even the Thistle South royal clan was alarmed. Then it was very likely that even the royal clan attached great importance to the lost item too. Could it be that conch? Chapter 2654. I'll accompany you. Chapter 2654. I'll accompany you. Huang Haoyan, take that conch out and let everyone see it, Yi Yuan said. He did not recognize it, but it did not mean that these jade sovereign heaven powerhouses did not know it either. After all, they had been dealing with the sea race for many years. It was also not strange to recognize the royal clan's treasures. Huang Haoyan complied with his words and took the conch out. Elder Chui, I wonder if you all recognize this object? Yi Yuan asked. When Chui Tong saw the conch, his expression changed wildly, and he said, Could this be the legendary Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Chui Tong's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said, The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the ultimate clan treasure of the Thistle South Sea region royal clan. Its power is boundless. I heard that it's a low-grade Grand Mist treasure. Grand Mist treasure? Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. He had not heard of Grand Mist treasure before. When the Pill Alliance's alliance chief took out the Grand Mist treasure, he had already been sent into the void. But Chui Tong had a solemn look as he said, Above Heavenly Spirit treasure is Grand Mist treasure. Grand Mist treasure. That's the weapon of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. There's no mistake. The appearance of this sea conch is exactly the same as what this old man heard about. It's just that this old man can't feel its power, but I don't know why. Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun's faces turned deathly pale. Only then did they know that they had gotten into big trouble. No wonder back then the Merfolk tribe would actually pursue so relentlessly. Presumably, the Merfolk tribe knew the importance of it. That was why they reported it to the Thistle South Royal Clan, resulting in the sea war this time. The moment Su Yi heard, he said in a great rage, Huang Haoyan, look what you've done! He did not expect that Huang Haoyan and his daughter actually got into such big trouble. Now he wished to smack Huang Haoyan to death with one slap. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, he cried bitterly as he said, Sea City, Lord Your Excellency, I really didn't know. If I had long known that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was in the Merfolk tribe, I wouldn't have dared to take it even if I had 10 times the courage. Su Yi gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, What's the use of saying this now? If you have the capability, go and talk to the Thistle South Royal Clan. The other people's faces were also unfriendly. Clearly, they were very displeased with Huang Haoyan. After all, the implications of this matter were too great. The entire land of Heavenly South would probably be swept into this war. Father, it has nothing to do with Big Brother Yen. It was daughter who took this Emerald Sea Divine Conch out from the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. Su Peiyun also knelt down and said, You. Su Yi was angered until he almost vomited blood. Just now, when he blew his top, it seemed like he was in a thundering rage, but actually he had the intention of taking his daughter out. Su Yi knew that going to the Merfolk tribe was led by Huang Haoyan. Since that was the case, let him bear the responsibility then. He did not expect that his daughter actually jumped out herself. Under the watchful gazes of the people, how could he still defend her? Huang Haoyan's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, City Lord Your Excellency and seniors, this matter was orchestrated by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. Peiyun only used the water concealment pearl to sneak into the Merfolk tribe after listening to me. This matter, Haoyan will bear it all myself. I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch now and go explain it clearly to the Thistle South Royal Clan. The current Huang Haoyan, the cowardly look in his eyes, had disappeared. What replaced it was the responsibility that a man assumed. The moment Su Yi heard, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that Huang Haoyan would actually say something like this. It seemed like this boy had genuine feelings for his daughter. However, between Huang Haoyan and his daughter, he would obviously choose his daughter. Okay, the trouble that you caused, resolve it yourself. Sui said in a solemn voice. The others did not stop him and just observed with cool detachment. Causing this kind of catastrophe, doing so as ought to be. Father! Su Peiyun had tears in her eyes as she said shrilly. Huang Haoyan received the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and said to Su Peiyun with a smile, Peiyun, don't mess around. This matter was caused by me in the first place. It should naturally be shouldered by me. City Lord Su isn't wrong. Don't hate him. But, Su Peiyun said in tears, there's no but. If there's a next life, we'll still be together. Huang Haoyan kissed Su Peiyun in front of everyone. This scene should have been beautiful, but at this time it seemed very bleak. Everyone knew that when Huang Haoyan left, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Whether or not the sea race would still continue to launch the sea war after accepting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hard to say. But Huang Haoyan would definitely die. Finished saying, Huang Haoyan turned around and left. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. He said, hold on. Huang Haoyan was taken aback and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and asked, what advice does Master Yi have? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll accompany you. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Facing the sea race army, even a jade sovereign heaven powerhouse would not dare to go out too, let alone a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum? Was Yi Yuan tired of living, accompanying Huang Haoyan to go and die? No, you mustn't at this time. Before Huang Haoyan spoke, Cui Tong immediately turned down. Jiang Li also urged, How En? Oh, Bli is Master Yes status? How can you risk your life? There was the secret of true grade, heavenly pill on Yi Yuan. This held extraordinary significance to the land of heavenly south. But he was actually going to send himself to death. The group of city lords spoke up one after another, stopping Yi Yuan from going out. Just one sentence, and the warmth in Huang Haoyan's heart could not be described using words at all, although the trouble was caused by him. But at this time, he hoped that someone could come forward and speak up for him. He did not do it on purpose. He just made an unintentional mistake. But no, the people present all treated him like he was a jinx, casting him aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. If a jade sovereign heaven came forward at this time and accompanied him, his hope of surviving would greatly increase. But there was no one. He did not expect that at this time Yi Yuan would come forward. Master Yi, Haoyan appreciates your good intentions, but your status is N. Oh, Bli and can accompany me to go and die. It's better for Haoyan to go alone for this. Huang Haoyan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Who told you, and I'm accompanying you to go die? This Yi hasn't lived enough yet. All right, this matter is settled like this. You all don't need to persuade anymore. But Cui Tong said in a solemn voice, Young Master Yi, this absolutely won't do. You can't go. He looked like if Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would definitely use force. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Cui, you can't make me stay. We can make a bet. If you make a move against me today, it will be impossible for a true grade, heavenly pill to appear in the land of heavenly south anymore. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a move. He naturally knew Cui Tong's thoughts. The reason why these people were so polite to him was naturally in hopes that he would pass down the method of true grade. Therefore, this was what they cared about most, and not him. In contrast, Huang Haoyan was much more sincere. Cui Tong's gaze turned intent. A look of struggle appeared in his eyes. How could a puny little greater sublime heaven possibly escape from the hands of a jade sovereign heaven? But Yi Yuan's calm appearance made him somewhat lacking in confidence. If he really pushed Yi Yuan into a corner but failed to control him, then the consequences would be severe. Yi Yuan ignored Cui Tong and said to Sui, City Lord Su, prepare some heavenly medicines for me according to the list in this jade slip. The more the merrier. Chapter 2655. Can we talk nicely now? Chapter 2655. Can we talk nicely now? On the city wall, Chui Tong, Su Yi, and the rest all turned pale. In the distance, it was full of sea folk in a dense swarm, a vast expanse stretching to infinity. The Thistle South Sea region's area was extremely vast. The area was more than 10 times that of the land area of Heavenly South. The Thistle South royal clan commanded dozens of large and small tribes, numbering in the hundreds of millions. This is also too terrifying. The Thistle South royal clan moved the entire Thistle South Sea region over. Su Yi said in a trembling voice. At this time, calm South City was surrounded tightly in all directions by the sea race like an iron bucket with no way out at all. Even if a Jade Sovereign Heaven came out, no need for the sea race's Jade Sovereign Heavens to make a move. They would probably be piled to death by people too. Chui Tong said in a solemn voice, Huang Haoyan, this boy really deserves 1,000 times over. Many people nodded their heads, clearly agreeing a lot with this statement. Right, you might not have intended it, but so many people had to be buried in death with you. Sigh, a shame about Yi Yuan. Really don't know how that boy thinks, to actually want to accompany Huang Haoyan to go and die. Could it be that he thinks that he's a saint sovereign heaven powerhouse? Sun Yunjing shook his head and said, in the end, Chui Tong still did not choose to make a move. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan had an incomparably powerful faction behind him. This kind of genius disciple. How could he possibly not have any treasures on him to defend himself? If he was captured, it was still fine. But if he could not capture him, not only would the true grade heavenly pill go up in smoke, it might even bring down a powerful force against them. Right now, the Thistle South Sea race this hurdle was already a pain. If new problems cropped up again unexpectedly, he could not shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, he could only allow Yi Yuan to mess around. All right, let us go out. At this time, Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came from the bottom of the city wall. The city gates opened. A small boat followed the current and steered in the direction of the Seafolk army. On the boat, Huang Haoyan was trembling. Before coming out, he could say it very confidently. But when it really came down to it, he still could not help becoming scared. Especially that there was a dense crowd of seafolk in front. How could he not be afraid? And Master Yi, aren't you afraid? Huang Haoyan's tongue was somewhat knotted. He saw that Yi Yuan was very calm and did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Even Heavenly South City, Lord, also could not possibly be as calm as Yi Yuan when facing such a large army. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, if you have the strength, you'll naturally have the confidence. Just relax. There's nothing to be scared of. Actually, the ones who are not to be trifled with the most in this world are heavenly alchemists. Huang Haoyan rolled his eyes. The heavenly alchemists on top of city walls. Even if there were not more than 50 of them, at least there were 30 of them. But no one talked like Yi Yuan. However, seeing that Yi Yuan was so calm, Huang Haoyan's mood really eased up a little and was no longer as scared as he was before. Very soon, the small boat floated in front of the Seafolk army. In virtually an instant, the two were surrounded tightly by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen pale once again. The powerful pressure made him virtually unable to breathe, unable to even speak. Two greater sublime, heavenly stratum little fellows actually dare to come and seek death, flay the two of their skins, and hold it up to make flag posts. A black-robed general with a fish head and human body shouted loudly. This black shark sea folk had the cultivation of peak jade sovereign heaven, his strength Estones. H.I. Plussing. Clearly, he was the commander-in-chief for this army. He did not give Yi Yuan two people a chance to explain either, directly killing them. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, I have the thing that you all want. As he said, he raised the Emerald Sea Divine conch high up. When the Black Shark commander saw the Emerald Sea Divine conch, his gaze suddenly turned sharp and he cried out in surprise. Emerald Sea Divine Conch! It's indeed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch! What are you all still in a dash for? Kill the two of them for me, and seize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch!" Under his word of command, countless sea folk rushed forward in swarms. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that the other party was actually so unreasonable. The rule where delegates must not be killed when two countries were at war completely did not exist in the other party's eyes. Humph! Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, sword energy suddenly rippling out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. H. Plus it was only to see. Sword light flash. Plussing. Within a few breaths of time, he already reaped the lives of hundreds of sea folk. Huang Haoyan was dumbfounded with shock from watching and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the second form of great Tao transformation! No wonder, Master, you could repel the merfolk tribe with his power alone." On top of the city walls, when Cui Tong and the rest saw this scene too, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. "This boy is also too monstrous. I thought that his alchemy path strength was so impressive, so his martial arts was probably not that good." Unexpectedly, he actually comprehended great Tao transformation. Furthermore, he already broke through to the second form. He's virtually invincible in greater sublime, heavenly stratum already. Cui Tong said in shock. Su Yi also said in shock. How on earth did he cultivate? Being proficient in both alchemy and martial arts, each one is immensely formidable. But Wu Dao shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's no use. He's just a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. No matter how strong his martial arts is, it's impossible to kill his way out too." Everyone's expressions changed, becoming heavy. Sending such a genius to go and die, it was too much of a shame. The Black Shark commander's eyes also turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, kill this boy for me." This sound naturally landed in Yi Yuan's ears too. He gave a cold snort and said, "Looks like when dealing with you barbarians, it's superfluous to pay courtesy first. Then let's draw arms before greeting." Yi Yuan stomped his feet. A light halo quickly spread out with him as the center. Around him, the eyes of the sea folk all rolled back and they collapsed. Even limitless sublime, heavenly stratums were not immune to. Those limitless sublime, heavenly stratums that came to kill Yi Yuan all seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, then fell into the water, convulsing endlessly. With Yi Yuan as the center, all those sea folk were all paralyzed. 300 feet, 1,000 feet, 1 mile, 10 miles. In several breaths of time, all of the sea folk within a radius of 10 miles were all paralyzed. On the surface of the water, those sea folk already had their fish bellies facing the sky, unable to fight anymore. What? This? How is this possible? When the Black Shark commander saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Not just him, those people on top of the city wall likewise had astonished faces. What's going on? My gee. Oh, this speed of killing is also too quick, right? The number of sea folk in a 10-mile radius, there are probably several 100,000, right? They all died in a few breaths of time? The muscles on the faces of Cui Tong and the rest were almost spasming out. No one thought that Yi Yuan actually still had this kind of terrifying means. Forget about the lesser sublime, heavenly stratums and greater sublime, heavenly stratums. Even for limitless sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses, they were all eliminated. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This was the windward topple after Yi Yuan improved it. The poison usage of windward topple was spread through the wind. After Yi Yuan improved it, the poison could be quickly applied through water currents. Furthermore, under this kind of torrential storm, the spreading speed of windward topple was even faster through the poison formation. My eyes aren't failing me, right? Huang Haoyan already closed his eyes to await death just now. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, The surrounding area became flat. Yi Yuan looked at the black shark commander from afar and said in a solemn voice, "Moron, can we talk nicely now?" Chapter 2656 Negotiation. Chapter 2656 Negotiation. What did you say? When the black shark commander heard that, he was immediately furious. The sea folk had bloodthirsty temperaments to begin with and were very irritable. How could he endure Yi Yuan's contemptuous tone? "I said moron." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Foolish human, you'll pay the price for your stupidity." The black shark commander's gaze turned dark, and he suddenly opened his gaping maws wide. A huge wave suddenly swept up from the water surface under Yi Yuan's feet, instantly engulfing Yi Yuan. An enormous water column rose to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. It could be gathered that the Yi Yuan inside the whirlpool was probably directly ground into dregs already. Seeing this, the black shark commander said smugly, "Ha, stupid human!" On top of the city walls, Chui Tong and the rest all sighed heavily. A peerless genius actually fell just like this. Although talented, he was a fool. Provoking the sea folk commander like this. How could there be the logic of not dying? "Moron, what are you being pleased about?" Yi Yuan's voice sounded out again. His body turned from illusory to solid. That water column did not hit him at all. The black shark commander trembled all over and said in astonishment, "Fine, lad, spatial rule." Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "Amen, at least you have some knowledge, moron. Then can we talk nicely now?" Yi Yuan repeatedly calling him a moron created a rage in the black shark's heart. His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you really think that this general can't do anything to you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, you have ways to deal with me. But before you kill me, I can assure you that these numerous underlings that you brought, those below Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, will all die. All these earlier were just a warning. If you're still impervious to reason, you can give it a try. If you really S me off, your Thistle South Royal clan will be a lone general without an army in the future." The black shark commander's gaze turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "Despicable human! USNATC had our Emerald Sea Divine Conch, and actually still dare to be so rude." He was afraid. To tell the truth, the scene of Yi Yuan instantly killing 10 miles worth of sea folk just now made him extremely fearful. These sea folk were not dead yet, but next time it would not necessarily be the case. This boy's method of poisoning was inconceivable. This time they brought more than 60% of the sea folk's combat force. If they all fell here, then the Thistle South Sea race would really suffer a great loss in vitality. Furthermore, the Thistle South Sea race was not peaceful across the four seas. They had extremely powerful opponents all around too. Once all these combat forces died out, then the Thistle South Royal clan would definitely be replaced. He could not afford this. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "If you were so obedient earlier, wouldn't it have been settled? The two of us came to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, and you were shouting and wrangling to kill us the moment you saw us. How rude! Now you're blaming us for being rude? Is it that if the two of us were directly killed by you, it would be called being polite?" The black shark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Since it's to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, hand it over." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Moron, does your fish brain work or not? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Sure. But shouldn't your sea race show some sincerity first? I think that you're not the person in charge here, right? Get the person in charge to come out." This black shark general's brain was completely stiff. He only knew how to shout and wrangle. How could this sort of person lead an operation of hundreds of millions of sea folk? Black Rain stepped down. The black shark commander still wanted to say something, but was stopped by a voice. Hearing this voice, the black shark commander immediately became incomparably respectful and stepped aside. In the sea race army, A youth with the head of a dragon and the body of a human slowly walked out. "Yes, Dragon's son, your highness," Black Rain said respectfully. At this time, Chui Tong and the rest exchanged glances on top of the city walls. Everyone looked at each other, all shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan really suppressed the Thistle South royal clan all by himself. He really did it. The Dragon's son showing himself. The sea race has already agreed to negotiate under Yi Yuan's oppression. We all thought that he went to deliver himself to death. In the end, he really did it. Chui Tong drew a cold breath as he was speaking. Yi Yuan's series of methods left him bedazzled, especially the scene of paralyzing a 10 miles radius of sea folk through the poison formation. The impact of that scene was too strong. A puny little greater sublime, heavenly stratum stood amidst countless sea folk, but was akin to a demon god. In fact, even the sea race army, the Peak Jade Sovereign Heaven Black Rain, could not do anything to him as well. Master Yi is really divine, Jiang Li said in surprise. Everyone nodded their heads, being already speechless. Who said that Yi Yuan went to seek death? The dragon's son looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you are so confident that no one among my sea race can suppress you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're a member of the royal clan. You don't need to say this sort of outwardly threatening, but inwardly trembling words to me. If I was scared of you all, I naturally wouldn't have dared to come out either. If you want to kill me, sure, but you'll need to be prepared to suffer heavy losses. I'll give you a chance. You can try it again, but this time it won't be an anesthetic anymore." The dragon's son's dragon face seemed to have an ugly look. The Thistle South royal clan was an existence that the entire land of Heavenly South dreaded. But now it suffered a loss in front of a boy. The dragon's son said in a solemn voice, "You humans stole my royal clan's treasure and actually still dare to threaten me. Do you really think that this dragon's son doesn't dare to fight it out?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Dragon's son, your highness, what the truth of this matter is, I believe that you're aware in your heart. How did your royal clan's ultimate treasure end up in the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion? This brother of mine was also just lucky enough to be there at the time. That's how he accidentally took the treasure away. To really talk about it, it's still your own people's problem." The dragon's son could not help feeling dejected. This incident was indeed their problem, but of course they would not admit it. Actually, this matter was really a coincidence. His younger sister, Huan Qin, was born from his royal father and a concubine of the Merfolk tribe and was deeply adored by royal father. Yet this La S relied on royal father's doting and committed all manners of misconduct in the Dragon Palace. This time, she even stole the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and quietly brought it back to her maternal side family and casually threw it into the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. As it happened, Huang Haoyan and party caught up and directly took it away. In reality, Huang Haoyan was really an ultimate scapegoat. However, this sort of thing the dragon's son would not say even if he was beaten to death. The dragon's son was somewhat impatient and waved his hand and said, "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over. Otherwise, I want to see whether or not you can really poison my army to death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dragon's son, are you taking me to be a fool? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Sure. You all immediately stop casting the creation, Heavenly Rain secret technique, and retreat to the coastline. 10 days later, I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and return it to the original owner there." "No way." Dragon's son waved his hand and immediately rejected it. He said, "You humans are the most untrustworthy. If you don't return it after 10 days, what about it?" In order to launch the sea war this time, the Thistle South royal clan expended a huge price too. How could they possibly let him withdraw just like this? In reality, wanting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was one thing. They were originally planning to teach the humans a painful lesson too. Chapter 2657. Emerald Sea Divine Conch's Change. Chapter 2657. Emerald Sea Divine Conch's Change. Being a grand mistreasure, I can't imagine its power. If I return it to you guys now, wouldn't it be tantamount to handing my own life to you? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the 10 days' time that he fought for, it was actually for Heavenly South to gather troops. If he returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and the other party went back on their word, it would be hard to guarantee that there would not be a big battle. The dragon's son frowned and said, no matter what, there's no way we'll agree to your terms. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, it looks like your goal isn't just the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Since that's the case, then there's no choice. Let's showcase our true abilities then. Done talking. Yi Yuan stomped his foot. The power of a grand array suddenly rippled out. When those sea folk saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed drastically and fled like crazy. Even the dragon's son's expression turned slightly pale too. He was only a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse and could not block Yi Yuan's poison. The dragon's son said, consider yourself ruthless. We'll withdraw. However, you have to make an origin divinity contract with this dragon son. If one party violates it, heaven and earth will destroy him. Yi Yuan said, coolly as it ought to be. The torrential rain ceased, and the tide receded. On the city wall, everyone saw the sea race leave with the waves and felt like they just had a dream. The Huang Haoyan who was beside Yi Yuan still had not wrapped his brain around it until now, his entire person feeling muddle-headed. He actually came back alive. This result was what he never expected. When Su Peiyun saw him, she jumped directly into his arms. Pi Peiyun, am I still alive? Am I dreaming? Huang Haoyan said in disbelief. Su Peiyun flicked him, having tears through her smile as she said, you're still alive. You're not dreaming. It was Master Yi who saved you. Right. Master Yi. It's Master Yi. Huang Haoyan suddenly startled awake and directly knelt down to Yi Yuan and said, many thanks to Master Yi for your life-saving grace. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, go back and rest. You take this heavenly tranquil pill back. Refine it well. This kind of grand spectacle had a great impact on Huang Haoyan's mind. Right now he was feeling ill at ease. It had a great impact on cultivation. He needed to adjust for a bit. Heavenly Tranquil Pill was the best heavenly pill for calming the spirit and focusing your mind. The grade of 9th grade perfection would naturally help Huang Haoyan stabilize his mind. Huang Haoyan received the Heavenly Tranquil Pill and felt incomparably touched and left with 1,000 thanks. Master, yes, means is truly Estonies. I plussing. What you saved isn't just Huang Haoyan. There's also all of these 9 city civilians. This Chui thanks Master Yi on their behalf for your great kindness. Chui Tong gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, now not planning on capturing me anymore? Chui Tong's old face turned red and he blushed and said, Master, you don't blame me. It's really that... Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, your ulterior thoughts can't be hidden from me. Rest assured. I'll leave behind a legacy in the land of Heavenly South. But that's my business. It has nothing to do with you, understand? When Chui Tong and the rest heard that, they were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly said, this Chui understands. At this very moment, only then did Chui Tong know how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Even the Black Shark General could not make Yi Yuan stay. Just the likes of them, 3 Middle Jade Sovereign Heavens. How could they keep Yi Yuan behind? Chui Tong could not help rejoicing for not making a move back then. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would never have left behind his legacy. Chui Tong's eyes swiveled around and he said, Master Yi, since you have such a fearsome poisoning method, can we wipe the sea race out in one fell swoop 10 days later? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, Elder Chui, you're thinking too much. How many hundreds of millions does the sea race living things are there? No matter how formidable my poison is, it's also impossible to poison all of them to death. Yi Yuan naturally knew Chui Tong's thoughts. He wanted to slaughter the Thistle South Sea race completely to avoid future troubles forever. It was just that he was merely utilizing an empty fort strategy previously. No matter how powerful the poison, it was also impossible to kill an entire sea region of sea race true spirits. Chui Tong opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face, You bluffed them? Yi Yuan smiled and said, The power of my poison formation is the strongest within 10 miles. Outside of 10 miles, it's beyond my ability. That Black Shark commander's strength is quite strong if it really came to blows. Do you feel that I'll have the chance to poison all of the sea folk to death? Slaughtering all of the sea folk, forget about me. Even if a saint sovereign heaven came, they can't do it too. This? Master Yi, you're playing mind games. Master Yi, once you get exposed, that's dying without a burial ground. You're really gutsy. The city lord big shots present were all shocked until they stared at him dumbfoundedly. Not only did Yi Yuan hide it from the dragon's son, he even hid it from the powerhouses in the city. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, This matter seems dangerous, but actually it's very safe. Anyone who saw me instantly killing 10 miles of sea folk will find it impossible to not be shocked. As long as he's afraid, I'll naturally be safe. At least, you all also thought that I could kill all of the sea folk, right? Chui Tong and the rest were taken aback and actually could not find the words to refute it. Yeah, the impact of that scene was seriously too intense. Even if it was a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, it would also be impossible to instantly kill all of the powerhouses in a radius of 10 miles. But Yi Yuan did it. Since he did it, that sort of psychological suggestion would be very strong. The sea folk feared death too, especially the royal clan. Therefore, the operation this time seemed dangerous, but was actually very safe. The gazes of Chui Tong and the rest, when they looked at Yi Yuan again, were already full of awe. Forget that this boy was proficient in both alchemy and martial arts. He was also bold and meticulous, having everything under control. Using there was a gully in his chest and a universe in his abdomen to describe Yi Yuan was all too apartment. Such a person was simply too monstrous. 10 days pas, said in a flash. The sea race army retreated, and the ocean became land once again. In 10 days, Heavenly South City also completed the assembly of an army and rushed to calm South City. Heavenly South Army's commander-in-chief was Heavenly South City's deputy city lord, Ning Guangqing. Yi Yuan was not concerned about the changes in the outside world. During these 10 days, he had been in close seclusion all along. After repeated battles, coupled with the help of heavenly pills, Yi Yuan's strength already reached peak, middle, greater, sublime, heavenly stratum. In these 10 days, he was currently breaking through to upper, greater, sublime heaven. Suddenly, one light halo after another suddenly lit up inside the secret chamber. Yi Yuan felt that his entire body started burning. Amen? This is... Yi Yuan looked at the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in front of him and had a look of shock. Ever since the battle outside the city, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was being safeguarded by Yi Yuan for the time being. He could not see through this item all along. It did not seem like a grand mistreasure at all. Otherwise, even if he did not know the grand mistreasure, it would also not be to an extent of not recognizing it. This conch was too ordinary. But today, an undulation actually occurred. Furthermore, its undulation actually affected him. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly calmed down. Within the secret chamber, spiritual energy suddenly gathered. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan broke through the bottleneck and reached upper greater sublime heaven. And this was not the end yet. Under the influence of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the blood in Yi Yuan's body started burning crazily. His realm was soaring toward grand completion, greater sublime heaven. Really interesting. I didn't expect to actually meet a clansman. Suddenly, a silver bell-like laughter sounded out in the secret chamber. Chapter 2658 Battling Dragon Girl. Chapter 2658 Battling Dragon Girl. You're from the Thistle South Royal Clan? Yi Yuan looked at the 6 or 7-year-old little girl in front of him and asked with a frown. The little girl was captivating and cute, like a porcelain doll, delighting people when they saw her. There was a pair of horns on top of her head, showing her ident. 1. Tai as a member of the Thistle South Royal Clan. Yi Yuan already knew that this Thistle South Royal Clan was actually a flood dragon lineage. A flood dragon was merely a low-level dragon race. Its bloodline was far from that of the true dragon race. But Yi Yuan could feel that the bloodline of this little girl in front of him was extremely strong. You're so lame. Is there still a need to ask such an obvious thing? The little girl said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, All right, looking at your appearance, you've been hiding in the Emerald Sea, divine conch all along. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this Emerald Sea divine conch actually formed its own SPC and a member of the dragon race actually hid inside. However, this treasure had always been in Huang Haoyan's hands. Yi Yuan did not probe it carefully either. This little girl was mischievous and had a sly look as she said, Yeah, when that beautiful big sister entered the merfolk tribe, I knew that the chance came. Hence, I hid in the Emerald Sea divine conch and entered the treasure depository pavilion, and then I was brought out by her. Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, looking at the little girl in shock. Heavenly South and Thistle South almost underwent a horrifying war. It was actually just because of this little girl's prank? Feeling the unfriendly look in Yi Yuan's eyes, the little girl was indifferent as she said with a grin, Big brother, don't look at me with this sort of eyes. I'm scared. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Scared? Hoo-hoo! Do you know that your prank almost plunged hundreds of millions of lives into misery and suffering? If not for Yi Yuan coming to Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes, the land of 9 cities would probably have already been razed to the ground. He was unable to tolerate this degree of prank. The little girl said without the least bit of care, What does that have to do with me? Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, Then why did you show yourself now? The little girl smiled and said, No reason. I'm just telling you that I'm leaving. Leaving? Where are you going? Yi Yuan frowned and asked. The little girl reached her hand out and beckoned. The Emerald Sea divine conch was hidden between her brows. Of course, I'm going out for a stroll. I've long been yearning for the land and really wanted to go out and take a look. I'm going bye-bye. Finished saying, the little girl took a step out and directly concealed into the void. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. Ouch! The little girl felt pain and was actually directly forced out. She looked at Yi Yuan with a look of annoyance and said, Hey, why are you bullying me? Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Your Thistle South Royal Clan launched a sea war for the Emerald Sea divine conch. Did you know that? The little girl said with annoyance. What has that got to do with me? Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, If you want to go, sure. Leave behind the Emerald Sea divine conch. The girl snorted lightly and said, Based on what? Yi Yuan's patience was worn out too, and he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, Not based on anything. Humph. You're merely a puny little, greater, sublime, heavenly stratum. That's all. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? The little girl had a black face, and she formed a spell with her hands. Immediately, the inside of the entire secret chamber was completely filled with water. Yi Yuan only felt that the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was completely isolated. Along with that, he felt that his movements, his thinking, even the circulation of the divine essence within his body, all had become slow. The moment she attacked, this little girl was actually a lower, limitless, sublime heaven. Furthermore, Her application of water rule had almost reached the penultimate. The little girl said smugly, "Humph, can't move any more, right? To dare make a move against this young lady, looking for a rebuff. Is that so? Break for me." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. 8 streaks of sword light suddenly bloomed. The powerful sword lights burst forth and actually directly blasted the water curtain apart. The little girl jumped in fright and said in shock, "How is this possible? Even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they can't break free from my water domain SPC too. You actually did it?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Originally, seeing that you were a little girl, I didn't want to stoop to your level. Looking at it now, you're really impervious to reason." This girlie was completely unreasonable. Having caused this Sif problem, she actually wanted to walk away from it. If he was still a middle grader sublime heaven, he would really have to expend some effort to deal with this girl. But now he already reached grand completion, greater sublime, heavenly stratum. With his law attainments, how could he fear a lower, limitless sublime heaven? Even though this little girl was indeed formidable. Humph! Just the likes of you? That little girl gave a cold snort, her hands forming a spell again. A water dragon condensed and emerged. When this water dragon appeared, it was akin to a living thing, carrying a pressure that stirred the soul. Great Tao transformation. Bang! How could the secret chamber withstand this kind of pressure? It directly collapsed. The powerhouses in the city were instantly startled and rushed over one after another. What happened? Who's that little girl? Thistle South Royal Clan. Great Tao transformation. This little girl's strength is so strong. Probably even Dragon Sun, Huaning, can't compare to her too. When did such a monster appear in the Thistle South Royal Clan? That little girl is formidable. But isn't Master Yi more formidable? In a short 10 days, he actually broke through 2 minor realms consecutively. Furthermore, he suppressed that water dragon completely, showing the might of his strength. Those city lords were all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan only broke through for 10 days and actually directly reached grand completion, greater sublime, heavenly stratum. This cultivation speed was a little too terrifying. What was even more surprising was that Yi Yuan's combat strength could already confront a limitless sublime, heavenly stratum head-on. One had to know this little girl herself was in existence who could jump realms and battle. At this time, Yi Yuan's 8 transformed swords erupted with rays of brilliant light in the void, ravaging the water dragon full of injuries. The little girl's complexion turned paler. She never paid attention to Yi Yuan at all before. Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in her eyes. Who would have expected that the ant in her eyes actually forced her into a FLU, sir? In the royal clan, she was invincible in the same rank. Even her elder brother, Dragon Sun Huaning, was not her match either. Now, she was actually forced into such a state by a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. Humph! Stinking big brother, bad big brother, you forced me. The little girl's glabella lit up, and the emerald sea divine conch appeared. A terrifying power instantly enveloped the entire city. The light halo spread out, shrouding onto the water dragon. That water dragon that was covered all over with wounds and scars actually recovered fully in an instant. Furthermore, its body became much more solid, its power rising to a new high compared to before. Roar! The water dragon opened its mouth and countless water arrows gushed out, flying straight for Yi Yuan. When everyone saw this scene, they were all greatly shocked. No one expected that mysterious emerald sea divine conch actually became so powerful in this little girl's hands. The power of the water dragon increased several times all at once. Under these water arrows, even if it's a middle, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum, they would probably have to die with regrets too. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, sort of great Tao chop. Above the void, 8 sword lights suddenly merged into one, and Astoni's H.I. plussing sword intent chopped down towards the water dragon under Yi Yuan's control. At the same time, Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan mountain and placed it in front of him. Those countless water arrows were unable to pierce through the Heavenspan mountain at all. Swiss H. Plus under the sword, the water dragon was directly severed into two. Chapter 2659, Disciplining. Chapter 2659, Disciplining. Big Bada Brother, how can you be so strong? The little girl opened her eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on her face. A greater sublime, heavenly stratum was actually even stronger than her. She utilized the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. But it's useless. It was only to see the little girl muttering something. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch seemed to have been inspired, bursting forth with an even stronger light halo. The entire calm South City fell into a huge panic all at once. Chui Tong's complexion was deathly pale as he said in shock, "Is this the power of a legendary Grand Miss treasure? This power seems to be like heavenly Tao pressing down. Even if it's a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they will probably perish under this attack too." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a solemn expression. The power of this Grand Miss treasure was simply too terrifying. Even he felt heart palpitations too. Without a doubt, once this move landed, it would absolutely be an earth-shattering blow. Most likely, the entire calm South City would be directly destroyed. Yi Yuan did not expect that a little girl was actually so terrifying that she could unleash this kind of terrifying power. Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression changed, the little girl seemed to have the delight of winning, and said with a giggle, "Big Bada Brother, you know my prowess now, right? Relax, I won't kill you. I'm just going to beat you flat on the ground." Although the little girl was capricious, she did not seem to be a bloodthirsty person. Yi Yuan's expression was livid, but right at this time, that mysterious calling sensation previously welled up in his heart again. It was precisely by absorbing this mysterious power that Yi Yuan broke through to the realm of grand completion, greater sublime, heaven within a short time. That was the power of bloodline. At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Following that mysterious power, Yi Yuan searched for it. The blood in Yi Yuan's body started boiling again. After ascending to heavenly stratum, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have already incubated, without the slightest activity. But at this time, this mysterious power was hooked out by the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his eyes and let out a cold cry, "Collect!" The terrifying power that covered the city immediately disappeared without a trace. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch also turned into a beam of light and flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The little girl opened her eyes wide, looking at this scene with a look of disbelief on her face. "Why Wei Yu? What did you do?" A look of fear finally showed on the little girl's face, and the city full of people let out a long sigh of relief too. It was just that their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became even weirder. Just how many trump cards did this guy have? The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was clearly this girl's lifeblood treasure. How did it suddenly get collected by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan looked at the little girl with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold snort, "It doesn't matter what I've done. What's important is what you've done." Swizz. H. Plus his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure flashed, already arriving in front of the little girl. The little girl's final reliance was also gone at this time, turning pale with fright. How could she still have the courage to fight back? Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner and scattered the divine essence that the little girl had gathered with a slap. Then he scooped the little girl up and smacked the girl's U.T. talks vigorously. Slap, slap, slap. Smack after smack, making everyone dumbfounded with shock. That appearance was just like a father using corporal punishment on his child. These few slaps by Yi Yuan carried divine essence, The little girl's tears actually streamed down like pearls in her pain. Each of Yi Yuan's slaps was very vicious. The little girl was still unwilling to submit at first, attempting to condense divine essence to break free from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. Before her divine essence was gathered, it would be scattered by Yi Yuan. Bad big brother. Stinking big brother. The #1 baddest big brother in the world. Even royal father and royal mother can't bear to hit me. But you actually dared to hit my BU-T talks. After going back, I'll definitely tell royal father and have him hit your BU-T talks too. The current little girl was exactly the same as an ordinary little girl. While Cui Tong and the rest exchanged glances, having shocked expressions on their faces. Without a doubt, this little girl's royal father was the king of the Thistle South Sea region, the Black Flood Dragon King. Master Yi, you can't hit anymore. Don't hit. Cui Tong hurriedly spoke up. This little girl should be Black Flood Dragon King's newly gained daughter 100 years ago. I heard that she's pampered to the extreme, insulting her highness, little dragon girl like this. Black Flood Dragon King definitely won't let you off. Heavenly South had always paid close attention to the Thistle South royal clan's dynamics. 100 years ago, Black Flood Dragon King and the Merfolk tribe's holy daughter got together and gave birth to a little dragon girl. This little dragon girl's bloodline power was extremely powerful, even stronger than the Black Flood Dragon King. After being born, she was regarded as the apple in his eyes, and she was incomparably doted upon. This little dragon girl was merely 100 years old and was actually already limitless sublime, heavenly stratum. Her talent could be seen. Yi Yuan was expressionless and was not moved at all. This little girl was lawless and unbridled, and almost caused a great disaster. Yet, she behaved completely fine. Not teaching her a bit of lesson, she would surely be the bane of Heavenly South in the future. Wah! 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 Little dragon girl wept heavily, tears quickly turning into a huge ocean. Before long, calm South City's water level actually reached the knee. Girlie, do you know that you're wrong yet? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. I'm not wrong. Pa, know that you're wrong yet? Ouch, I know that I was wrong. Nice big brother. You're my bestest big brother. I beg you, stop hitting. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan finally let the girl go, only to discover that her eyes were already swollen from crying. However, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burdens. It was true that this La SS was too roguish. 100 years of age, was merely just a child to the Flood Dragon clan. This La SS was not wicked, but she was clearly spoiled rotten and was already lawless and unbridled. If he left her to leave today, disregarding that a long war would happen between Heavenly South and Thistle South, he would also be killed by her. This sort of thing made Yi Yuan very angry, so he struck extremely heavily. The little girl used an extremely hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, daring to feel indignant, but she did not dare to speak. Yi Yuan completely ignored her and said coolly, if you want to leave, it is up to you. This Emerald Sea Divine conch, I'll be keeping it. The little girl gritted her teeth and said, leaving the Emerald Sea Divine conch, I'll dry up and die on land. Humph, you're forcing me to go back. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what if I'm forcing you? You, this girl, are too roguish. If you're not disciplined, you'll surely cause a disaster in the future. What was scary was not roguishness. What was scary was an existence whose mischievousness became second nature and had terrifying talent too. Yi Yuan knew that this little girl was extremely talented. At a young age, she already comprehended the rule of water to an extremely high realm. If she harbored malicious intent in the future, the people will probably be plunged into misery and suffering. All right, it's almost time. I'm going to return the Emerald Sea Divine conch. Yi Yuan said coolly, wait a minute. Right at this time, there was an undulation from the transmission array in the city. Several figures appeared. After these few people came out, they just happened to hear Yi Yuan's words and immediately stopped him. Chui Tong's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed as he said, "Deputy City Lord, Iron Core." Iron Core looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the supreme treasure of the Thistle South Royal Clan. It can't be returned. Today, my Heavenly South Army has already gathered. Even if the Black Flood Dragon King comes in person, we won't fear him either. Come, hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over to me." Chapter 2660. Still want it? Chapter 2660. Still want it? Iron Core stretched out his hand, having an expression that it was natural and right. Chui Tong hurriedly said, "Brother Iron Core, this Emerald Sea Divine Conch was guaranteed by Yi Yuan to the Dragon's Son with an origin divinity contract that he'll return it. That's why the sea folk would return to the coastline. If he doesn't return it, Yi Yuan will die from Heavenly Dao's backloss. H. Plus, Iron Core said indifferently, exchanging a greater sublime heavenly stratum for a grand mist treasure. This is a great bargain. Brat, hurry up and hand it over. Don't force this city, Lord, to make a move. Sacrificing you alone to bolster the land of Heavenly South. Your sacrifice is very meaningful." Chui Tong was dumbfounded when he heard it. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was not an ordinary greater sublime heavenly stratum. His significance was even greater than a grand mist treasure. "Brother Iron Core." No need to say any more. This city lord's mind is made up. Chui Tong still wanted to explain more, but was directly cut off by Iron Core. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Boy, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, this city lord is going to make a move." "No need. You can directly make a move." Yi Yuan was directly amused from extreme anger. This guy's brazenness was really to the extreme level. He stabilized the situation of the sea war with his power alone. This guy was good, wanting his life and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the moment he came. Very good, very powerful. Iron Core's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Drink your B.L.O.O.D.Y head. Just the likes of you also want my Emerald Sea Divine Conch. See if I don't take care of you. Big brother, return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to me. I want to teach him a lesson." Before Yi Yuan said anything, Little Dragon Girl lost it first. Little Dragon Girl was young, but it did not mean that she did not understand anything. Yi Yuan taking the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, it was just to return it. But this deplorable guy wanted to take it for himself. If he really prevailed, she would probably have to die here too. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and handed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. He only took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in through that trace of mysterious sensation just now. He did not know the method of usage at all. But Little Dragon Girl was different. After Little Dragon Girl got the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, she did not talk nonsense either, directly deploying it. A terrifying pressure descended once more. A huge wave gushed out of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, directly cruise. H.I. plussing over toward Iron Core. Iron Core's entire being was stunned. Before he had time to react, Little Dragon Girl had already taken action. Seeing the enormous wave smash over, Iron Core only felt his hair stand on end. However, he was, at any rate, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven superpower house. It was naturally impossible to be taken down just like that. It was only to see him give a cold snort and suddenly smash a fist over. Boom! The terrifying fist force directly collided together with the enormous wave, emitting a violent explosion sound. But Iron Core's entire person was directly smashed flying out. Emerald Sea Tide, endless water dragons. Little Dragon Girl gave a light cry. The water level of the entire calm South City practically rose several meters in an instant. Several dozen water dragons rose from the water. Everyone only saw that several dozen water dragons were dancing wildly in the air, utterly terrifying. The water dragons gave no chance for explanations, each and every one bearing its fangs and brandis. I, plussing its claws, Russ. I, plussing over toward Ironcore. Each of these water dragons actually possessed the strength of a jade, sovereign, heavenly stratum. From this point of view, when Little Dragon Girl was fighting with Yi Yuan previously, she probably did not even display 1% of her means. Fortunately, his bloodline power was even purer than Little Dragon Girl's. That was how he collected the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, he would really be in Nimbara's Sing situation. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They all knew that a Grand Mist treasure was powerful, but did not expect that it was actually this formidable. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum law S could actually summon dozens of jade, sovereign heaven level water dragons. She alone was equivalent to a large army. However, Yi Yuan knew that actually they had misunderstood. Ordinary people could not unleash the true power of Emerald Sea Tide at all. Little Dragon Girl's dragon race bloodline was extremely pure. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was her lifeblood treasure. That was how she could unleash its power to the maximum degree. It was also no wonder that she dared to run out alone. With this Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this little girl was practically established in an undefeatable position. It was just that probably even Little Dragon Girl herself did not expect to actually run into a freak like Yi Yuan, whose dragon race bloodline was even purer than her. Dripping water penetrating stone. Myriad arrows, simultaneous release. Dragon prancing the 4 seas. Under Little Dragon Girl's control, the dozens of water dragons bombarded Ironcore frenziedly, virtually without resting in the least bit. However, Ironcore was well deserving of being Heavenly South City's Deputy City Lord too. His strength was incomparably fearsome. Although he only had the ability to parry, he barely managed to hold on. But Little Dragon Girl's complexion started turning a little pale. Her cultivation realm was too low after all. How could she withstand such a huge consumption? Big brother, I almost can't hold on anymore. Hurry up and lend me a bit of your true dragon power. Little Dragon Girl said anxiously. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pressed his palm on Little Dragon Girl's back. Boom! Little Dragon Girl's tender face turned red all at once. That surging and pure true dragon power was akin to tidewater, making her empty dragon power become incomparably plentiful all of a sudden. Boom! Outside, those water dragons seemed to have received the summons, their stature suddenly increasing several times, their strength also greatly increasing. Ironcore was originally still being pleased with himself, planning on draining Little Dragon Girl. How could he know? This sudden change caught him by surprise. He only felt a tremendous force transmit over. Those water dragons breached his defenses unreasonably. One terrifying surge of force after another bombarded against his body. Ironcore spurted fresh blood wildly, only having the ability to parry and no more power to fight back. Ha ha ha, amazing. Big brother, you're really amazing. I've never felt such a powerful strength before. Little Dragon Girl laughed like a silver bell tinkling, appearing very happy, while the powerhouses present were stunned. What's going on here? Why would Master Yi have such powerful true dragon power? I heard that Little Dragon Girl's dragon blood is the purest in the Thistle South Sea region, but it looks like Master Yi is a lot stronger than her. Freak. Really a freak. A grand completion greater sublime heaven and a lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished Deputy City Lord off. A Grand Mist treasure was indeed a powerful treasure. It could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. But this kind of increment was also too terrifying. 2 small fries together actually finished off a giant dragon. This conclusion, anyone would be shocked by it. Hee hee. Do you still want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Still want it. Amen? Still want it or not? Yi Yuan's dragon power was not powerful, but it was pure. Incomparably pure. Little dragon girl pummeled Iron Core onto the ground now, rubbing him on the ground over and over again. I don't want it anymore. Really don't want any more. My grandaunt, quickly stop. Iron Core wailed. He was currently covered in injuries. Continuing to fight like this, even if he was made out of iron, he would be pummeled to death too, if not for his cultivation realm being much higher than Yi Yuan two people. He would have long died several times over. But at this point, he had no other choice but to beg for mercy. Chapter 2661. Persuasion. Chapter 2661. Persuasion. Since you don't want any more, leave then. Yi Yuan brought little dragon girl along and left proudly. Everyone looked at these two people's back view, their faces dumbfounded. On the ground, Iron Core was thrashed until he was wailing endlessly. Although the water dragons failed to kill him, it still made him suffer immensely. These two added together, they are simply the devils incarnate. Chui Tong exclaimed. Su Yi had a bitter smile on his face as he said, Isn't that so? That power just now, probably only if City Lord His Excellency comes. Can he suppress it, right? The others will only get pummeled. That's Deputy City Lord Iron Core, a grand completion, Jade's sovereign heaven overlord. He was actually pummeled at will. Seriously, Sun Yunjing shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Big brother, you're really amazing. Aren't you a human? Why is your bloodline power so pure? I have half dragon race bloodline. Big brother, we're also considered comrade-in-arms who have fought side by side already. I beg you, don't send me back, all right? You heard it too. If you don't go back, I'll have to die. But is there no other way? I finally managed to come out. So I really don't want to go back. Very sorry. There isn't any way at all. Didn't you sign an Origin Divinity contract with my brother? Later, you return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to him. Then you help me N-A to C, H it back, all right? Along the way, little dragon girl turned into a chatterbox, blabbering away nonstop in Yi Yuan's ear. It was just that at this time there was no longer the previous detest. She was looking at Yi Yuan with a wars. H-I plus pink face instead. In her eyes, she seemed to really treat Yi Yuan as her elder brother. Seeing little dragon girl's transformation, Yi Yuan sighed for a while too. This girl was simply a child who had not grown up and did not have any thoughts of good or evil. She only did things based on temporary likes and dislikes. Furthermore, little dragon girl's bloodline was pure and her strength was powerful. She had never met someone more powerful than her. Therefore, this little girl was incredibly haughty. But everything had its vanquisher. She was subdued by Yi Yuan. First was teaching a lesson. Then it was revealing his pure bloodline. Hence, this little girl was thoroughly convinced. Sish. O-R-E, the Sea Race army gathered. Yi Yuan left the huffy little dragon girl and arrived. When he saw little dragon girl, Dragon's son Huining was greatly surprised too. But very soon his fury surged. Jingfei, you actually dared to run onto land. Do you know how worried Royal Father is about you? Huining said in a solemn voice. But little dragon girl did not yield and made a funny face at him and said, It's boring to death in the dragon palace. It's boring to death in the ocean. I just want to come on land. What can you do to me? You. Huining was furious. Yi Yuan watched at one side, but he was amused. Most likely, no one in the Thistle South Sea region could subdue her. All right, go back and settle the business between you brother and sister. This is the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. It's returned to the original owner now. You take this stinking S away too. The two of us are square. Yi Yuan took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch out and directly threw it to Huining. Huining looked at Yi Yuan and even felt surprised in his heart. He knew how wild this younger sister of his was. Furthermore, with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in possession, Ordinary jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses were not her match either. This guy could actually subdue his younger sister and bring her over. Looking at her appearance, his younger sister did not seem to be very resistant as well. Insolence! You dare to address the princess as stinking la s. Boy, do you really not know how the character death is written? When the Black Shark general heard Yi Yuan's term of address, he was immediately furious. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, turning right around and leaving. Behind Yi Yuan was the human army. Huaning's brows furrowed, and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said indifferently, "All right, withdraw the troops back to the capital." But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Little Dragon Girl suddenly formed a spell and gave a light cry, "Come!" The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was summoned and directly broke free from Huaning's hands and flew toward Little Dragon Girl. At the same time, her body was like an arrow that left the bow, fleeing like flying. Hee hee! Big brother, the Origin Divinity contract has already been completed. No need to die anymore. Now, I escaped by myself again. Bring me to play on land, all right? In a blink, Little Dragon Girl already arrived beside Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. If she did not run over, that would be surprising instead. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You play by yourself. I don't have time to play with you." Little Dragon Girl said huffily, "Humph! Stinking big brother. Jingfei, come back for me. If you still don't return, Royal Father will definitely kill his way to Heavenly South City." Huaning's furious voice came from behind. Little Dragon Girl made a funny face at him and said, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Huaning was angry, and then he turned toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated. You and Jingfei this la s ganged up." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and could not help laughing as he said, "Are you stupid? If I colluded with her, could I clear the Origin Divinity contract this obstacle? You can't control your own sister, but you come to find trouble with me. Where's the logic here?" Huaning's old face turned red, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Origin Divinity contract was witnessed by Heavenly Tao. If Yi Yuan and Jingfei colluded, it could not hide from Heavenly Tao. The Origin Divinity contract would likewise be activated. Furthermore, with Jingfei, this girl's mischievousness, it was not surprising to do such a thing. This, little brother, how about you and I work together to capture this girl? After coming to his senses, Huaning's tone softened, and he said, "My royal father dotes on this girl immensely. Furthermore, you've seen this girl's temperament too. If she goes onto land, D knows how much trouble she'll cause." The moment Little Dragon Girl heard, she secretly thought to herself that it was not good and instantly wanted to slip away. Except it was already too late. Yi Yuan grabbed hold of her calf. "Good big brother, I beg you, don't let me go back, all right?" Little Dragon Girl begged. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, "I feel that what Dragon's son said makes sense. If you don't go back, there will probably be no peace on land for even a second. Moreover, your royal father will probably still launch a sea war for your sake. Therefore, you'd better go back obediently. I don't want to." Amen. Yi Yuan shot a glare, and Little Dragon Girl immediately withered up. All right, I'll go back, okay? Stinking big brother, bad big brother." Little Dragon Girl lost her temper. She held Yi Yuan in great awe and veneration. Furthermore, that look just now was so fierce, just like when he spanked her talks before. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You'd best go back obediently for me. If you dare to sneak back and get caught by me again, you know the outcome." Yi Yuan glared. She subconsciously touched her talks and said, "All right, I got it." Over on the sea folks' side, there were stunned people all around, including Huaning. This lawless and unbridled little girl actually feared Yi Yuan like a tiger. In the 100 years that this Lane South S was born, the entire Thistle South Sea region was turned upside down by her. Even Black Flood Dragon King could not do anything to her. Now, she was actually obeying a human youth's words. However, you have to promise me something. Otherwise, I'll still sneak out. As if afraid that Yi Yuan would refuse, Little Dragon Girl specifically emphasized it. Yi Yuan felt a headache too, and said with a nod, "Say it!" Little Dragon Girl's initial ill humor turned into joy, and she said, "I want you to come to Thistle South Dragon Palace to see me within a year. Otherwise, humph humph. My royal father will kill his way to Heavenly South City." Chapter 2662. How awe-inspiring. Chapter 2662. How awe-inspiring Little Dragon Girl left. But from calm South City came Ironcore's roar. "Where's that punk? This city lord will definitely tear him to shreds. Tear him to shreds." The dignified Heavenly South City's deputy city lord was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Furthermore, it was even in front of everybody. His face could be said to be utterly lost. His hatred toward Yi Yuan already broke through the firmament. "Is the army back?" Ironcore asked his subordinate angrily. The subordinate hurriedly said, "Replying City Lord, the army is still 100 miles away from Calm South City. They will be back shortly." Ironcore sneered and said, "Very good. Go with me to receive the army. I want to see how that punk will still be rampant without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. If I don't smack him into meat paste today, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." The subordinate had a bitter face as he said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, just earlier Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master have already arrived in Calm South City. Currently, they have already gone out of the city to welcome the army." Ironcore was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Which Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master?" The subordinate said, "It's naturally Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Master Zhao Sun, and Second Hall Master, Master Wu Jian." Ironcore had a bad feeling in his heart and said with a frown, "Why are they here?" These two were Heavenly South's Alchemy Path's 2T, Tan's the strongest two people. In terms of status, they were not even beneath City Lord His Excellency. Now that the sea folk had already retreated, why would these two suddenly come? Sure enough, the subordinate also shook his head and said, "This subordinate doesn't know." Ironcore snorted coldly and said, "Who cares why they came? Could it be that they will still stop this city lord from killing a greater sublime Heavenly Stratum? Come." Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Zhao Sun, offers greetings to fellow Taoist Yi. Heavenly South Pill Hall's Second Hall Master, Wu Jian, offers greetings to fellow Taoist Yi. In front of the army formation, Heavenly South Pill Hall's two big shots paid respects to Yi Yuan. This scene shocked everyone. Many of the warriors in the army had just arrived in Calm South City and did not know how big of a stir Yi Yuan caused. Of course, many people witnessed it with their own eyes, the scene of Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl, two people thraws. Plussing Ironcore was still being dwelt upon with great relish until now. However, these two people's ident. 1. Ties were not what Ironcore could compare to. Although Ironcore was the deputy city lord, the city lord was in existence who was a tight fist in Heavenly South City. Ironcore was at most just a subordinate. Furthermore, the deputy city lords were not just Ironcore alone. But Zhao Sun's status was virtually on par with the city lord status. Although Wu Jian's status was slightly inferior, it was also about the same. One could say that the Jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses of the land of Heavenly South had practically all received these two people's favors before. But now they actually bowed to Yi Yuan. It was equivalent to talking to Yi Yuan as a peer. How could they not be surprised at such a scene? Yi Yuan, pay respect to fellow Taoists. Yi Yuan returned a bow neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Yi Yuan was not surprised by these two people's arrival. Jian Li was Wu Jian's disciple. He informed the Heavenly South Pill Hall about Yi Yuan's matter before this. with a true grade, heavenly stratum pill coming into being. How could these two dare to brush it off lightly? Hence, they hurried to calm South City, personally, and went out of the city to greet. Zhao Sun smiled and said, "This Zhao heard that the sea race launching a sea were this time, and it was all thanks to fellow Taoist Yi, who awed the Thistle South royal clan and saved Heavenly South's countless living creatures. City Lord His Excellency specially instructed this Zhao to express thanks to fellow Taoist Yi." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Head Hall Master and City Lord are too courteous. It was merely a matter of lifting a hand, don't mention it." Zhao Sun said, "Fellow Taoist, you made great contributions and isn't haughty. You indeed have the demeanor of a grandmaster. City Lord His Excellency originally wanted to come in person, but he has distinguished guests visiting over at his place and can't spare time from his main duties to attend to this. He could only order us to do it on his behalf." Wu Jian also smiled and said, "My disciple Jiang Li has cultivated bitterly for many years and has never been able to break through. It's all thanks to fellow Taoist Ye's true grade, heavenly pill that he finally took this step. As his master, I must say a thank you on his behalf." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Two hall masters are too courteous. This place isn't a place to talk. Let's go back to the city first?" Zhao Sun nodded and said with a smile, "As it ought to be." The army set off. Everyone was extremely shocked. These two great hall masters were actually so courteous to a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. This was something that had never happened before. Just what background does this young man have? How could he cause such a grand lineup? Two hall masters, even if facing peak jade sovereign heaven powerhouses, they will speak bluntly too. Yet, now they are actually so polite to a junior. The two hall masters said that Master Jiang Li only broke through his cultivation realm after eating his heavenly pill, being a greater sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse. What kind of heavenly pill did he refine to make a limitless sublime, heavenly stratum break through to jade, sovereign heaven? Simply inconceivable. For a moment, Yi Yuan became incomparably mysterious in everyone's eyes. "Yi Yuan, come out for this city lord. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this city lord wants to see what you'll use to be arrogant." The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Several figures came menacingly carrying a powerful pressure, arriving in no time flat. Iron Core saw Yi Yuan right away in the army, because Yi Yuan was in the most conspicuous position. Beside Yi Yuan, there were Zhao Sun and Wu Jian. Seeing Yi Yuan, Iron Core was extremely furious. Ignoring the two big shots, he directly slammed a palm over and was going to kill Yi Yuan. "Punk, prepare to die!" Iron Core bellowed angrily. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian frowned at the same time and made a move at virtually the same time. Boom! In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, 3 grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Mighty experts exchanged a blow. Iron Core was strong, but Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the first place. Their strengths were not the slightest bit inferior to him. 2 people attacking at the same time. How earth-shattering was it? Under the one move, Iron Core was directly blown away. "Iron Core, you're being insolent," Zhao Sun said angrily. Iron Core was also stunned by this unexpected scene. He was merely killing a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. That was all. How did he provoke the 2 great hall masters to take action at the same time? In the army, many people used pitiable gazes to look at Iron Core. This deputy city lord was probably going to be Imbara. S said again today, "This city lord has a big feud with that boy. So why did 2 hall masters stop me?" Iron Core endured the churning of his divine sea, as he said with displeasure. Zhao Sun sneered and said, "Hoo-hoo, Iron Core, you really are showing your fangs. Attacking to kill someone in front of this hall master. Looks like my heavenly South Pill Hall is merely SOSO in your eyes." Ironcore's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, "Why does Head Hall Master say this? This boy is merely a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. But he dared to humiliate me in public. If this city lord doesn't kill him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. If I offended 2 hall masters, please be magnanimous. But I must kill this boy today." Wu Jian said in a solemn voice, "City Lord Ironcore is really awe-inspiring. Fellow Taoist, Yi is my Heavenly South's distinguished guest. The 2 of us were just about to invite him to Heavenly South Pill Hall to be a guest. But you want to kill our guest? Hoo-hoo, after going back, I want to ask Meng Frostwind, is this how he disciplines his subordinates?" Ironcore's expression changed wildly, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Heavenly South's distinguished guest. When did this boy become Heavenly South's distinguished guest? Furthermore, the 2 great hall masters actually called Yi Yuan as fellow Taoist. Chapter 2663. Yes, take a look at this. Chapter 2663. Yes, take a look at this. Hoo-hoo, are 2 hall masters making a joke? How can he, a greater sublime, heavenly stratum, possibly become your distinguished guest? A smile that was even uglier than crying was squeezed out on Ironcore's face. He was somewhat struck senseless. Everything was going well. So, how did Yi Yuan become a distinguished guest with a sway of his body? Making a joke? Does this hall master look like I'm joking with you? Fellow Taoist, yes, alchemy strength is exceedingly formidable. If not for my cultivation realm being much higher than him, this hall master wouldn't have dared to call out fellow Taoist either. Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice. He was furious right now. He did not know what enmity there was between Ironcore and Yi Yuan, but this guy was really rotten mud that could not support a wall. He was just thinking of ways to fawn on Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan leave behind the refining method of true grade heavenly pills. In the end, this fool was good, shouting and wrangling about wanting to kill him the moment he saw him without saying anything. Humph! Unable to accomplish anything, but good at ruining things. Go back and find Meng Frostwind to receive punishment. Wu Jian shouted coldly. Ironcore's expression was somewhat ugly. He was, at any rate, a deputy city lord too, a top figure of the land of Heavenly South. Today he was actually lectured in front of the army until he could not even lift his head. Unable to accomplish anything but good at ruining things? Was this used to lecture the deputy city lord? Yet he was unable to flare up. These 2 in front of him, even City Lord Meng Frostwind dreaded them a little. They were not who he could afford to provoke. His expression flickered incessantly, and he finally gritted his teeth and clasped his hands and said, "2 hall masters, goodbye!" When he left, he even shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare, his eyes full of killing intent. Only after Ironcore left was Zhao Sun akin to being relieved of a heavy burden as he said to Yi Yuan, "Fellow Taoisti, I've incurred your ridicule." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like this city Lord Ironcore still wants to put me to death." Zhao Sun hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoisti, rest assured. After this Zhao returns, I'll definitely inform Meng Frostwind about this matter and have him discipline Ironcore severely." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he did not say anything. In reality, he was also planning how to take care of Ironcore. This guy was simply unreasonable. Now he suffered such a big loss. With his character, how could it possibly be resolved here? On the way, Zhao soon winked at Wu Jian. Wu Jian got the meaning and found an excuse to step aside and inquired from Cui Tong about the enmity between Yi Yuan and Ironcore. After inquiring clearly, Wu Jian was even angrier. Humph! Ironcore, this fool, almost ruined Heavenly South City's important matter. This matter, we can't spare him. Wu Jian said angrily. The party entered Calm South City and directly invited Yi Yuan to City Lord Manor. All the upper echelons were present. Fellow Taoisti, you and I are both people of the alchemy path. We'll naturally make friends with alchemy. After this hall master heard the name of true grade, I truly found it difficult to eat and sleep. I wonder if, fellow Taoist, you can enlighten me on it? Zhao Sun said with a smile, for people of the alchemy path, anyone that heard above 9th grade would probably lose composure. It was also precisely because their hearts itched unbearable that the two of them rushed to calm South City in haste. It was for the sake of seeing the elegant demeanor of true grade. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Head Hall Master, it is not that this Yi is Sherry's. Plussing my own belonging, that's of little value. But can you let this Yi take a look at Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master's strength? When everyone heard that, they were all stunned. Everyone was watching you perform. But you appointed the 2 Hall Masters first? Zhao Sun's brows furrowed, and he said, Fellow Taoist Yi, what does this mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If Head Hall Master strength is sufficient, this Yi will naturally demonstrate to you what true grade is. But if Head Hall Master strength is lacking, even if I demonstrate it 1,000 times, it will be to no avail too. The words were polite, but the expressions of everyone present changed. Yi Yuan's implicit meaning was that you, Head Hall Master, might not be qualified to witness my true grade. These words were arrogant enough. In the land of Heavenly South, probably even City, Lord Meng Frostwind would not dare to speak to Zhao Sun this way too. It was not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but since he wanted to develop his faction in the land of Heavenly South, then he must be the master in the Heavenly South Pill Hall. He, Yi Yuan, did not need to be beneath others. On what basis? True grade Heavenly Pill was Yi Yuan's trump card. How could it be easily revealed? Previously, he overwhelmed Jiang Li like a thunderbolt. It was for the sake of getting immediate results. However, it was enough for everyone to know about it. True grade absolutely could not be easily shown to others. That was a posturing act. If it was demonstrated too much, it would become worthless. Yi Yuan knew that Zhao Sun was not an ordinary person, but he reckoned that regardless of whether it was Zhao Sun or Wu Jian, there was probably still a very large gap away from true grade. Even if they refined grade 4 heavenly pills to the realm of 9th grade, it was impossible to refine true grade 2. If true grade was that easy to refine, it would not be true grade anymore. Jian, since fellow Taoist, you wants to gauge our strength, then let's present our incompetence. Zhao Sun was already holding some anger in these words. He could be courteous to Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not have pride. Moreover, he was Heavenly South Alchemy Path's number 1 person. It was number 1 person, but not number 1 genius. Amen, as it should be. Wu Jian also said in an unfriendly tone. They endured it for that legendary true grade. They planned to show off their strength to shut Yi Yuan up. Heavenly South's number 1 person and Heavenly South's number 2 person. These T's were not casually called in vain. Since fellow Taoist, you wants to see, then we'll showcase our specialties. Zhao Sun said, No need. 2 Hall Masters can each refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, and it's enough. Yi Yuan said coolly. When Zhao Sun 2 people heard that, they got even angrier. Grade 2 heavenly pill. Wasn't this being a joke? Making a grade 4 heavenly alchemist refine a grade 2 heavenly pill. Could it measure the level of strength? This refinement would be upper 9th grade. What was there to look at? Then I wonder what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill fellow Taoist you wants to see. Zhao Sun said with a cold smile. In the main hall, the temperature seemed to have dropped more than 10 degrees out of the blue, making people shudder involuntarily. Anything. The foundation establishment Heavenly Pill works too. As long as you have the confidence it will do. Yi Yuan seemingly could not feel the change in the atmosphere and still said indifferently, Come men, prepare the pill refinement. Zhao Sun said in a cold voice. Soon the servants prepared all the things needed to refine the pills. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were each refining a kind of basic heavenly pill. With a resentment that billowed to the sky, the two started refining the pill. Peak grade 4 super heavenly alchemists refining grade 2 basic heavenly pills. It was naturally a cinch. The entire refinement process naturally attracted a series of amazed acclaims, with the two of them taking action. This was completely not what those people during the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit could compare to. Even the strongest Jiang Li was like a child in front of the two. When the heavenly pills came out of the furnace, without the least bit of surprise, the two people's heavenly pills were both above 9th grade. Zhao Sun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "I wonder if what the two of us refined can still enter fellow Taoist Ye's arcane sights." Yi Yuan did not answer. He just smiled slightly, stood up, and walked toward the medicine cauldron. Under everyone's blank gazes, Yi Yuan started refining. It was still a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, same as Zhao Sun. In less than an hour, the refinement was completed. Without the slightest suspense, upper 9th grade. Hoo-hoo, after messing around for the greater part of the day. Fellow Taoist, he is letting us look at this? Zhao Sun said with a sneer. Yes, take a look at this. Yi Yuan put his foundation establishment heavenly pill and Zhao Sun's foundation establishment heavenly pill onto 2 cloud mount motherstones respectively. Yi Yuan's scale soared all the way to 9th grade perfection. Chapter 2664. Harder than ascending to heaven. Chapter 2664. Harder than ascending to heaven. It's full. It actually maxed out. How is this possible? There's actually someone who can achieve Cloud Mount Motherstone max score. What kind of realm can achieve this level? Including Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, everyone in the main hall was inexplicably shocked. Compared to Yi Yuan's 9th grade perfection, although Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were upper 9th grade too, they were still lacking the bit of level of skill. 2 hall masters, if you feel that you can achieve 9th grade perfection, how about trying again? Forget about grade 2 heavenly pills. If you seriously can't, the two of you can refine grade 1 heavenly pills too. As long as you can reach 9th grade perfection, I'll demonstrate true grade for everyone to see, Yi Yuan just said with a light smile. Zhao Sun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a cold snort, "This hall master has refined countless pills. I really don't believe that I can't cross this distance of half a step." Wu Jian also said, 9th grade perfection, is it? Hoo-hoo, what can it show? We can't refine true grade. Could it be that we can't even refine 9th grade perfection too? To alchemy path powerhouses like Zhao Sun, refining upper 9th grade was nothing. It was just that they had never seriously researched how to reach 9th grade perfection before. Reaching upper 9th grade, there was actually little significance for heavenly pills to improve a step further. In terms of medicinal efficacy alone, 9th grade perfection was better than upper 9th grade, but the benefits were limited. And reaching 9th grade perfection required expending far too much effort. It was naturally somewhat not worth the gain. However, Zhao Sun 2 people were already peak grade for mighty experts. In their view, 9th grade perfection was nothing. Perhaps there was some difficulty in refining grade 4 heavenly pills, but for grade 2 heavenly pills, as long as they were serious, they could always achieve it. The two who were unconvinced made a move again. An hour later, Zhao Sun 2 people stared at the Cloud Mount Motherstone, their expressions being very ugly. This time, they were still a tiny bit short of 9th grade perfection. Again, how arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these two? How could they suck? You, and be at 9th grade this level? It was just that they made a move 3 times in a row, but each time it always fell short by a tiny bit. Although their scales were upper 9th grade each time, they would fluctuate up and down. There was always that bit of level of attainment that was lacking from 9th grade perfection. The big shots in the main hall were all stunned. They also thought that with the two great hall masters' peak grade for heavenly alchemist strength, wouldn't refining ninth grade perfection be easily accomplished? Yet they just could not cross this distance of half a step. Could it be that this ninth grade perfection is just so hard? Sun Yunjing said with a frown. By the side, Jiangli nodded and said, more than just hard. It's simply harder than ascending to heaven. I asked Master Yi for advice before. He made me refine ninth grade perfection before. I attempted grade 1 heavenly pills no less than several hundred times and didn't succeed once. Sun Yunjing almost jumped up and said in surprise, What? This. How is this possible? Jiang Li smiled bitterly and said, There's nothing impossible. However, the upper ninth grade that I refined is still significantly worse compared to head hall master and master. However, even if they are very formidable, I reckon that even if they change to grade 1 heavenly pills, they still can't reach ninth grade perfection. The big shots present were all shocked speechless. Change to grade 1 heavenly pills. Sure enough, at this time, Zhao Sun suddenly spoke up. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Head hall master gave up. Clearly, he felt that grade 2 heavenly pills were hopeless. But was it really as Jiang Li said? Even grade 1 heavenly pills could not reach ninth grade perfection either? Might as well. Zhao Sun directly chose the simplest grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill could be said to be the basic of the basics, being the most simple heavenly pill already. If even this can't reach ninth grade perfection, this hall master won't mention about true grade again. Zhao Sun said with a cold snort. Everyone exchanged glances. Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile. Ninth grade extreme could not be achieved with just a high cultivation realm. Even if you could refine grade 5 heavenly pills, grade 6 heavenly pills, you might not be able to reach ninth grade perfection when refining grade 1 heavenly pills too. To achieve ninth grade perfection, only one word was needed. That was perfection. During the refinement process, there could not be the slightest flaws. Even if there was the slightest flaw, it would result in the refinement to fail. But it was easy to talk about it. Doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. This was like drawing a circle. No matter how round you drew it, looking completely flawless, it was also impossible to draw a 100% circle. It could be said that a true circle only existed in theory, and to reach ninth grade perfection was to turn this theory into reality. How great the difficulty involved could be imagined. One should not look at how the quality of Zhao Sun's heavenly pills were all extremely high. There was still quite a distance away from perfection this step. It was also precisely because of this gap that prevented him from reaching perfection. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian's refinement looked flawless and should have reached ninth grade perfection in theory. But actually they were like drawing circles. It seemed to be round and full, a perfect circle. However, there were still flaws. This step was separated by a hair's breadth, but was immensely difficult. Changing to grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's refinement went even smoother. In almost less than a quarter of an hour, a heavenly pill emerged for the furnace. The two people put it on the Cloud Mount Motherstone in haste, while the others had nervous looks on their faces, antic. 1P, aiding the final result. The scale rose rapidly and reached upper ninth grade very quickly. Russ. H.I. plussing towards ninth grade perfection. Charge! 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 Charge for me! Even if Xiao Sun's status was venerated and he was a leviathan of a region, his face was also reddened to the ears currently. His jaws clenched tightly. Sure enough, with the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's strength was even fiercer. The scale had clearly Serpa. S, said the grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian both had excited expressions. They saw hope. There was only a tiny gap from maxing out the scale. Rush up. Charge up for me. Zhao Sun gritted his teeth and said. The other powerhouses in the main hall were also secretly cheering them on. But the results turned out contrary to their expectations. The scale stopped at the last trace. Not perfect. Zhao Sun looked at the cloud Mount Motherstone with a look of abject as he said, How could this be? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Head Hall Master, I know that you have unwillingness in your heart. You can continue. Zhao Sun suddenly turned his head, staring right at Yi Yuan, his two eyes blood red. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, again. However, no matter how hard he worked, the Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was always missing that tiny bit away from the true 9th grade perfection from start to end. This tiny gap was as far as an ant looking at Heavenly Tao. No matter how you jumped, you could not touch the sky too. Finally, Zhao Sun plopped down onto the ground, his face full of puzzlement as he murmured, Why? Why is it always missing by a tiny bit? Just what's lacking? He gave up. He examined his own conscience. He had grasped every detail of the pill refinement. However, the final result was always unsatisfactory. He seriously could not figure out where the problem lied. When Jiang Li saw this scene, he could not help shaking his head as he sighed and said, I didn't expect that Head Hall Master's reaction would be exactly the same as mine. This feeling of setback is really indescribable. Chapter 2665 Subduing Big Shots. Chapter 2665 Subduing Big Shots. Isn't that so? The exalted Head Hall Master, being a peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, actually can't even perfect a Grade 1 Heavenly Pill. If it were before, no one would question anything. After all, body could do it as well. But now, Yi Yuan has truly achieved it. This is simply a huge irony to the 2 Hall Masters. Cui Tong similarly shook his head and said with a sigh, Without comparison, there would be no harm Zhao Sun and Wu Jian came for the true grade. In the end, they did not get to see the true grade and were unable to even perfect Grade 1 Heavenly Pills. This was too ironic. I wonder what the 2 Hall Masters think. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Zhao Sun looked at Yi Yuan with some disappointment and said with a bitter smile, Looks like fellow Taoist, Yi isn't planning on letting us see true grade. Yi Yuan shook his head and said nay. 2 Hall Masters misunderstood. It's not that this Yi is intentionally making things difficult, but that to reach the realm of true grade, one must first reach 9th grade perfection. If one can't even accomplish this step, even if I demonstrate it to you 100 times, 1,000 times, you can't possibly comprehend it too. The words made everyone's hearts turn cold. It turned out that if you wanted to reach the realm of true grade, 9th grade perfection was the threshold. Zhao Sun had a look of surprise on his face and said with a bitter smile, If it were before, this Hall Master would definitely think that fellow Taoist Yi is joking. But only after putting it into practice myself does this Hall Master know that wanting to reach 9th grade perfection is truly not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If true grade was so easy to achieve, it also wouldn't have gone extinct in the land of Heavenly South. In reality, even if you reach 9th grade perfection, there's still 108,000 miles away from the realm of true grade. This step is probably not much easier than breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The expressions of Zhao Sun and the rest changed, all revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan was talking about Saint Sovereign Heaven and not Jade Sovereign Heaven. In reality, entering Sovereign Realm from Sublime Realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven in the first place. Otherwise, how could a genius like Jiang Li be pacing back and forth in front of the threshold for a long time? As for Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was even hair-raisingly difficult. Disregarding the land of Heavenly South, even on the entire rain-clear continent, how many Saint Sovereign Heavens were there? This kind of difficulty simply made people despair. However, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving looks. If it was so difficult, how did you break through? Yi Yuan naturally saw through their skepticism. It was just that he was indifferent. After they broke through to ninth grade perfection, they would naturally know how terrifying true grade was. If Yi Yuan did not encounter an opponent like Sang Yongning, he would really need Ji. Oh, D knows how many years to take this step. Even so, Yi Yuan only finally reached true grade after fighting fiercely for several months. With Yi Yuan's talent, this was simply unimaginable. Fellow Taoist, this Hall Master wants to invite you to A.S. from the post of Heavenly South Pill Hall's third Hall Master. In Heavenly South Pill Hall, your status will be the same as this Hall Master and Jen's. Wonder how you feel about it? Zhao Sun suddenly said. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. This was a great courtesy to Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was an extremely monstrous person, he was just a greater sublime, heavenly stratum after all. A.S. summing the post of third hall master all of a sudden. It could be said to be suddenly becoming an existence that was not inferior to Heavenly South City Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since head hall master has such sincerity, this Yi will naturally comply with your wishes. The moment Zhao Sun heard, he could not help being overjoyed. The news of Heavenly South Pill Hall welcoming a new hall master spread in Heavenly South City very quickly, and in order to welcome Yi Yuan, Zhao planned to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for him and announce it to the entire Heavenly South. Similar treatment was only given last time when Wu Jian ascended to peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist back then. For some time, Heavenly South City was in a stir. However, after Yi Yuan arrived in Heavenly South City, he was very low-key. It was not that he was intentionally keeping a low profile, but that Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, two people, came to him every day to seek advice. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low, his horizons were much further than the two. Coupled with the contrast when he was battling in alchemy with Sang Yongning, the pros of cons during the process of a heavenly alchemist's pill refinement could be seen even more clearly. In reality, when testing the two in calm South City back then, Yi Yuan had long already taken it into his eyes. Yi Yuan did not RD anything and imparted the basic cultivation method to the two people, and dissected their questions about the process of pill refinement little by little. In merely half a month's time, these two people became enlightened at once. It was also even more because of so that they finally understood that wanting to reach ninth grade perfection was a colossal project and could not be achieved in a short time. Firstly, they had to rebuild their foundations. Secondly, they had to make good omissions and deficiencies. Only then were they capable of reaching ninth grade perfection. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian's alchemy path foundation could be rated as solid. It was absolutely no coincidence to be able to reach this step. But compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Sang Yongning, the disparity was too great. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, these two people could practically perceive their improvement every day. I didn't expect that the millimeter of difference between upper ninth grade and ninth grade perfection is akin to heaven and earth. This hall master's ripe old age has really been an utter waste of living. Zhao Sun suddenly said to Yi Yuan with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The path of alchemy is heterogeneous and vast, like a skysc. Per. If the foundation isn't solid, it will be akin to an ivory tower. The taller the tower, the more dangerous it is. Zhao Sun nodded and said, What fellow Taoist Yi said is extremely right. These few days, although this hall master has been studying grade 1 and 2 basic heavenly pills, I feel that the strength of grade 4 heavenly pills has been improving too. Only then did I understand that it turns out when I was cultivating back then, there were still so many areas that I missed out. Fellow Taoist, if not for your cultivation realm being too low, this hall master will probably cause a shock in Heavenly South. This Heavenly South Pill Hall's head hall master should be summed by you. Actually, Zhao Sun had long already treated Yi Yuan as half a teacher in his heart. It was just that, due to cultivation realm and status, he could not say it explicitly. But he was very humble in front of Yi Yuan. Heavenly alchemists were a bunch of fanatics who were the most convinced by the strong who were capable. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer these two great hall masters. But currently, there were indeed undercurrents surging in Heavenly South City. Heavenly South City was the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. It occupied a vast area, and there were many experts in the city. The factions were also complicated and confusing. Currently, inside a secret residence somewhere in Heavenly South, a group of heavyweights was currently gathering. Family headman, this position of third hall master should have originally been yours. In the end, now a puny little grade 2 heavenly alchemist climbed on top of your Min family's head. Deputy City Lord Ironcore said. Min Nanshan, from one of Heavenly South City's 3 great alchemy families, was the Min family's family head. Heavenly South City had 3 great alchemy families whose strength was incomparably powerful. The appearance of Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd hall master meant that Heavenly South City's situation henceforth would change. It was not up to these family heads to not pay attention to it. Min Nanshan looked at Ironcore and said with a cold smile, Deputy City Lord Ironcore, you gathering the few of us families here is no more than to make use of us to avenge your enmity. Could it be that the few of us are decrepit and muddle-headed until we can't even see this? But Ironcore did not care and said with a smile, but didn't you guys come too? Now, our interests are the same. That is that we can't let this boy become the 3rd hall master. Chapter 2666, Joining Forces to Boycott. Chapter 2666, Joining Forces to Boycott. Hoo-hoo! Deputy City Lord Ironcore must be joking. That's true grade heavenly pill. I heard that Jiang Li only consumed a grade 2 true grade heavenly pill, and as a result he stepped into the realm of Jade's sovereign heaven in one stroke. This news shouldn't be fake, right? Min Nanshan said with a deep meaning. Ironcore nodded and said, it's true. It's just that, do you guys get a share of the true grade heavenly pill? The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 3 great family heads changed. These 3 families possessed a pivotal position in Heavenly South City at present. The 3 great family heads were all grade for Heavenly Alchemists too. They were just slightly inferior compared to the 2 great hall masters. Even Zhao Sun relied greatly on the 3 great families too. And what Ironcore said was also precisely what they were most worried about. After Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master came back, you guys have seen it too. They have remained in close seclusion all along. With their strength, breaking through to the realm of true grade isn't hard. When the time comes, by relying on true grade, the 2 hall master statuses will be transcendent. At that time, what will it still have to do with your 3 great families? Ironcore said with a sneer. True grade, it was absolutely a major killing tool. Jiang Li's breakthrough shocked everyone. The crux was that what let him break through was a grade 2 heavenly pill. This was impressive. Ironcore's words made the faces of the 3 great family heads change abruptly. Not that they could not figure out this layer. It was just that they were not quite willing to believe. After all, in Heavenly South Pill Hall, the status of the 3 great families was very important. But just as Ironcore said, if the 2 hall masters grasped the true grade secret art and used it to command Heavenly South henceforth, who could dare to not follow? Min Nanshan drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, Deputy City, Lord Ironcore, what should we do? Ironcore's face revealed a knowing smile. On this day, Heavenly South Pill Hall was unprecedentedly grand. The various major cities under the jurisdiction of Heavenly South City all sent prominent powerhouses over. In the land of Heavenly South, the status of Heavenly South Pill Hall had always been transcendent. The deterrent power of heavenly alchemists was this strong. Of course, there were many people who came for this mystical, true grade. Haha, congratulations to Master Yi for becoming Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master. My Water Billow City feels honored. When Sun Yunjing saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said, By the side, Su Yi's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, What does Master Yi being promoted to 3rd Hall Master have to do with your Water Billow City? He came from our calm South City. Even if it's feeling honored, it's our calm South City too. Sun Yunjing did not care either and laughed loudly as he said, Haha, this city lord and Master Yi, that's making friends after a fight. Su Yi's face turned black and he was just about to refute. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, All right, 2 city lords, this Yi has received your kind intentions. Yi Yuan already spoke up. It was naturally not convenient for Su Yi to flare up. By the side, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun also came up to offer greetings. There were too many people at this time. Yi Yuan did not have time to talk more and just had them go in and sit down. Min family's family head, Min Nanshan, has arrived. Song family's family head, Song Tianyang, has arrived. Yun family's family head, Yun Baiyu, has arrived. After these few shouts, everyone's faces changed. Even Zhao Sun and Wu Jian frowned too. Very clearly, they smelled a different smell. Normally, these 3 great families don't care about each other. Why did they suddenly come together today? Min family head has worked hard for many years in order to fight for this tea of 3rd Hall Master. But now, there's completely no hope anymore. The arrivals are not friendly. There's probably a show to watch. All those present were Heavenly South's heavyweight S figures. Just the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were a whole bunch. Each and every one of these people was crafty and shrewd. How could they not know Heavenly South Pill Hall's underhanded activities? With Yi Yuan dropping out of thin air, the biggest impact was the 3 major families. If they did not take some measures, that would be weird. Min Nanshan offers greetings to Head Hall Master, 2nd Hall Master. Song Tianyang offers greetings to the 2 Hall Masters. Yun Baiyu offers greetings to the 2 Hall Masters. The 3 people came to the front, cupped their fists, and bowed to the 2 Hall Masters, directly regarding Yi Yuan, who was by the side as heir. Zhao Sun's brows furrowed slightly, but he could not blow his top. He was just about to introduce Yi Yuan, but saw the 3 people walk straight into the venue. Everyone exchanged glances. What an opening gambit! This grand gathering today was hosted for 3rd Hall Master, Yi Yuan. In the end, they did not even pay attention to 3rd Hall Master. Zhao Sun was a little awkward and said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, I'll definitely teach these 3 fellows a lesson later. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just a small matter. Head Hall Master doesn't need to take it to heart. Zhao Sun was a little surprised in his heart. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually placid without any waves. This atmosphere was absolutely not feigned. Yi Yuan had such terrifying talent at a young age. To actually be able to have this temperament, it was truly terrifying. For any genius, which one was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unable to stomach anything that was offensive to the eye, yet Yi Yuan was not. After some small talk, the banquet officially began. Zhao Sun raised his wine cup and said loudly, Today this Zhao introduces to everyone a young genius. Although he has just arrived, he has already made monumental contributions to Heavenly South. Only after seeing him does this Zhao know that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. You all don't need to suspect anything. It isn't this Zhao self-effacing either if he's a grade for Heavenly Alchemist right now. This Hall Master's position of Head Hall Master will immediately be given up with both hands. It was gracious of fellow Taoist Yi to not reject and willingly join my Heavenly South Pill Hall. From today onwards, he's my Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master. Right at this time, Min Nanshan suddenly stood up interrupting Zhao Sun's words. Immediately, everyone's gaze was attracted by him. Zhao Sun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Min Nanshan, what are you trying to do?" Min Nanshan said coolly, "This Min feels that the two-hall master's decision is too hasty. Impudent, when is it your turn to come and be you? Tea into what this hall master does." Zhao Sun shouted coldly, but Min Nanshan was not afraid in the slightest, and said coolly, "This boy is just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. What right does he have to sit on the throne of third hall master? If he becomes third hall master, then where will we, these grade 4 heavenly alchemists, go?" Zhao Sun smiled coldly and said, "Based on that he can refine true grade heavenly pills." Min Nanshan smiled and said, "Head hall master, none of us has seen before the true grade heavenly pill. You said that he made monumental contributions to the land of Heavenly South. I have no objections. But Heavenly South is Heavenly South. Heavenly South Pill Hall is Heavenly South Pill Hall. He has yet to make the smallest contribution, but became third hall master. On what basis?" "That's right. Head hall master. Our Song family feels that it's not appropriate as well." At this time, Song Tianyang also came forward and supported Min Nanshan ardently. Yun Baiyu also said, "Head hall master, how much contribution has the three of us major families made for the Heavenly South Pill Hall? Now, a measly little grade 2 heavenly alchemist wants to ride on top of our heads?" Zhao Sun's expression was ugly to the extreme. He completely did not expect that the three great families' reaction was actually so fierce. Furthermore, with the three great families taking the lead, many families also expressed objection. This somewhat made it even harder for them to dismount the tiger's back after getting on it. In the crowd, Ironcore looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, full of mockery. "Ha ha, brat, you're still a little inexperienced to fight with this city lord. This is just the beginning. After chasing you out of Heavenly South City, this city lord will send you on your way." Ironcore sneered coldly in his heart. Chapter 2667. Cutting the Ground on Which One Stood On. Chapter 2667. Cutting the Ground on Which One Stood On. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist becoming third hall master. Our Zhao family won't accept it. Yeah, what right does a junior have to ride on top of our heads? So what if true grade heavenly pill? Something that we can't see or touch? Who are you bluffing? Families that depended on the three great families also expressed objections, one after another. The scene appeared very chaotic. Heavenly South Pill Hall situation was somewhat different from City Lord Manor there. City Lord Meng Frostwind's strength already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, overpowering all heroes. No one dared to resist. Although Meng Frostwind relied rather heavily on Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, the experts within Heavenly South Pill Hall were plentiful as clouds. Alchemy was not like martial arts. Either you die or I perish. The two-hall master's strength was indeed stronger than everyone, but the three great family head strengths were similarly extremely strong. Hence, they held quite heavy authority. The three great families practically possessed 40% of Heavenly South Pill Hall's strength. Although this ratio was not high, it was sufficient to show one's attitude. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian really had a feeling like they had incredibly bad luck. They did not expect that they were actually forced to abdicate. "Min Nanshan, are you rebelling?" Zhao Sun said furiously. Min Nanshan still said coolly, "Head Hall Master, our three great families are subordinates of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Examining our consciousness, we respect the two Hall Masters very much as well. Our action is just for the sake of maintaining Heavenly South stability. No matter from which area you look at, this boy doesn't have the qualifications to be third hall master either." Song Tianyang also said, This boy has unknown origins. Who knows whether or not he's harboring ill intent or not? Zhao Sun's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "If this hall master insists that he must be third hall master—" Min Nanshan's expression did not change, and he said coolly, "Then our three great families will withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall and make a fresh start elsewhere. I reckon that, with our three family strength, City Lord His Excellency won't say anything either." Murmur. The audience was in an uproar. This move was really cutting the ground on which one stood on. The moment the three great families withdrew, it would be tantamount to bringing away half of Heavenly South Pill Hall's power. This power was sufficient to stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal already. This move was a major killing tool. Zhao Sun also did not expect that Min Nanshan would be so decisive. Normally, these three great families schemed against each other. He, this head hall master, was seated firmly on the FIS, HI, plussing platform, intervening in the situation. There were not too many disagreements. But now, Yi Yuan's appearance made these three families fasten up together all at once. This was rather difficult to deal with. Zhao Sun could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, his expression seemingly full of apologies. He also did not expect that things would play out like this. Rather, it was the latter who had a calm look, as if all these had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Ironcore opened his mouth and said, "Two hall masters and family heads. Everyone is a part of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Why is there a need to fall out so badly? This Ironcore is incapable, but I have a solution. Wonder if everyone is interested in hearing it?" Seeing Ironcore open his mouth, Zhao Sun felt abhorred without rhyme or reason. He originally did not have any conflicts with Ironcore, but the thing that Ironcore had done in Calm South City had indeed disgusted him. It was just that at this time he was currently in a difficult position. When Ironcore suddenly said this, he still wanted to hear it. "Say it," Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice. Ironcore smiled and said, "Actually, the three great families have indeed made great contributions to Heavenly South these few years. Especially family headman, he has tremendous strength and is steady and composed. If let him be this third hall master, I believe that none of the people present will say anything. As for this boy, he's not a part of Heavenly South to begin with. It's best to have him get lost." Zhao Sun's gaze turned dark, thinking to himself that he must have been blinded by obsession. How could an ivory tusk come out of a dog's mouth? Making Min Nanshan be third hall master and chasing Yi Yuan away. To think that this guy could say that! Zhao Sun sneered and said, "This is the method that you're talking about? Hoo-hoo! What qualifications does Min Nanshan have to assume the position of third hall master? After his strength reaches peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist, we can come and talk again." A faint smile still hung on Ironcore's face. When Zhao Sun saw this scene, he could not help feeling alarmed. "Head hall master, this Min is untalented, but I gained some enlightenment a while back and already broke through to peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist not long ago. This Mystic Moon Ice Heart pill was just refined before this Min came." As he said, Min Nanshan took a heavenly pill out. When Zhao Sun saw this heavenly pill, his expression could not help changing wildly. This heavenly pill's residual heat had yet to dissipate. Clearly, it was just refined successfully not long ago. The heavyweights present were all incredibly shocked. Mystic Moon Ice Heart pill. That's a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill. Family headman really broke through. Impressive. Didn't expect that family headman actually broke through the bottleneck without a sound. With this, probably even head hall master is powerless to turn the tables already. Once the three great families break away, they will likely be able to immediately stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal. Min Nanshan showing this hand was truly a major killing tool, stunning everyone. The hallmark of a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist was being able to refine heavenly imperial pills. In this land of heavenly south, apart from Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, no one could do it. Hence, that was how they could become hall masters. But now, Min Nanshan had likewise done it. With this, it really became difficult to deal with. Zhao Sun understood now that these guys were simply long prepared to launch an attack during this banquet. He also did not expect that making Yi Yuan be third hall master would actually cause such a mighty uproar. Min Nanshan said coolly, 2 hall masters, this Min wonders if I have the qualifications to be third hall master or not. The 3 great families, affiliated families, especially the Min family subsidiaries, were all extremely excited. Family head Min breaking through was really a piece of Civ good news to him. Supporting family head Min to AS, some the position of third hall master. 2 hall masters, you mustn't make everyone's heart turn cold. What capability does this boy have to dare serve as third hall master? To the vast majority of the people, a true grade heavenly pill was too far beyond reach. They knew that although true grade heavenly pills were good, these pills had nothing to do with them. Firstly, true grade heavenly pills would definitely be strictly controlled by the 2 hall masters. Secondly, even if true grade heavenly pills could be released, the price would also not be what they could bear. They all heard that Jiang Li spent 68 million heavenly crystals in order to obtain that true grade heavenly pill. To ordinary martial artists, this was simply not what they could afford to spend. Ironcore had a pleased look and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, Boy, you still have the cheek to stand there? This place is Heavenly South people's Heavenly South. Scram back to wherever you came from. The general trend had already formed. Even the 2 hall masters were powerless to turn the tables too. In his view, Yi Yuan getting kicked out was already a certainty. Yi Yuan looked at Ironcore and said with a smile, After a long time, you finally jumped out. Ah, this move of yours is indeed played beautifully. It's just that it's too dumb. Ironcore smiled coldly and said, Brett, you're still boasting shamelessly at this point? You harbor ill intent and sow discord in Heavenly South Pill Hull. Come, men, take this boy down. Who dares? Zhao Sun shouted coldly. The expressions of those guards changed, and sure enough, they did not dare to move any more. After all, it was head hall master. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and walked down the platform with a smile. Chapter 2668. No amount of money can buy my joy. Chapter 2668. No amount of money can buy my joy. And Master Yi, Huang Haoyan, and Su Peiyin were somewhat stupefied, not knowing why Yi Yuan was walking toward them at this time. In this place, they were just a pair of unbelievably insignificant minor characters. But Yi Yuan had indeed walked in front of them. I heard that the 2 of you got engaged. This is a gift that I prepared for the 2 of you. Pei Yun, this girl is pretty good. You mustn't let her down in the future. Yi Yuan handed over 2 wooden boxes with a smile. Ah, thank you, Master Yi. Huang Haoyan received the wooden box with a blank face, uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan smiled. Pointing at the wooden box, he said smilingly, The 2 of you, use this gift right now. After leaving this place, you guys probably won't have a chance to use it anymore. Huang Haoyan still had a blank look, but Su Peiyin was already trembling from excitement. Clearly, she already guessed what was in this wooden box. She smacked the back of Huang Haoyan's head and had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations, and said, You're stupid as HELL. This is a Civ lucky chance. Hurry up and open it. It's a true grade heavenly pill stored inside here. Huang Haoyan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. A true grade heavenly pill was something that he did not even dare to think about. Now, Yi Yuan actually gave it to him for free. Opening the wooden box to take a look, it was indeed too crystal clear heavenly pills. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Sun or Min Nanshan, the pupils of the alchemy powerhouses currently present constricted. This is the greater sublime creation pill. True grade, heavenly imperial pill. Min Nanshan's words were full of astonishment, although he had not seen a true grade, heavenly pill before. The great Tao Asisu. Mulations seeping out of it was clear at a glance to him. What was even scarier was that this was actually a heavenly imperial pill. Jian Li relied on a true grade foundation establishment, heavenly pill, and broke through to Jade sovereign heaven. Then, how strong was the medicinal effect of a true grade, heavenly imperial pill? In virtually an instant, many people in the banquet had both eyes turn blood red. Their eyes were full of greed. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus finally, someone could not resist making a move. However, a streak of white light flashed past. The few people who made a move were directly blasted into residue. Zhao Sun arrived in front of Huang Haoyan, two people with a leap, and said in a solemn voice, "This hall master wants to see who dares to act rashly. The two of you refine the heavenly pills. This hall master will stand guard over you guys." At this time, head hall master Zhao Sun's deterrent power was finally exhibited. Min Nanshan and the rest of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were itching for a try at this time too. But, seeing Zhao Sun demonstrate his power, they still did not take action sensibly. Zhao Sun's prestige in Heavenly South Pill Hall was not for show. Which of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present did not receive his favor before? If the three great families wanted to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall, it was naturally inconvenient for the others to make a move. But if it really came down to open hostilities, the three great families did not have confidence in winning at all. Actually, Zhao Sun's heart was currently surging with choppy waves too. Yi Yuan actually brought out true grade, heavenly imperial pills the moment he made his move. He thought that if Yi Yuan could refine an ordinary grade 2 heavenly pill, it would already be very impressive. Wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade, what kind of concept was that? This was also to say that Yi Yuan had walked much further than they imagined along the path of true grade. Of course, Zhao Su was also clear that Yi Yuan had prepared for a long time and was finally making a big move. At this time, it concerned the future of Heavenly South Pill Hall. He had to anchor the scene. Didn't you say that you had never seen before true grade heavenly pills? Fine, today I'll let all of you witness what's called a true grade heavenly pill. How could Huang Haoyan, two people, have experienced such a spectacle before? They were already frightened silly. In this banquet, the two of them were just small fries, the weakest kind. If not because their relations, H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan was pretty good, they would not even have the qualifications to enter this place. But now they were refining heavenly pills under the eyelids of a bunch of Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. The pressure was tremendous. And Master Yi, this gift is too precious. It's too much for us. Why don't you take it back? Huang Haoyan said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No amount of money can buy my joy. I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to friends. If I say that you're worthy of it, you're worthy of it." Su Yi let loose a torrent of abuse by the side, saying, "You stupid pig, this is a ma. Civ lucky chance. You're actually pus. I plussing it away. Your father doesn't have a son-in-law like you. Unworthy thing. Angering your father to death." Huang Haoyan turned to look at Su Peiyun and discovered that his fiancée had a look of antic. 1 P-Asian 2. This was really a ma. Civ lucky chance. After Pa S. Seeing by this village, there would not be this shop anymore. Okay, then we'll refine it. Huang Haoyan gritted his teeth and directly swallowed the greater sublime creation pill. When the heavenly pill entered his abdomen, an overwhelming force surged crazily towards his small world. His inner world seemed to have been filled to the brim all at once, the frenzied divine essence flooding in. The medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills did not lose to grade 3 heavenly pills in the first place. And how many times stronger was the power of true grade heavenly imperial pills compared to ordinary heavenly imperial pills? What was even more terrifying was that even with such crazed divine essence was pouring in, his entire being actually did not face the slightest rejection. Huang Haoyan was peak upper greater sublime, heavenly stratum in the first place. In virtually an instant he crossed this threshold and successfully broke through the realm. Grand completion, greater, sublime heaven. Seeing such a terrifying medicinal effect, the expressions of the heavyweights present all changed wildly. This is also too fast, right? Breaking through the realm was done in a flash. H. Plus, is this true grade? Utterly terrifying. Even if it's an upper 9th grade heavenly imperial pill, it's not worth mentioning at all in front of this medicinal effect too. Amidst the shocked voices, Huang Haoyan's cultivation realm was still increasing rapidly. The great Tao ACCU, mutations contained in the greater sublime creation pill, let Huang Haoyan give rise to a trace of comprehension. Limitless sublime, heavenly stratum was right before his eyes. The scariest thing about true grade heavenly pills was not that terrifying medicinal effect, but that trace of great Tao ACCU. Mutation that was integrated inside. This trace of great Tao ACCU. Mutation could inspire the martial artist's comprehension of heaven and earth. Jiang Li broke through to Jade, sovereign, heavenly stratum, precisely because of this trace of enlightenment. Huang Haoyan's understanding of limitless sublime, heavenly stratum became clearer and clearer. The barrier confining him became more and more fragile. Finally, with a bang, it broke. The current Huang Haoyan felt as if he was soaring above the 9th heaven, overlooking the world. That sort of feeling was wonderful to the extreme. Is this limitless sublime heavenly stratum? Huang Haoyan slowly opened both eyes, recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. His gaze swept over everyone's faces and discovered that everyone in the main hall was looking at him with blank faces. It was as if they had seen something beyond comprehension. But by his side, Su Peiyin broke through one step earlier than him. 2 true grade heavenly imperial pills. 2 limitless sublime heavenly stratums. Gulp. Many people involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, showing their shock currently. True grade heavenly pill. It truly shocked them. Zhao Sun looked at the two with a look of surprise and said, Is this the power of a true grade heavenly imperial pill? From upper grade or sublime heaven to lower limitless sublime heaven. It's merely a snap of a finger. True grade heavenly imperial pill. It's indeed utterly terrifying. Chapter 2669. Executing things in a sweeping manner. Chapter 2669. Executing things in a sweeping manner. Many thanks, Master Yi. Huang Haoyan, 2 people, gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan respectfully. Yi Yuan had indeed given them a huge lucky chance, making them benefit endlessly. They both could feel that the effects of this greater sublime creation, pill, still had some remnants in their bodies. In the future, it will be excavated little by little. The two could not help somewhat feeling vicissitudes of emotion. Becoming acquainted with Yi Yuan was a sieve good fortune in itself. Otherwise, they would probably already be dead currently, let alone talk about breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to my own people, but this Yi will also never show leniency to enemies. The words made everyone's expression change. This was clearly not only said for the 2 of them, but said for everyone present to hear. As long as you followed me, Yi Yuan, there would be plenty of benefits in the future. But if you wanted to oppose me, sorry, your outcome might be very miserable. Brat, Do you want to use true grade, heavenly pills to beguile people's hearts? What a joke! To others, this true grade heavenly pill is merely a castle in the sky, that's all. You want to use this to whet everyone's appetite. 1. Tez and support you to become third hall master with this? Hoo-hoo! May I ask you what benefits we can get after you become third hall master? Iron Core said with a cold smile, witnessing the power of a true grade heavenly pill. Iron Core was extremely shocked too, but the more it was so, the more it could prove the expression of his views. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him, but swept his gaze over everyone's faces and said coolly, "Don't say that this Yi doesn't give you the chance. Right now, who else wants to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall? Step forward." This is making people pick sides. If one withdrew from Heavenly South Pill Hall, they will definitely be unfaded with true grade heavenly pills in the future. Hoo-hoo, are you thinking too much? You think that by not withdrawing, you'll be fated with true grade heavenly pills? Many people's faces revealed a look of hesitation. Even the 3 great families' subordinate factions were also hesitating at this time. After all, true grade heavenly pill was too effective. Hoo-hoo, looks like 2 hall masters are bent on breaking away from our 3 great families. Fine, my Min family will be the first to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Min Nanshan said with a cold smile, "I'll withdraw." "I'm withdrawing too." The moment Min Nanshan came forward, immediately there were families who were subordinate to the Min family that stepped forward. However, the number suddenly dropped by more than half compared to before. Clearly, some families were still hesitating. Min Nanshan's heart thumped, and he could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. The impact of this big move that Yi Yuan just released was seriously too strong. Some families' willpower was already disintegrating. Humph! Do you guys think that by staying in Heavenly South Pill Hall, you can obtain true grade heavenly pills? Too naive. Min Nanshan said with a cold snort. He wanted to spur these people on, but the effect was negligible. Those hesitating clearly already had an idea in mind. How could it be changed easily? However, what made Min Nanshan feel uneasy was Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu. He had already expressed his attitude clearly, yet these 2 people actually did not concur immediately. Min Nanshan's eyes looked over and discovered that these 2 people were clearly both hesitating. Seeing that the family heads did not move, these 2 families, Virginia-S. Cell families naturally did not dare to easily express their stand too. Song Tianyan, Yun Baiyu, what are you guys still waiting for? Min Nanshan said in a solemn voice. Right at this time, Yun Baiyu let out a deep sigh, like he had made up his mind about something. The moment Min Nanshan saw this, he could not help being overjoyed. Yun Baiyu suddenly gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "This Yin was blinded by greed previously, resulting in affronting third hall master. My Yun family is willing to receive punishment." Yun Baiyu you. Min Nanshan's expression changed wildly. That look wished to swallow Yun Baiyu whole. But Zhao Sun and Wu Jian exchanged a glance, a hint of pleasant surprise flash. Plussing across in their eyes. Yi Yuan's big move had indeed proved effective. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was a true grade heavenly imperial pill. The impact on the 2 great family heads was too strong, as long as the 3 great families fell apart. Even if the Min family really became independent, it would be nothing too. Excellent play. These 2 people's eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, became different. Suddenly, Song Tianyang bowed to Yi Yuan too, as he said, "Song Tianyang pays respect to third hall master. My Song family is also willing to receive punishment." All the heavyweights present were incredibly shocked. Originally, the 2 great hall masters were already pressed into a corner. Who would have thought that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, the situation would undergo an Astonies? Plussing reversal two great family heads turned traitor at the same time. While Min Nan Shan and Iron Core, two people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The three families had talked it over to advance and withdraw together. Who knew that at this juncture the Song and Yun Tu families actually turned traitors at the same time? Now, the one who found it difficult to back down became Min Nan Shan instead. Iron Core was just an outsider. Heavenly South Pill Hall's change did not have much bearing on him. But the Min family was different. If only his family withdrew, that would make it difficult to do much single-handedly. Without the support of the other two great families, even if he reached peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist, how could he be Heavenly South Pill Hall's match? A hint of an imperceptible sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Actually, it was not that Iron Core's trick was not perfect. It was just that he severely underestimated his strength. True grade, heavenly imperial pill. How many people could resist this kind of temptation? Moreover, he still had an ace in the hole. Song and Yun Tu families provoked Heavenly South Pill Hall's authority, conspiring to rebel. Now, this Hall Master will strip away the two of your elder positions. Are you guys convinced? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. These two families had just pledged allegiance. Directly stripping the family heads of their elder position, wasn't this pus? Plussing them out? An elder position represented too many things. This punishment could be rated as heavy. The moment Min Nan Shan heard, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, Song Tianyang, Yunbaiyu, you guys are really laughable." He doesn't buy it at all. Song and Yun Tu people's expressions also changed abruptly. However, they gritted their teeth and said, Song Tianyang, Yunbaiyu, is wholeheartedly convinced. Everyone was shocked again. No one expected that they admitted defeat so obediently. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, "For the land of Heavenly South, there's the myriad demons mountain to the north and Thistle's South Sea Race to the south. It can be said that the people are surviving between the crevices. Therefore, everyone uniting as one is the most important thing. Harming Heavenly South's interests for one's own personal gain, they should be kicked out. Today, this Hall Master will announce that the Min family will be expelled forever under the authority of Third Hall Master." Everyone's heart could not help sinking. This measure was truly swift and fierce, except it was not over yet. Yi Yuan continued. But then again, since it's uniting as one, this Hall Master naturally won't already either. In half a month, the Alchemy Path families pick out 5 elite disciples and send them to Heavenly South Pill Hall. This Hall Master will teach them personally. In addition, this Hall Master will also discuss with Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master to set a rule. Those who can meet this standard will all have a chance to obtain a true grade heavenly pill. Of course, this Hall Master also hopes that in the future, there will be someone among you all who can refine true grade heavenly pills too. Chapter 2670, Heavenly South's Number 2 Genius. Chapter 2670, Heavenly South's Number 2 Genius. A small family's patriarch said with a face full of excitement, "Third Hall Master, you mean all the families present?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It's all of the families. If the various major cities have suitable candidates, they can send them over too. But I'll say the unpleasant things first. This Hall Master has my own standards in selecting people. If they can't meet the standards, they will be sent back without exception. But as long as I take them in, presumably it won't be a problem for them to step into grade for Heavenly Alchemist in the future." The whole audience was in an uproar. These words were really too domineering. It was just that many people expressed skepticism about this. Hoo-hoo, ignorant fools. Do you think that grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists are all cabbages? A puny little grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist is spouting a stream of empty rhetoric here. What a joke! Min Nan Shan said with a cold laugh. Although these words were somewhat unpleasant when coming out of his mouth, they represented what everyone was thinking in their hearts. Those able to reach grade 4 heavenly alchemists were already feudal kings of a region in this heavenly South City. Not anybody could reach grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Whether or not it's cabbages has nothing to do with you anymore. Family head Min, you've already withdrawn from heavenly South Pill Hall. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to be telling people what to do here?" Min Nanshan's face flushed red, immediately feeling somewhat ashamed to show his face. He was actually being isolated now. Zhao Sun also spoke up at this time, saying, "Min Nanshan, the real idiot is you. Even this hall master also needs to ask for advice with an open mind in front of Yi Yuan. Whoever can obtain his guidance, becoming a grade 4 heavenly alchemist in the future, is probably the most basic threshold." What? How is this possible? Head hall master means that third hall master is giving pointers to him. Could it be that in the future, grade 4 heavenly alchemists will really become cabbages? Zhao Sun personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made the big shots from everywhere incredibly shocked. It was true that Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills, but that was just grade 2 heavenly pills. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist giving pointers to a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. It sounded somewhat fantastical no matter. Even Min Nanshan's expression changed abruptly too. Humph. Then let's wait and see. Min Nanshan's face fell, and he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhao Sun's gaze looked toward Iron Core, and he said in a cold voice, "Iron Core, from today onwards, my heavenly South Pill Hall absolutely won't refine a single heavenly pill for your lineage. Take your leave." Iron Core's expression changed wildly, feeling like he shot himself in the foot. Why was heavenly South Pill Hall so impressive? It was because they monopolized all the supply of heavenly South's heavenly pills. However, before this, factions stood in great numbers in heavenly South Pill Hall, each with their own interests. Even Zhao Sun, 2 people were no exception either. Therefore, wanting to boycott a certain faction was actually very difficult. But now, Yi Yuan shocked all of the alchemy path families with lightning means. Then, who still dared to show face to him? Iron Core? Iron Core gritted his teeth and also left in resentment. Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice, "From tomorrow on, this hall master and second hall master will go into close seclusion. All of heavenly South Pill Hall's matters will be taken charge of by third hall master. In addition, if anyone dares to sell Iron Core's lineage heavenly pills, they will be immediately expelled from heavenly South Pill Hall." Everyone was inexplicably shocked. No one thought that the 2 hall masters were actually going into closed seclusion. Then, in the closed seclusion period, the real hall master would actually become Yi Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan's pointers in the past few days gave these 2 people a feeling of grand awakening. It even overthrew their inherent understanding of alchemy Tao over the years. Therefore, they needed to go into close seclusion to reorganize the ACCU. Mutilation of so many years. If not for this feast today, they would have long gone into close seclusion. In less than 3 days, the disciples carefully selected by the various major families have already been sent to heavenly South Pill Hall, obtaining the legacy of true grade. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? Carrot and stick. This was a management method that proved effective every time. Wanting to make these families submit wholeheartedly, deterrence was a must. There naturally could not dispense with benefits too. Yi Yuan's personal guidance was the greatest benefit, especially that even Zhao Sun personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan become even more mysterious in front of the factions from all over. This estranged feeling would make people give rise to a sense of awe. Over 200 disciples were brought into a very big pill refining room. After entering, the guards went out. There were only these disciples left in the pill refining room. In Heavenly South City, these major families' disciples mostly knew each other and naturally started to engage in small talk. One of them was immediately being lauded like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. "Congratulations, Brother Wenhao. You're Heavenly South's number 2 genius to begin with. This time being personally guided by Master Yi. You'll definitely be able to achieve true grade Heavenly Pill. When the time comes, the Song family will be Heavenly South's number 1 family clan. Still Heavenly South's number 2 genius? Master Jiang Li has already advanced to grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. He's already considered a senior. How can he be called a genius? Brother Wenhao is the well-deserving Heavenly South's number 1 genius now." Right, number 1 genius. Number 1 genius. Song Wenhao was the Song family's number 1 genius. At the same time, he was also reputed as Heavenly South's number 2 genius after Jiang Li, but he had made quite a bit of accomplishment in alchemy at a young age. His strength overpowered those in the same rank in Heavenly South. This time, the Song family reined in at the brink of the precipice and similarly obtained the right to roll in elite disciples. Song Wenhao naturally occupied a foremost position, although Song Tianyang's strength was not as good as Min Nanshan's. The Song family saw hope in Song Wenhao, and they naturally focused on grooming him. Being praised by everyone, Song Wenhao smiled calmly and said, "True grade Heavenly Pills have been spread until they seem miraculous. In my view, it's merely nothing more than this. The land of Heavenly South just doesn't know the right method. That's why true grade will seem precious. As long as this young master learns the method of refinement, wouldn't true grade Heavenly Pills still be easily accomplished?" He never felt that he was worse than Jiang Li in any way. He had actually always been unconvinced by the Tli of number 2 genius. As for true grade, although he knew that it was impressive, he did not care. It was nothing more than the method of inheritance. He, Song Wenhao, had always been incredibly fast in cultivating heavenly medicine, refining arts. As long as he grasped the method of inheritance, he felt that he would definitely be able to refine true grade Heavenly Pills. Time slowly trickled by. Body came to this pill refining room. They were forgotten for the greater part of the day. Many people started to get irritated. Some paced back and forth. Some were restless, and others were full of complaints. "Humph! What's the deal with hanging us out to dry here? These 3 hall masters are also taking Heavenly South's and Blee families too lightly." Song Wenhao was the most impatient and could not refrain from grumbling. "Isn't that so? Looks like he didn't call us over to teach us at all. It's purely to give a blow to Heavenly South's and Blee families." Someone immediately echoed. "Third Hall Master is dissatisfied with our family's previous actions. This is deliberately giving us a blow to take revenge." Along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, similar complaints grew more and more. These genius disciples also became even more impatient and restless. However, there were exceptions too. One of the young men came before the furnace fire and practiced fire-controlling techniques. "Hoo-hoo, Song Minja, with your paltry skills, don't make a spectacle of yourself," making a frantic, last-minute effort. "Do you think that 3rd Hall Master will pick you?" Song Wenhao looked at him and said with a sneer, Chapter 2671, Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 2671, Survival of the Fittest. Hoo-hoo! Similarly, you are a Song family's descendant, but Song Minja, you're simply a piece of Traz. Plus, just this bit of skill, you also dare to show off your incompetence in front of Brother Wenhao. What a joke! The Song family actually let you come and make up the numbers. When Song Wenhao opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred, helping to reprove Song Minja together. Song Wenhao was popular and would definitely be an important person in the future. Getting on his good terms at this time would be equivalent to climbing up a large tree. Song Minja was Song Wenhao's cousin. In this generation, he had a mediocre apartment tued and barely managed to be sent over. However, in the eyes of the Song family, he was merely playing the character of accompanying the crown prince to study. It was impossible to be selected. Normally, Song Wenhao looked down on this cousin and had no lack of disparaging him in the family. Big brother, I don't have the intention of displaying my slight skill before an expert. I just felt bored from waiting. So why not practice fire controlling technique to Pa S? The time Song Minja said, Pa. Song Wenhao gave him a backhanded slap and shouted coldly, Learn to talk back, ha! Those who can come here, which one isn't stronger than you? With your paltry skills, go back home if you want to be a disgrace. You coming here is losing face for the Song family. Song Minja covered his face, but his eyes were very stubborn. He did not feel that he did anything wrong. Practicing fire controlling technique to Pa S the time was wrong too? When Song Wenhao saw that Song Minja was not convinced, he was even more furious. Bang! He kicked Song Minja's chest again, directly sending him flying with a kick. Presumptuous thing! You dare to look at me using this sort of eyes? This young master will beat you, this disobedient thing, to death. Creak! Right at this time, the pill refining room's door was suddenly opened. Yi Yuan brought Chui Tong and the rest and walked in slowly. Third Hall Master is here. The group of geniuses were surprised and hurriedly stood in line. Even Song Wenhao also reined in his arrogance and stood there respectfully. Song Minja struggled to his feet and did not say anything. He just stood at one side quietly. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces. All the geniuses felt short on breath, nervous to the extreme. They did not know why. This person in front of them clearly had a similar cultivation realm as them. But when they faced Yi Yuan, they had a feeling of being seen through. For you guys to be able to come here, it means that you guys are all elite disciples in your families. However, being selected by your families doesn't mean being selected by me too. This hall master has my own standards for choosing people. Now you all practice by yourselves. Let this hall master take a look at your strength first. Yi Yuan said coolly. Many people were immediately raring to go as soon as they heard it. Just as Yi Yuan said, those who could come here were all elites. They naturally wanted to display their strength in front of Yi Yuan, in hopes of being able to become Yi Yuan's disciple. That was true grade inheritance. Who's first? Yi Yuan said, I'll go first. Song Wenhao came forward on his own accord and was the first one to step out of the ranks. Many people wanted to compete to be the first too, but seeing that Song Wenhao had made a move, they consciously backed out. The first one to take the stage naturally had an advantage. First impressions were the most lasting. The earlier someone displayed their skills, the earlier it could capture people's eyes. Especially someone like Song Wenhao. The moment he made his move, it would seem dull and disinteresting afterward. The chances of being selected would clearly be much lower too. Of course, this was also established on the foundation of strength. If one did not have strength but took the stage first, there could only be the result of being beaten. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Okay, you'll refine a grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Song Wenhao smiled proudly and said, Third Hall Master, the foundation establishment heavenly pill is too simple. It can't demonstrate my strength at all. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with displeasure, Are you testing this Hall Master? Or is it this Hall Master who's testing you? When Song Wenhao saw that Yi Yuan got angry, he could not help being alarmed inwardly and hurriedly said with embarrass, meant. It's naturally Third Hall Master who's testing this disciple. Okay, the foundation establishment, heavenly pill it is. When Song Wenhao made his move, he was indeed strong, immediately attracting a furor of exclamations. To him, grade 1 foundation establishment, heavenly pill, was simply child's play. It was too easy. Very soon, the heavenly pill came out of the furnace. Without the slightest surprise, middle ninth grade, to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, being able to refine the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to middle ninth grade was a very impressive thing in itself. After coming down, Song Wenhao had a proud look on his face. He believed that this heavenly pill could absolutely move Yi Yuan, unless he was blind. Of course. Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Song Wenhao was not very surprised. To really talk about geniuses, Yi Yuan was the most freakish one, being able to refine true grade heavenly pills at this age. This was a monster. However, Song Wenhao would not be unduly humble either. In his view, Yi Yuan just had a better background than him. Following this, the various major families' genius disciples displayed their strength one after another. Yi Yuan did not make them refine other heavenly pills either. It was all grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Only after spending a full 3 days' time did Yi Yuan finish watching all of these people. However, when Song Minja was refining, Yi Yuan paid special attention and secretly nodded his head in his heart. Actually, the things that happened here, Yi Yuan had long perceived it at a glance. In reality, making them wait here was a part of the assessment in itself. Yi Yuan had an impression of every person present. After everyone finished refining, all the geniuses looked at Yi Yuan with looks of antic. 1. P-ation. While Song Wenhao was BRIMMING with confidence. Now, whoever I point to, stand over there. Yi Yuan slowly extended his hand and pointed at Song Wenhao first. Song Wenhao revealed a smile like it was as expected and stepped out of the ranks to stand at one side. The others cast envious looks towards him one after another. You too. Yi Yuan pointed one by one. Many of those he pointed at were the top geniuses of the various major families. Even if some people were not as good as Song Wenhao, they were about the same too. Yi Yuan pointed at more than 150 people in one go before stopping. Those who were pointed at were all beside themselves with joy, while those who were not pointed at had dejected faces because they lost a golden opportunity. You all can go back already, Yi Yuan said to the 150 over people indifferently. Song Wenhao was taken aback and said, What did you say? Yi Yuan raised his volume a little as he said, Coolly. I said, You all can go back already. The rest will become my disciples. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed in Song Minja that direction. He was kept. Song Wenhao opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief as he said, Third Hall Master, are you mistaken? This bunch of trash is going to become your disciples. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Song Wenhao suddenly raised his voice and said furiously, Third Hall Master, you hold great power and authority, but us Blee family disciples aren't easy to bully either. Were you messing with us Blee family descendants by having our families send us over? I really don't know what kind of benchmark you're using to assess eliminating us geniuses and leaving behind these traws. Plus I, Song Wenhao, am not convinced. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. Chapter 2672. Giving Pointers. Chapter 2672. Giving pointers, this group of geniuses was all stubborn and unruly people. If there was really a justifiable reason to eliminate them, then forget it. Yet, Yi Yuan picked a bunch of fellows who were not outstanding, and he eliminated all of these outstanding ones instead. How could they be willing to agree? Even Song Minja themselves also had blank faces, making neither head nor tail of it. In reality, they also agreed with Song Wenhao's point of view in their hearts, thinking that Yi Yuan was intentionally making fun of these Blee families. Otherwise, how could these characters who were accompanying the crown prince to study, possibly be chosen? Yi Yuan had clearly long antic. 1. P aided these people's reactions and said indifferently, this hall master naturally knows that you guys are not convinced. However, this hall master will make you all convinced. Starting from today onward, all of you can come here every day too, and receive my guidance and cultivate according to my requirements. 3 months later, you guys will undergo a showdown. If you all can win and slap this hall master's face, this hall master naturally welcomes you to stay. Song Wenhao's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a sneer, "Third hall master, this is what you said." "I, Song Wenhao, am definitely slapping this face." "Third hall master, I hope that you don't go back on your word." Dueling with this bunch of trash, this young master can win them lying down. What could change in 3 months? Moreover, they were even able to receive the same guidance. With their talent, they would only pull further and further away from those trash. How could they possibly be Serpa? As said, Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "You all rest assured. This hall master is naturally a man of his word. When the time comes, not only will you guys stay, this hall master will even apologize to you guys." Song Wenhao smiled coldly and said, "Then what are we still waiting for? Let's start." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "The first lesson that I'm teaching you all is cultivating grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of upper 9th grade. Now let's start." "What? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill? Third hall master, you aren't joking, right? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. What's there to cultivate?" Song Wenhao was taken aback and immediately questioned. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just need to do it. Why are there so many questions? If you don't want to, you can leave right now." Song Wenhao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph! Isn't it just upper 9th grade? This young master has already reached middle 9th grade. Isn't it half a step away from upper 9th grade?" Hence, the group of geniuses started practicing by themselves. They did not feel that grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill had any use, but they could only follow accordingly. In Song Wenhao's view, with his talent and strength, reaching upper 9th grade would just be easily achieved. But he was wrong. Before upper 9th grade, it could be achieved by relying on talent. However, upper 9th grade required hard work plus talent. He tried 10 times and failed, 100 times and still failed. Hence, he started getting irritated and impatient. But the more so, the more he could not refine in upper 9th grade. In fact, the quality even showed regression. What the BL-ODYHELL. Your father has refined for half a month. What's the use of spending time on this kind of meaningless thing every day? Song Wenhao knocked all the things on the table off with a smack as he said impatiently. In reality, it was not just him who felt annoyed and impatient. Those few people that Yi Yuan pointed out would more or less appear somewhat agitated and restless. In their view, being able to reach 9th grade was already enough. Wasting time on this kind of meaningless thing was not worth it at all. Their refinement was also intermittent and half-hearted. Low-level, basic, heavenly pills were worthless in their eyes. However, most of Yi Yuan's attention was on Song Minjia. This boy's temperament was level-headed. He treated each pill refinement very seriously and never rested too. A person should not underestimate this point. To a heavenly alchemist, it was a tremendous consumption of energy and willpower. Without the support of strong willpower, it was simply impossible to do it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan perceived from him practicing the fire-controlling technique previously that his foundation was very solid. The disparity between Song Minjia and Song Wenhao was actually just affinity. In terms of affinity, Song Wenhao shook Song Minjia off by several streets. But in terms of perseverance, in terms of foundation, in terms of temperament, Song Minjia shook Song Wenhao off by more than a dozen streets. However, in Yi Yuan's view, the latter was the prerequisite to becoming a powerful heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Song Minjia. Song Minjia had clearly realized it too. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Therefore he was plussing himself frantically. Song Minja's talent was poor, which was also just relative to Song Wenhao. Actually, Song Minja's foundation was very solid. His grade 1 foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, already reached peak 8th, grade 2. There was only a step away from 9th grade as well. And a short half a month later, he finally crossed 9th grade, this threshold as well. In reality, in this half a month, Yi Yuan had been continuously giving guidance to the geniuses present too, including the Song Wenhao that he looked down upon the most. But with regards to the refining technique of the grade 1 foundation establishment Heavenly Pill, these so-called geniuses would not take it in at all. Instead, it was this bunch of so-called trash who accepted it unconditionally. In this half a month, each of them made tremendous improvements. Of course, this bit of improvement was utterly not worth mentioning in the view of Song Wenhao and the rest. Seeing Song Wenhao flew off the handle, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Pick it up." Song Wenhao said with a cold snort, "Based on what?" "Third Hall Master. You're clearly targeting us. What's there to refine about the lousy foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, "This Hall Master will say it again. Pick it up for me." A powerful aura pressured Song Wenhao until his expression changed abruptly, similarly being a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was actually like that of a ferocious beast. Too terrifying. I'll pick it up." After Song Wenhao picked it up, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Get lost." Song Wenhao's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, What did you say?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You don't deserve to be here. Right now, immediately at once, get lost." In Yi Yuan's view, with this kind of temperament, it was simply impossible to have any accomplishments in alchemy. What could high affinity show? Moreover, affinity in itself could be changed. Song Wenhao's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Third Hall Master, I think that you're forcing our Song family to break away from Heavenly South Pill Hall." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Just the likes of you can decide the direction of the Song family too? If you're still not scramming, this Hall Master will send you out personally." Song Wenhao's eyes were spewing fire, and he shouted coldly, "I'll go then. Either way, it's useless to stay here too." 2.5 months later, I, Song Wenhao, will definitely make you apologize to my face. You think that by relying on this bunch of trash you can win against me? Finished talking, Song Wenhao turned right around and left. In the pill refining room, it was silent. There was only the sound of flames bursting forth. Song Minja and the rest were still immersed in pill refining at this time and were completely oblivious to what was happening here. To Yi Yuan, this was merely a small interlude. Song Wenhao was nothing more than a clown jumping around, falling short of Yi Yuan's standard. Time flew by quickly. 3 months' period ended very soon. On this day, the various Blee family's patriarchs arrived one after another. After Song Wenhao went out, Yi Yuan's criteria for selecting people also immediately shocked all of the Blee families. Today, they naturally had to come and take a look as well. Chapter 2673. Stubborn and reluctant to admit mistakes? Chapter 2673. Stubborn and reluctant to admit mistakes? This is simply nonsense. This third hall master drove all of our Blee family's most elite disciples back. Those who remained are all some guys that aren't of any use. What the L is this? In my view, he did it on purpose. He has never thought of leaving behind the true, grade, heavenly pill inheritance at all. He's deceiving the 2 hall masters and also wants to fool us, these Blee families. In the main hall, there was a noisy clamor. Many family heads expressed strong displeasure with Yi Yuan's actions. Even Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu, two people, their expressions were very ugly too. They both had a feeling of being fooled. But luckily, the Song family and Yun family both left 3 people behind. However, the Song family's and Yun family's strongest juniors, Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan, were both rejected by Yi Yuan. Without this duel, they would naturally make noise. But Yi Yuan gave Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan a chance. They naturally had to wait for a while. They also wanted to see what kind of miraculous means this third hall master had, to be able to make those trash serpa. The top disciples. The door to the pill refining room opened. Chui Tong walked out and said, "Gentlemen, please come in." The big shots entered in a single file, somewhat impatient to slap Yi Yuan's face. They did not believe that the geniuses they exhausted resources to groom actually could not compare to Yi Yuan's 3 months of teaching. Moreover, they even enjoyed the same treatment. Song Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly expression, "Third hall master, you wanted to strip my Song family of the elder position. We've accepted it. But now, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Yun Baiyu also said, "We know that the true grade heavenly pill is extremely precious. But if third hall master wants to use this kind of method to hammer us now, the Yun family won't sit us sively and await destruction either." With these 2 great families, patriarchs, taking the lead, the other family heads expressed indignation one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Everyone calm down. You'll know after seeing it. Since you all came, let's get started then. Song Wenhao, you go first." Song Wenhao had a stomach full of anger and was just about to give vent to it. Seeing Yi Yuan mention him, he smiled coldly and said, "As it should be. Wonder if I can choose my opponent myself or not." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, "The people that I've selected you can choose at will." Song Wenhao waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "No need. I'll pick my brilliant cousin, Song Ninja. I know that you think the most highly of him in this group of people. Today, I'm going to trample him underfoot in front of everyone. I'll let third hall master see how blind you were." Yi Yuan did not care either and smiled broadly as he said, "Song Ninja, come." "Yes." Song Ninja gave a bow and stepped forward. Song Wenhao looked at Song Ninja and said disdainfully, "Song Ninja, do you really think that you can turn into a phoenix from a hen and transform from a swallow into a phoenix? Today, this young master will make you see that you're still a hen on the ground." Song Ninja's face showed some fear. He knew how big his improvement in these 3 months was. But what Yi Yuan made them practice was all grade 1 basic heavenly pills. Other heavenly pills, they totally never touched them. As a Song family's descendant, Song Ninja naturally knew Song Wenhao's strength, really making him face off against Song Wenhao. He was still lacking confidence in his heart. What kind of eyesight did Song Tianyang and the rest of the family heads have? Seeing Song Ninja's expression, they already determined the victor of this match in their hearts. Originally, alchemy was not something that could be learned quickly within a short period of time too. Wanting to make Song Ninja beat the proud son of heaven, Song Wenhao, in a short 3 months' time. How is that possible? Each and every one of these family heads, they were sneering to no end in their hearts. They were waiting for the moment Yi Yuan gets his face slapped. What was even more Nabal was that Yi Yuan even gave the choosing rights of the heavenly pill to the other party. Song Wenhao laughed loudly and said, "My good younger brother, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that I'll pick the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, right? Relax, I won't be so stupid. Want to compete, we naturally have to fight with real swords and spears. Competing in grade 2 heavenly pills. No matter how good you refine grade 1 heavenly pills, what's the BL? Why use? I choose the greater sublime creation pill." Hearing this, the corners of Song Tianyang's mouth curled slightly. This greater sublime creation pill was precisely what Yi Yuan brought out to everyone back then. The heavenly imperial pill that made Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyin directly break through to limitless sublime, heavenly stratum. Why was Song Wenhao called a genius? Precisely because he could already refine heavenly imperial pills at a young age. Peak grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Although the grade of the heavenly imperial pills that he refined still had much room for improvement, being able to refine it was already worthy of flaunting in itself. Heavenly imperial pills were not what everyone could refine. Many family heads were secretly sneering. No wonder Song Wenhao, this boy, was able to be regarded highly by Song Tianyang. This heavenly pill is chosen brilliantly. You look at Song Minja's expression, and you'll know that he definitely can't do it. Hoo-hoo, making Song Minja refine a heavenly imperial pill within 3 months. How is this possible? With this, I want to see how Yi Yuan gets through this. These family heads had already prepared a belly full of taunting and jeering, preparing to gift it to Yi Yuan. Even the factions that followed Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were quite unhappy with Yi Yuan now too. This method of squelching families was very low level. Song Minja's expression was very ugly. He could not resist looking at Yi Yuan and said, "FLU-S, Tieredly, Master Yi." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to have any pressure. You just refine as per normal." Song Minja was at the very most a middle-level grade 2 heavenly alchemist. He did not even reach high level. Therefore, refining a heavenly imperial pill was something rubbish talk. He also did not think that by refining grade 1 basic heavenly pills, he would be able to refine heavenly imperial pills. Song Minja knew that Yi Yuan had very high hopes for him, so the pressure of him was even greater. If he lost, Master Ye's face would really be utterly lost. He was often compared to Song Wenhao by others in the Song family and treated as a negative example. Now he finally managed to win recognition from Yi Yuan, so he did not want to lose face for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan's comforting still calmed him down slightly. He always felt that Yi Yuan had a deep meaning in making him refine grade 1 basic heavenly pills. When the refinement started, Song Minja tossed these things to the back of his head very quickly. His seriousness toward pill refinement was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan picked him. Compared to Song Wenhao, Song Minja's disposition was far better. Although he was shouldering tremendous pressure, he could enter the zone very quickly and would not be crushed by the pressure. In fact, he would even turn pressure into drive. Seeing Song Minja's somewhat bustling appearance, Song Tianyang suddenly said, "Third Hall Master, is this the explanation that you're giving us? It's really nothing much." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Continue watching. Without reaching the last second, who can know the result?" With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone still responded with cold smiles. Stubborn and reluctant to admit mistakes was talking about the current Yi Yuan, right? With Song Minja's FLU-S tiered appearance, could he refine a heavenly imperial pill? What a joke! Right now, they felt that with the 2 Hall Masters making Yi Yuan into 3rd Hall Master, it was a complete mistake. Chapter 2674. Take Them Back. Chapter 2674. Take Them Back. Song Wenhao, Greater Sublime Creation Pill, lower 2nd grade. Along with Chui Tong's announcement, everyone marveled in admiration. Compared to Yi Yuan's true grade, this was naturally nothing. But this result was sufficient to overpower his peers. Song Wenhao, this boy grew stronger again. Really well deserving of being Heavenly South's number 2 genius. His potential isn't the slightest bit worse than Jiangli. That Song Minja probably already refined it into a ruined pill, right? Hoo-hoo! 3rd Hall Master is really going to get his face slapped with this. After the heavyweights marveled with admiration, there were mocking voices about Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated was what they wanted to do most right now. Even Song Minja himself also turned ashen pale after he saw this result. He felt that he was probably unable to surpass it. After all, he had never refined heavenly imperial pills prior to this. Being able to persevere on this time was a miracle in itself. While Song Wenhao had a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Reckless and blind thing! Just the likes of you dare to contend for glory with this young master too? You'll be going to get it after returning to the family clan this time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hasn't Song Minjia not opened the furnace yet? What are each and every one of you getting excited for?" Song Tianyang could not help laughing as he said, "Is there still a need to open the furnace? With how Minjia looked, being able to persevere is already a miracle. There's a 90% chance that the heavenly pill in this furnace has become a ruined pill already." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there still that 10% possibility? Song Minjia, open the furnace." Song Minjia opened the furnace with a FLUS tiered mood. Boom! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a heavenly pill appeared before everyone very quickly. The countenances of the big shots instantly changed. Song Wenhao's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? It actually formed into a pill." Song Tianyang had a blank look too as he said, "Minjia's refinement clearly had no methodology to speak of, and yet his refinement can form a pill like this too?" Song Wenhao gave a cold snort and said, "It's useless even if it forms into a pill too. With just the likes of this trash, he can only refine a lower grade one too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Chui Tong, examine the pill." Chui Tong complied and put the greater sublime creation pill on the Cloud Mount Motherstone and said, "Song Minjia, greater sublime creation pill, middle third grade." This sentence was seemingly like a sledgehammer abruptly SMAs. Plussing onto everyone's hearts. All of the family heads were collectively turned to stone at this instant. Not only did the Song Minjia, who had never refined a heavenly imperial pill before refine it, it even directly reached middle third grade. This was just a short 3 months. How could such a miraculous thing occur? Could it be that this third hall master cast magic on him? This is impossible. How can this trash possibly refine an upper third grade heavenly imperial pill? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Song Wenhao felt that he was being deceived. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? 3 months ago, Song Minjia was clearly a trash that he looked down upon. 3 months later, Yi Yuan actually turned stone to gold, trampling him, this heavenly South's #1 genius, ruthlessly underfoot. He could not help looking towards Song Minjia and discovered that the latter had a blank face too, with pleasant surprise mixed in it. Clearly, even he himself did not quite dare to believe it. Song Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a dull look and said, "T-third hall master this? Why in the world is it like this?" Yi Yuan had a look of it being natural and right on his face as he said coolly, "No rush, continue watching. Who's next?" "I'll go." Yun Yuan came forward of his own accord and stepped forward. His gaze swept over that group of people, finally landing on a youth in a yellow S. "HI plus RT, I chose him." Yun Yuan pointed to the youth in the yellow S, HI plus RT, and said, "This." Yun Yuan actually picked the worst one in the Lin family, Lin Zhao Yuan. He's lowering his status by doing so. Third Hall Master didn't say that they can't choose like this either, since it's within the permissible scope of the rules. What's wrong with it? I don't believe that this bunch of brats can overturn the heavens. The group of family heads clearly could not accept this reality, because the thing that happened before their eyes was too subverting. A fellow with mediocre talent became a top genius in a blink of an eye. And all these just happened in a short 3 months' time. Then, what was with all the hard work that they put in previously? Wouldn't it become a joke? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Can Lin Zhao Yuan, you come?" "Yes." Lin Zhao Yuan complied and stepped out of the ranks. Very soon, the two people entered a pill refining state. Yun Yuan was unable to refine heavenly imperial pills, but his strength already infinitely approached the standard of a heavenly imperial pill. Therefore, the difficulty of the grade 2 heavenly pill that he chose was also extremely high. This Lin Jiayuan's talent was even worse than Song Minjia, according to these family heads' understanding. Among these 200 over people, he could basically rank in the top 10 from the bottom. No matter how impressive such a fellow was, it was also impossible to win, right? But Yi Yuan knew that Yun Yuan had kicked an iron plate. If Song Minjia's strength was ranked first place among the people that he chose, then this Lin Jiayuan was the one who made the greatest improvement. Although this boy's talent was not as good as Song Minjia's, his disposition was even more tenacious than Song Minjia's. In these 3 months, Lin Jiayuan virtually practiced like he went mad. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Lin Jiayuan's improvement was extremely terrifying. One should say that among the people he selected, Lin Jiayuan's current strength could absolutely rank in the top 3. Therefore, the result went without saying. Yun Yuan's final result was middle 6th grade, while Lin Jiayuan reached a terrifying upper 8th grade. It was only a step away from 9th grade, which was also to say that he was actually not far from heavenly imperial pills too. In fact, if he was lucky, he would be able to refine heavenly imperial pills too. This result blew the minds of all the family heads once again. Top 10 from the bottom defeated the second place from the top. 3 months. Only 3 months. Next, those so-called geniuses that were rejected by Yi Yuan engaged in battle one after another. It was just that, no matter who the opponent they picked, the final result was each so-called genius being defeated. These over 50 people that Yi Yuan selected, their strengths were equally terrifying. The more the family heads watched, the more they felt a chill in their hearts. The more they watched, the more they quaked in their boots. These 3 months of transformation could simply be said to be turning the whole world upside down. Those disciples who were not being valued in their families collectively performed an Astonies H.I. plus in great reversal 3 months later, trampling each and every one of those so-called genius disciples underfoot. Toward the end, they even somewhat could not bear to continue watching anymore. Too tragic to behold. This was also to say that the geniuses that they spent so many years and expended countless effort and resources to nurture were all Tras. H. Plus the blow was tremendous. Or should they say, Yi Yuan's means were too miraculous and could turn a bunch of trash into geniuses? They had no choice but to be convinced. T-Third Hall Master, since they all could make such a big improvement within 3 months, then the others' improvement should be even greater. See, can't you take them in? Song Tianyang said, lacking in confidence. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's no use. During these 3 months, this hall master didn't discriminate against one and show partiality to the other. What I taught them was completely the same, but you all saw it too. The result is like this. Of course, I won't rule out that among them, someone can strive harder after knowing humiliation and can meet my requirements. But right now, you all take them back. Chapter 2675. Conspiracy. Chapter 2675. Conspiracy Buzz. Song Wenhao only felt like he was struck by lightning, his head going blank at once. Take them back. What he, a proud son of heaven, obtained in the end was this. Sweeping a glance over, those so-called proud sons of heaven were all extremely ashamed. Clearly, what Yi Yuan said was right. In these 3 months, what Yi Yuan taught them was the same, but the result was different. The people that Yi Yuan pointed to all soared to the heavens in one bound. The people that he did not point to were all knocked down to the mortal world. It was this miraculous. Without this battle, no one would believe this at all. But now, no one doubted Yi Yuan's eyesight anymore. Thud! Song Wenhao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said in grief and indignation, Third Hall Master, Wenhao earnestly begs you to take me in. From today onward, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and listen to Lord Hall Master's teachings respectfully. No one felt surprised by Song Wenhao's behavior. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to everyone that he was right. Song Tianyang secretly commended this. Song Wenhao putting down his pride might not be a bad thing. However, Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, "Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. I'm not saying that nature can't be changed, but it's just that how can it be so easy? Go back. What you have to do is not to put down your pride, but it is to temper your disposition. Otherwise, it will be hard to make great accomplishments." Yi Yuan had seen far too much walking from an ant until today. Some people would gain enlightenment overnight after experiencing a setback, but this sort of person was like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, being very rare. The tempering of disposition was a drawn-out process. In fact, it was even more arduous and drawn-out than cultivation. He saw bitter remorse in Song Wenhao's eyes, but bitter remorse could not make him grow. It could only be said to be a start. What Song Wenhao had to do was not to cultivate here, but it was for him to go out to the secular world and have a trial with his character. Even if Yi Yuan let him stay here, he would still become restless after a year or two. There was no way for such a person to become a truly powerful heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the family heads' faces and said indifferently, "You all feel that I picked these people to deliberately sing a different tune to you to suppress you all? You all are thinking too much. On the path of alchemy, while talent is important, the talent that I understand is different from the talent that you all understand. Only a firm heart can reach the great beyond. On the path of alchemy, there are no shortcuts, only bitter cultivation. Each alchemy path I-10 is an ascetic. The first mover is not necessarily the first to reach. One step at a time is the right way." The words made everyone's countenances change visibly. Even a powerhouse like Song Tianyang revealed a pondering look too. The alchemy Tao understanding of peak powerhouses like them was clearly not what these juniors could compare to. Yi Yuan's words contained the maxim of great Tao and touched them deeply. And they also seemed to have understood why Yi Yuan chose Song Minja they all, and not Song Wenhao and the others so. Suddenly, they also understood why the two hall masters counted on Yi Yuan so much. Zhao Sun previously said that he had to ask Yi Yuan for direction. Song Tianyang and the rest just treated it as a joke for them to push Yi Yuan into the spotlight. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao was likely even above them. These grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Otherwise, how could he refine true grade heavenly pills? Song Tianyang cupped his fists and gave a bow to Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." Song Tianyang received the teachings. "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." The family heads cupped his fists and bowed one after another. After this battle, Yi Yuan established absolute authority in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Even the Song and Yun Tu families submitted to Yi Yuan completely too. After Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu, 2 people went back, they chose to enter close seclusion at the same time. Half a year later, the 2 people exited seclusion, and both broke through to peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist. After the 2 people exited seclusion, they came to Heavenly South Pill Hall straight away to pay respects to Yi Yuan. Originally, when they learned that Min Nanshan broke through to become a peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist, they did not say it out loud, but they naturally felt sour in their hearts. The 3 great families had always been competing in secret. They were naturally unwilling to be beaten. Who knew that in merely a short half a year's time, they actually both broke through? And the cause of the breakthrough was naturally those words by Yi Yuan. The 2 of them were wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan. In this half a year's time, Yi Yuan and Chui Tong and the rest also established a complete reward and punishment system for Heavenly South Pill Hall. and the highest reward was true grade, heavenly pills. The effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills were not worse than grade 3 heavenly pills to begin with. Even to limitless sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses, it was extremely useful to, let alone talk about the true grade, heavenly pills with horrifying medicinal effects. This reward and punishment system made Heavenly South Pill Hall's cohesiveness reach an unprecedented height. The allure of true grade heavenly pills was irresistible. As for Song Minja, this batch of people, their strength advanced by leaps and bounds too. These few people's backgrounds were not bad. Their qualifications were extremely good in the first place. Coupled with Yi Yuan's teaching, wanting to not fly would be difficult too. In this more than half a year, Iron Core and the Min family had been waiting to watch a good show the whole time. Who would have expected that they failed to see a good show? Instead, they became more and more marginalized. On Iron Core's side, he suffered overwhelming suppression from Heavenly South Pill Hall, virtually cutting off his supply of heavenly pills. The Min family, although Min Nanshan reached peak grade 4, there was simply no way for him to resist the entire Heavenly South Pill Hall by himself. The Min family's influence was being weakened bit by bit. After all, the Heavenly South Pill Hall occupied more than 90% of the land of Heavenly South situation. No one dared to risk universal condemnation and offend the Heavenly South Pill Hall. Min Nanshan could be said to have exhausted his mind and body in this nearly 1 year, but was powerless to turn the tables. The Min family situation became even worse half a year ago, when Yi Yuan obtained acknowledgments from everyone. I didn't expect that this boy actually had such means to run the Heavenly South Pill Hall as solid as a metal bucket from top to bottom. Iron Core gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "The current Heavenly South Pill Hall is even stronger than Zhao Sun's era. I really didn't expect that a measly little grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist can actually do this." Min Nanshan's eyes held some regret. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have stood up back then to be the bird who took the lead. With regards to Iron Core, this fellow, he was full of unhappiness too. If not for this guy's instigation, he might not have done so back then either. If the Min family stayed in Heavenly South Pill Hall too, with the Min family strength, they could definitely have scaled new heights. Now his Min family was declining rapidly, while Song Tianyang and Yun Beiyu caught up from behind, and broke through to become peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists. Except there were no ifs in this world. At this point now, the two of them were GRA's shoppers on the same rope. They were in it together. A hint of cruelty flashed across Iron Core's eyes, and he said, "All this is because of that punk. As long as he dies, everything will return to how it was in the past." Min Nanshan snorted coldly and said, "That boy keeps hiding in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Experts are plentiful like clouds there. So how to do it?" A hint of cunningness was revealed in Iron Core's eyes, and he said with a smile, "He'll leave very soon. The 1-year period is almost up. I think that he should be departing for the Thistle South Sea region very soon. This is our only chance." Chapter 2676. Your men are actually my men. Chapter 2676. Your men are actually my men. Paying respects to 3rd Hall Master. At Calm South City, when Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyin saw Yi Yuan, they bowed respectfully. Yi Yuan handed the Heavenly South Pill Hall's affairs over to the Song and Yun, 2 families, as well as Chui Tong to manage, while he set off for Thistle South Sea region. He entered the transmission array in Heavenly South City and arrived at Calm South City, and was setting out to sea from here. Presently, Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary. Calm South City naturally did not dare to be neglectful. It was just that, when they saw Yi Yuan alone coming out, they were still a little surprised. "Master Yi, you're actually setting out to sea alone this time?" Huang Haoyan said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The sea race views humans as the enemy. If I bring people over, Wouldn't it be delivering lambs into the tiger's maws? Huang Haoyan said, but if you go over like this, and the Black Flood Dragon King has the intention of harming you, what to do about it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can harming me be that easy? Huang Haoyan's gaze flickered, and he gritted his teeth and said, Master Yi, although Haoyan's strength is lacking, I'm willing to accompany you. If anything really happens, even delaying for a short while is good too. If something really happens, how can you block for a short while? All right, I have a score in my heart. You guys don't need to send me off anymore. Yi Yuan waved his hand, and his figure leaped, already being half a mile away. Huang Haoyan's brows furrowed slightly and said, Peiyun, do you feel that Master Yi is behaving a little strangely? Su Peiyun nodded and said, he's indeed a little strange. Let's follow and take a look. Huang Haoyan said. Leaving calm South City, Yi Yuan headed south all the way, his speed extremely fast. Huang Haoyan, these two limitless sublime heavenly stratums, actually could not quite catch up, but as soon as they chased after, the two people found it even more odd. Yi Yuan did not walk on the main road, but headed to a remote place. The more he walked, the fewer the people. Suddenly, the two of their expressions changed. In the mountain ranges' dense woods, 8 figures suddenly dashed out, blocking Yi Yuan's path. Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, It's Deputy City Lord Iron Core and Min Nan Shan. What gall they have, to actually want to kill Master Yi. No way. I have to go save him. He was just about to act, but was held back by Su Peiyun. Huang Haoyan said anxiously, Peiyun, what are you doing? Those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Iron Core and Min Nan Shan are even peak Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty experts. Su Peiyun's face fell, and she berated, Shut up for me. You know that those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts too. What can you do to change the situation? Huang Haoyan said with a cold snort, This life of mine was saved by Master Yi. What's wrong with returning it to him? Su Peiyun had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations and whispered, Are you stupid? Why did Master Yi specifically go to a remote area along the way? Why didn't he stop in calm South City at all and directly set out to sea? Huang Haoyan was taken aback. Finally, he was no longer agitated and said in surprise, You're saying that Master Yi did it on purpose? He knows that Iron Core and Min Nan Shan want to kill him, and he deliberately lured them you? He has a contingency plan? Su Peiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, Who is Master Yi? He could repel the entire Thistle South Sea race by himself. So how could he stumble at this sort of thing? Let's watch first. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to take action then. Over there, Iron Core looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face as he smiled and said, Yi Yuan, didn't expect that we'd meet here, right? A faintly perceptible smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, and he said, If I say that I thought of it? Iron Core was taken aback and laughed loudly and said, Boy, death is knocking at the door and you're still forcing yourself to be calm? It's no use, you must die today. Min Nan Shan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a dead person as he said coldly, Yi Yuan, you caused my Min family to live a life worse than death. Today it's time for retribution. These two people had also heard about it. Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Therefore, they were very careful, directly bringing 6 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts. It was to make sure that there was no danger of anything going wrong. Mobilizing 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to deal with a greater sublime heavenly stratum. It was an act probably unprecedented in the land of Heavenly South. Furthermore, none of these 8 was a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven expert. These people were middle Jade Sovereign Heavens at the worst too. Iron Core and Min Nan Shan themselves were grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven super powerhouses. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he smiled and said, Let me guess. From Heavenly South Pill Hall, Only Cui Tong, Wu Dao, and Ji Chun, these 3 elders, know that I came out, as well as Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu. Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu have long already broken away from you guys. Cui Tong enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, while Wu Dao is an alchemy fanatic and is disdainful to be associated with you guys. Which is also to say that your source of information is Ji Chun. Yi Yuan took his time to analyze. Iron Core and Min Nanshan, 2 people's expressions, changed wildly. Could it be that this boy knew about it a long time ago? But if he knew, why would he still walk right into the trap? Yi Yuan guessed it completely right. Ji Chun was originally the inside man that Iron Core planted in Heavenly South Pill Hall. It was just that this layer of relations, H.I. plus P, was very secretive. No one knew about it at all. There were some who knew that Yi Yuan would be going out to sea, but no one knew the specifics of when Yi Yuan would leave. This time, Yi Yuan came out very low-key. There were only those few people who knew. As long as he lies it a little, he would know. Iron Core smiled coldly and said, "So what if you know? Could it be that you, by yourself, can escape from our hands?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who told you that I came alone?" When Iron Core and the rest heard that, their expressions changed wildly. However, they sensed carefully there was no aura of any powerhouses in the vicinity at all. Iron Core could not help turning angry from Mbara's sment and said, "Punk, you were messing with us?" But Min Nanshan smiled coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I'll give you the chance. Call your men out." Yi Yuan looked at the 2 and still smiled calmly as he said, "Do you all think that I only know that it's Ji Chun after I saw you guys? I think that you guys are mistaken. Iron Core, do you know why I specially chose to go to remote places after I went out of the city? Do you know why I left Heavenly South City by myself?" The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Iron Core 2 people became. Yeah, all these did not make sense. Yi Yuan smiled as he continued, "If I say that I deliberately leaked the news to make you all pursue me, will you all believe me or not? If I say that your men are actually my men, will you be very angry? Bulls. HI plus T. Ji Chun is this city lord's man. He absolutely won't betray me." Iron Core said angrily. Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "That's in the past. Now he's my man already." In this 1 year, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall could be said to be turning it upside down. In the wake of Yi Yuan running the Heavenly South Pill Hall solid as a metal bucket, all kinds of problems also gradually surfaced. Ji Chun was one of them. Actually, how could Iron Core be the only one who planted chess pieces in Heavenly South Pill Hall? 3 great families, as well as those major and minor Blee families, even the various major city lords, which one did not want to get a share of the loot in Heavenly South Pill Hall. But what Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall was what others could never give. Yi Yuan had long detected Ji Chun's abnormality, but he did not execute Ji Chun. Instead, he guided Ji Chun on cultivation, because he discovered that Ji Chun was someone who yearned for Tao too. He had always been waiting for Ji Chun to come out himself. Sure enough, not long ago, Ji Chun confided to Yi Yuan. Chapter 2677, Water Source Canopy. Chapter 2677, Water Source Canopy. Iron Core, don't talk nonsense with him anymore. Do it. Min Nanshan said in a solemn voice. No idea why. Yi Yuan was clearly all alone right now, but he was very uneasy in his heart. Iron Core had clearly sensed this uneasiness too. His expression turned dark as he said, "Humph! Even if Ji Chun betrayed me, you'll find it hard to escape death today too. Go to Hell." At virtually the same time, 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked at the same time. The commotion was shocking to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest fear under the besiegement of 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. He took out a small and exquisite conch and recited a spell. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A water curtain suddenly descended, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. More than a dozen figures actually appeared out of thin air. Each and every one of these people had odd forms. They were clearly sea creatures, true spirit sea race. These dozen over powerhouses were actually all jade, sovereign heavens too. Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense tremors rippled in the void. The attacks of the 8 great jade sovereign heavens were actually disrupted in an instant. It's so fun. Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you for bringing me out to play. A crisp and tender voice sounded out. Who could it be if not little dragon girl Jingfei? The small conch in Yi Yuan's hands was given to him before little dragon girl left. This little conch was the derivative body of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was used to transmit information. Of course, it could be used to teleport in Yi Yuan's hands too. Just now, Yi Yuan activated the small conch and directly teleported the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over, while little dragon girl used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to bring these people and teleported over together. Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, unhappily, somebody wants to kill me right now. But you actually think that it's fun. Little dragon girl smiled and said, of course. You take a look at the expressions on their faces. It's really fun to the max. Shock and horror were written all over the faces of the 8 great jade sovereign heavens. Jade sovereign heavens powerhouses were able to fly, but they could not shuttle through the void. This kind of instant teleportation means was simply unimaginable. But Yi Yuan actually summoned so many jade sovereign heaven sea folk in an instant. So how could they not be surprised? Yi Yuan, you actually dare to collude with the sea race and have evil designs on our heavenly south. Ironcore's expression changed wildly, and he asked. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool as he smiled and said, did you turn stupid from being the city lord? If I had evil designs on heavenly south, wouldn't I just not need to do anything when the sea race invaded back then? Did I have to make it so troublesome like now? Are you not aware of what I've done in this 1 year? Me increasing heavenly south alchemy path strength. What benefits are there to the sea race? Ironcore gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, who knows what the H-E-L-L you're thinking? Yi Yuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, looks like there's nothing to discuss with a fool like you. Ironcore sneered and said, even if there's the sea race helping you, what can you do to me? This city lord is a grand completion, jade, sovereign heaven powerhouse. They can't keep me behind. However, with this incident today, this city lord wants to see how you'll continue staying on in heavenly South City. Grand completion, jade, sovereign heaven. This was virtually Rain-Clear Continent's apex strength already. In ordinary battles, wanting to kill Grand Completion, Jade Sovereign Heavens, was seriously too difficult. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Want to leave? I'm afraid that it won't be easy. Did you forget? When Little Dragon Girl and I joined forces, our strength was even stronger than you. This Grand Completion, Jade Sovereign Heaven. Back then, when Yi Yuan joined forces with Little Dragon Girl, they beat Ironcore until he knelt down and begged for mercy by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. This scene left a huge shadow in Ironcore's heart. At present, Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl joining as one again. It would be equivalent to a powerhouse usurpa. Said Grand Completion Jade, Sovereign Heaven, appeared once more. How could he, Ironcore, not be alarmed? Retreat! Ironcore bellowed loudly, his figure turning into an afterimage, and flew into the distance. He, only thinking of running now. It's too late. Water source canopy. Just as Ironcore acted, Little Dragon Girl moved too. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch suddenly activated. An enormous cubic water curtain covered the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was enveloped inside. Iron Core's figure had just moved, but felt like he had fallen into a quagmire, his speed unable to pick up at all. But as soon as this water curtain descended, those sea race powerhouses seemed to have been injected with stimulants, becoming even more excited. Sure enough, they were much more comfortable in the water. Big brother, my power alone isn't enough to trap them. Come and help me. Little Dragon Girl shouted. Yi Yuan had long prepared, directly pressing a palm on the back of Little Dragon Girl. The berserk true dragon power rushed in. The range of the water source canopy directly doubled, but the resistance felt by Iron Core and his group increased several times. This water source canopy was equivalent to a giant cage. Furthermore, it enhanced the sea folk's condition to 120%, but weakened the conditions of Heavenly South powerhouses, increasing one's strength and reducing the opponent's strength. This was simply a huge trump card. Seeing this kind of power, even Yi Yuan could not resist marveling too. This Emerald Sea divine conch had endless wonders. While on the sea race powerhouses this side, they were incomparably shocked too. Among the sea race powerhouses, Yi Yuan was very familiar with one of them. It was precisely that moronic black shark general. The black shark exclaimed, Tick, I really didn't expect that you, a human, actually possess a true dragon power several times stronger than that of the princess. Simply unimaginable. He did not exclaim with amazement because of this water source canopy, but exclaimed for Yi Yuan's true dragon power. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was even lower than Little Dragon Girl's. In the end, the moment he inputted his true dragon power, the canopy suddenly doubled in size. They had never seen before such a vigorous, true dragon power. You moron! Stop talking rubbish already. Why haven't you quickly made a move? Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not have a good impression of this idiot. You. The black shark glared and was about to fly off the handle. My goodness, Uncle Black Shark, my strength is limited and can't hold on for too long. Why don't you hurry up? The moment Little Dragon Girl spoke up, the black shark immediately reined back his temper. The moment the black shark made his move, it was immediately earth-shattering. In this water curtain, with the augmentation of true dragon power, he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. That sort of power was simply endless. Numbers, strength, both parties were not on the same level at all. The battle also progressed extremely smoothly. After several exchanges, Iron Core's side was beaten until they did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yi Yuan, we're all humans. Do you really want to exterminate everyone? In the water curtain came in Nanshan's desperate yell. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Know that we're of the same species now? If I didn't have a backup plan, would you guys show mercy to me today? What's the point of saying these on your deathbed? Moron, don't need to show mercy, kill. All right. The black shark moron was excited from killing and did not haggle over Yi Yuan's term of address either. The sea race was warlike to begin with. The shark clan was even warriors among warriors. Killing Heavenly South's Jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses was incomparably delightful to him. Under the joined forces of more than a dozen people, the Heavenly South side had little strength to fight back. In less than an hour, the Heavenly South side's powerhouses only had the Iron Core and Min Nanshan, who were lingering on with their last breath of life remaining. Chapter 2678. Drawing Aggro. Chapter 2678. Drawing Aggro. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare me. I'll definitely slog like an animal for you in the future, and repay your kindness for not killing me. In the water curtain came Iron Core's pleading voice. That voice was practically crying. From that time he knelt and begged for mercy. One could tell that Iron Core's desire to live was still very strong. Yi Yuan, as long as you let me off, my Min family will follow your lead in the future. Min Nanshan did not want to die, too, as he shouted. Right. Yi Yuan, my people are not the slightest bit weaker than the Min family. As long as you spare my life, it's all yours. Iron Core hurriedly said. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he said coolly, "Hand over your origin divinity brands, and I can spare you guys from death." He needed a powerful force, currently. 2 grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens forces were definitely a big help. Although these 2 people had poor character, as long as he grasped the origin divinity brand, he could take their lives with one thought. The 2 of them would hesitate to take action out of fear of damages, and naturally would not dare to rebel. When Iron Core and Min Nanshan heard that, their expressions could not help changing. Handing over the origin divinity brand was equivalent to handing over life and death to Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan could kill them with just one thought. This was no different from being a slave. But if they did not hand it over, they were very clear that they would become corpses in a short while. You guys only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Seeing the 2 hesitate, Yi Yuan said coolly. Iron Core's expression changed wildly, and he said, I'll give. Min Nanshan also said, I'll give too. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said coolly, Moron, stop! The black shark was excited from killing and said unhappily, Your father is a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you're actually ordering me about. Do you take yourself to be the dragon son? But Little Dragon Girl said, Big Brother is in possession of purebred dragon blood. Those big brothers of mine are far worse than him. All right, Uncle Black Shark, stop! This La S obeyed Yi Yuan's every word now. The black shark was helpless and could only stop. Iron Core's expression flickered indeterminately, and he finally still gritted his teeth and forced a wisp of origin divinity brand out. Yi Yuan kept the origin divinity brand and merged it into his own chaos origin divinity, and immediately felt a feeling of controlling Iron Core's life and death. He only needed a thought to determine Iron Core's life and death now. Handing over the origin divinity brand, the 2 people's expressions were like their wives had died. No matter what, they were big shots of a region 2. Now, they were actually relegated to being another person's slave. Yi Yuan said coolly, The 2 of you don't need to have this expression either. Becoming my servant might be a case of good fortune to you guys. As long as you guys perform well, helping you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future is nothing difficult. What high-sounding sentiments. Do you think that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses are all cabbages? Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when the black shark said mockingly. But Iron Core and Min Nanshan, 2 people trembled all over, their eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. If someone else said this, they would naturally feel that it was bulls. HI+T. But Yi Yuan was different. He was the man who could refine true, grade, heavenly pills. That's right. His current realm was very low, but his future potential was immense. Once he became a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, helping them step into that dreamlike realm might not be impossible. What the H-E-L-I do you know? How can Master's strength be what you can surmise? Master, rest assured. Iron Core will definitely perform well from now on and absolutely won't let you down. Iron Core shot the black shark a glare and said respectfully, Min Nanshan is willing to pledge loyalty to Master. The black shark had a dumbfounded look, not knowing why these 2 people suddenly changed so much. Could it be that these 2 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were really silly enough to think that Saint Sovereign Heaven was so easy to reach? If that was the case, how could the Saint Sovereign Heavens on this rain-clear continent be so scarce? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Since that's the case, the 2 of you go back then. How you should act, I believe that you guys are very clear. Got it. The 2 people hurriedly said. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly looked in Huang Haoyan 2 people's direction and beckoned his hands at them. The 2 were taken aback, only then, knowing that their whereabouts had long already been seen through by Yi Yuan. Master Yui! Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, No need to explain. I know your intentions. The 2 of you follow them back to heavenly South City. If they have any ill intent, use this to inform me." As he was talking, Yi Yuan handed a small conch to them. Seeing Yi Yuan's line up, Huang Haoyan and two people were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Only when they saw the sea folk did they know that their worries were simply unnecessary. A greater sublime, heavenly stratum actually took 2 grand completion jade sovereign heaven powerhouses in as servants. This sort of thing was too fantastical, but Yi Yuan did it. However, Yi Yuan was clearly still worried about them, so he sent 2 supervisors over. With the 2 of them around, Iron Core and Min Nanshan naturally could not stir any waves. As long as Huang Haoyan informed Yi Yuan through the small conch, Yi Yuan could disintegrate the 2 of their souls from thousands of miles away. In the deep sea, a huge palace was suspended in the center. All around them were unfathomable, grand arrays surrounding. Thistle South Dragon Palace. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Palace, he discovered that something was not quite right. The palace was full of songs and dance, with a bevy of young girls. It was very lively. Yi Yuan did not feel that he had this charm to make Black Flood Dragon King come up with such a grand array to entertain him. "Jingfei, could it be that there's some distinguished guest in the Dragon Palace?" Yi Yuan asked. Jingfei smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, you come with me and you'll know in a bit." Yi Yuan was speechless, judging from this girl's sly expression. He knew that she was probably holding in some bad idea. Following Little Dragon Girl, Yi Yuan walked all the way to a great hall. Upon entering the hall, a banquet was already being held inside. As soon as Yi Yuan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the great hall, on the throne, a powerhouse with a dragon head and human body was sitting upright. His face was completely black. Presumably, this was the legendary Black Flood Dragon King. This Black Flood Dragon King gave Yi Yuan a vague and illusory feeling, similar to the black-robed old man back then. It was just that Black Flood Dragon King's illusory feeling was not as strong as the old man's. Clearly, he had not truly stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven yet. "Royal Father, Royal Mother, I'm back." Little Dragon Girl left Yi Yuan and scurried into Black Flood Dragon King's arms in a step. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "You La S, you abducted all of my generals. Where did you run to and cause trouble again?" Little Dragon Girl was indifferent and said smilingly, "There were bad guys who wanted to kill Big Brother. So I went to help Big Brother." "All right, he's the Big Brother that I told you about. He's amazing. Probably none of these big brothers present are more impressive than him." Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, countless gazes shooting towards him. In this great hall, there were many young men. One look and it was clear that they had Blee statuses. They were most likely sea race powerhouses. This girl's one sentence drew huge aggro to him. Yi Yuan looked at Little Dragon Girl, only to see her wink at him. It was as if she was saying, "That's right, I did it on purpose." Chapter 2679. What she said is correct. Chapter 2679. What she said is correct. At the left-hand side position, a youth said with a disdainful look, "A mere greater sublime heavenly stratum. And he's even a human. This young master can crush him to death with just one hand." Younger sister Jingfei stopped joking. However, his words to Little Dragon Girl were rather polite. "Big Brother Ruichin, Jingfei isn't joking. Big Brother Yi Yuan is really very, very amazing. You're not his match." Jingfei said with a sincere look. That innocent face shattered Ruichin's self-esteem at once. Who was he, Ruichin? He was from the Xining Sea Region's royal clan. His main body was an octopus and his status was an Blee. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the dragon race. Today he was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. He suddenly stood up, walked in front of Yi Yuan, and said with a sneer, "Lowly human, Do you dare to accept this young master's challenge? If you don't dare, immediately scram back onto land." Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said, "Coolly, can I refuse?" He was naturally not afraid. It was just that he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. This young man was clearly that sort of guy who had his eyes growing on top of his head. There was no need to try and gain back face with him. But Ruei-chan clearly had no intention of letting Yi Yuan off and said with a cold smile, "Of course you can refuse, but you'll need to crawl under my crotch." "Ha ha ha. Yeah, just go under Ruei-chan's crotch, and that's it. Relax. This dragon son will be your guarantor. If he dares to make things difficult for you, this dragon son will be the first to not let him off. Come, crawl." Ruei-chan's words immediately aroused echoing of the others at the banquet. Clearly, they all thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Little dragon girl's words could not be believed at all. That made sense. This girl rarely spoke any truths. It was also not impossible to randomly find a human to adjust the atmosphere. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was scared of trouble. Why? Looking at your appearance, it seems like you're very unconvinced. Do you really think that just because younger sister Jingfei is calling you as her big brother, you really have the qualifications to be on equal footing with this young master? You're merely a lowly human. Ruei-chan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan grinned, and all of a sudden, sword light flashed. "Who's H?" Plus Ruei-chan's expression changed wildly, only to feel an extremely dangerous sensation well up in his heart. "Swizz, H." Plus, in virtually an instant, Ruei-chan returned to his original form and spat out a cloud of black ink. The entire S, P, A, C suddenly became black. Then, 8 tentacles suddenly emerged from the darkness, wanting to deal with Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all, directly deploying the All-in-Compa. S, sing sacred trees, 2 streaks of sword light. "Break for me." Yi Yuan shouted coldly. That black S, P, A, C actually directly had a large hole opened up. Ruei-chan spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough, directly being smashed flying out. His 8 tentacles were directly all cut off. The whole place was deathly silent. From Yi Yuan attacking to Ruei-chan spitting black ink, then to Yi Yuan shattering the S, P, C, the whole process was merely one breath of time. This was also to say that Ruei-chan did not even last a single breath of time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only used one hand from beginning to end. Yi Yuan looked at the Ruei-chan lying on the ground and said, "Coolly, didn't you say that you could crush me to death with just one hand? Now you used 8 hands, but I only used one hand." Ruei-chan lied on the ground, quivering nonstop. Very soon, the tentacles that were chopped off actually grew back again, and he recovered to his human form. However, he looked at Yi Yuan with a fearful look and said, "P-Punk, you sneak attacked me just now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, it was a sneak attack? All right, let's have an upright and above-board battle then. The loser will crawl under the other party's crotch. How about it?" Ruei-chan's expression changed wildly, and he actually did not dare to play along. He was only being stubborn just now. Just based on that sword earlier, Yi Yuan's strength was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than him. His darkness ink was his ultimate trump card, but it was broken by Yi Yuan in a single breath. How large the gap between the two could be seen. This human punk is actually a transformation powerhouse. Ruei-chan actually couldn't last a single move under his hands. With this, Ruei-chan's face is utterly lost. He actually lost to a human. It was only at this time did those young powerhouses come back to their senses. Each and every one of them was extremely amazed. They discovered that this human boy was really very strong. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Black Flood Dragon King's eyes too. How could he not know what little dragon girl was thinking? But he did not stop it. He really wanted to see just how strong this human who stopped the sea war was. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not disappoint him. Yi Yuan's strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank. Furthermore, he clearly saw it just now. There were 8 leaves on Yi Yuan's great Tao transformation sapling, but Yi Yuan only used 2. This showed that Yi Yuan still had a lot of strength to spare. This boy was remarkable. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said coolly, refusing earlier wasn't because I was scared, but that I couldn't be bothered to stoop to his level. Just now, Jingfei said that I'm stronger than you all, but you guys didn't seem to be convinced. Since I've already taken action, this Yi doesn't mind telling you all this. What she said is completely right. With all due respect, everyone here is all Traz. Plus, the moment these words came out, the faces of the young powerhouses present were full of indignation. This boy actually dared to slight all of them. Ha! What high-sounding sentiments! Do you think that having defeating Ruichin, you have the qualifications to be COCKY here? Boy, don't be arrogant. Big brother Myokin, this punk has scolded even you. Could it be that you can tolerate it? Yi Yuan making a move earlier already shocked the vast majority of the people. They naturally did not dare to challenge Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that everyone was scared of Yi Yuan. Among these people, there were some whose strength already reached middle, limitless, sublime heaven. Furthermore, there were a few among them whose bloodline power was extremely strong and did not fear Yi Yuan at all. At this time, that person called Myokin finally stepped forward. Boy, do you think that only you alone comprehended great Tao transformation? My sea race territory isn't the place where it is your turn, a human's turn, to come and act wildly yet. This dragon son will challenge you right now. Myokin said with a cold smile. Myokin possessed the dragon race bloodline too, but he belonged to the coiling dragon clan. His strength was considered to be top-notch among this large group of people. To dare say this, Myokin was clearly a powerhouse who comprehended great Tao transformation too. However, what did Yi Yuan have to fear? Oh, whether it's my turn or not, it's not said using the mouth. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan pointed his fingers. 2 transformed swords turned into 2 rays of flowing light, stabbing straight for Myokin. Myokin snorted coldly. An additional chain appeared in his hands. This chain emitted an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. It was actually transformed out of lightning. Lightning chain. Myokin shook the lightning chain gently, directly shaking Yi Yuan's 2 flying swords away. His cultivation realm was far higher than Yi Yuan, and he was a transformation powerhouse too. Wanting to block the 2 flying swords was naturally a cinch. Following that, he swept his chain, and it actually wrapped over toward Yi Yuan.